Actually, he's going to cross over here, so maybe a little concession by Chris Poole. Maybe his tacks aren't as good, not feeling as confident, or just sees a little bit of a righty out there.
I think he sees a bit of a righty.
Yeah.
All things being equal, you want to at least position yourself to the right of your opponent in a match race, right?
Absolutely, and that's why you saw Chris Poole leading the tack, going back to the right-hand side when they're attacking onto port to protect that right-hand side from Harry Price.
And now it's a big split, so we're going to see whether the right pays off. Dennis is going to keep us informed whether the right or the left pays off for Price and Poole. Meanwhile, let's get back into the pre-start with flight number 3. And there's the dial-up. So boat number 5 is Nick Egnot Johnson from New Zealand. And just to windward of him on the left of your screen from Denmark is Jeppe Bork. We've been talking a lot about how well the young Danish teams maneuver these Catalina 37s. Here we go again.
They've been super aggressive all week, being able to throw these boats around like they're a little bit smaller than they actually are. They've impressed the crowd, as we like to say, with their boat handling. As we 2:45, both boats sailing off on port.
Now, Dennis, at this point, both boats on port have a little bit of time to kill. They're looking upwind, just like you are. That cross in the next match is going to be crucial. It's going to give important information, whether you think the right or the left is working.
The right is working right now. And
there we go.
You're correct.
That is a rare statement. It doesn't actually happen very often, I can tell you. So we like the right. Thank you, Dennis. Back into the pre-start. The teams will notice that. So over to you, Jeffrey.
Yeah.
You're the helmsman. You know you want the right-hand side. You going to lead or push?
It's an interesting notion, because you can get the right side from both sides depending on how you play it. It's all about the time on the clock here. With 2:05 to go, it looks like Jeppe Bork just driving in front of Nick Egnot Johnson. Hard to see from our perspective right now.
We're locked out on the pier. Well, there they come. Look, now that'll give you an idea of just how close these boats are to the, well, one fan out there on the pier. Likely to build later this afternoon.
Absolutely, and you can see that orange mark just off the corner of the pier. That's the boundary that has been set, which is new to the Congressional Cup in the past 2 years. And Jeppe just doing a really nice job, just killing a beautiful amount of time. 1:30 to go, and both boats still pretty far away from the line. Now, if Jeppe times this right, he'll be able to take the right-hand side despite what Nick does. So I think he's done a brilliant job so far, but he needs to keep doing a good job as the start comes to a close.
Meaning, if his time on distance is better, he'll be able to tack on the port if he wants to once he gets down into the start box.
Yeah, absolutely. And if he doesn't like what he's seeing, I mean, we've seen though that Nick really likes that wide right start. He's been very comfortable hanging way up above the ley line, waiting for the other boat to pull the trigger, and then taking a quick start in and rolling straight into attack to get that right side.
All right, let's see if that happens again. We're less than a minute to go to the start. Jeppe Bork is leading. Nick Egnot Johnson, as you say, just comfortable to hang back to the right positionally. He wants the right upwind, as Dennis told us. And 44 seconds to go.
Yeah, 44 seconds to go, and he's having to continue to dip to push Jeppe down the ley line here. And so maybe Nick feeling a little bit under pressure here. He doesn't have too much time to go, and both boats getting pretty close to the committee boat.
That's the signal boat, far right-hand side of your screen. It's the umpire coming into position as well, and boats are very close to ley line for the signal boat. I think Egnot Johnson's going to be able to get in there unless Bork can close the door. Can he luff him up and shut out the Kiwis?
And he definitely can luff him up there, but I don't think he can shut him out. But he can put the Kiwis in a really tough spot, and they can't tack and start on port, so they're going to have to start on starboard on his hip. And there's the gun.
Yep, both boats pulling the trigger on the line now. Tight to windward is Egnot Johnson. He rolls immediately into attack.
And then Jeppe Bork's got to be a little careful to follow that tack immediately. It's really hard to live off of the hip of a boat like that, because the wind effectively bounces off the leeward boat sails onto boat one sails in this situation. So I'd expect to see Jeppe roll into a pretty quick tack after this, because I don't think he's going to be able to live.
Was he trying to pin the Kiwis to leeward so they won't tack?
Yeah, his strategy there is sail them all the way out to the ley line. If he can hang on to the ley line, when both boats get to the ley line, they're going to tack, and Nick will be forced to sail in Jeppe's bad air all the way to the top mark, which should give him about a 2-boat length lead.
So perhaps a short-term loss is going to turn into a long-term gain the farther the boats go this way, if Bork can hang in that windward position. But as you say, easier said than done as the breeze picks up here in Long Beach and shifts right a little bit.
Yeah, especially as they sail off to the right. They're going to be getting right-handed shifts, which will only favor Nick more. But we're going to join the pre-start here. Match number 4 between Yanni Bernsen entering from the starboard side and Emil Kiar from Denmark on the blue side.
Another Danish team. They like to throw these boats around quite aggressively in the pre-start. They're up against Swede Yanni Bernsen in the foreground, the orange crew gear. He's won the Congressional Cup in 2009, finished second last time. You were in that regatta, weren't you?
I was. That was a great regatta. Yanni Bernsen and Taylor Canfield had an epic battle for the final, so I'm sure Yanni and his team are itching to get back into the finals for a little bit of a redemption round, shall we say.
The dial up. Both boats head to wind, waiting for the other to flinch. It looks like Bernsen is going to be the first to flinch. Falling out of head to wind, on to port. The crew going to windward to just accelerate away from Cayer, who's still slow.
Yeah, he's still really slow there. He had drifted, his bow had drifted a little bit farther away from head to wind, and we're going to see Yanni Bernsen go for a jibe and tee him up again. Got to be careful, though.
Port starboard. Cayer has to avoid under the rules, and he does. It's another dial up, getting a little bit dizzy here. 2:45 to go, a lot of time to kill.
Yeah, a lot of time to kill, and that's why Yanni Bernsen was so quick to come back in there and dial Emil up again, effectively keep preventing him from getting into the playground and getting a start off. So if Yanni can continue to do so and continue to do a good job, he could put Emil in a world of hurt here as we come down. 2:30 to go, both boats still at the starting line in the dial-up.
Emil Cayer, the youngest competitor in this Congressional Cup, 20 years old. That's young. By the way, just letting you know.
Oh.
Because you're also 20 years old,
I
right?
am indeed.
Impressive.
Both boats
Dennis, I won't ask. I won't ask.
You can see here a great shot of the team pushing the boom out to port. Both boats now trying to go backwards here. And interestingly enough, Yanni Bernsen's elected to go backwards inside Emil and his team. Now falling off onto starboard and sheeting on.
Ooh.
And we got boat.
Port starboard.
Yeah, bow to bow.
Cayer's done a nice job slipping underneath Yanni Bernsen's bow. Bernsen will jibe right on his transom. And we've got 1:40 to go.
Yeah, that was a really nice escape by the Danes there. Just having a little bit better bow handling and able to get going backwards a little bit quicker than Yanni Bernsen. And now maybe even having a piece of him if they wanted to. But I think they're going to continue off and pick their time to come back to line for the final approach.
Match race pre-start is one of the few disciplines in sailing where being good at going backwards is just as important as forwards. Big separation between the two off the Belmont Pier.
Yeah, a lot of gap here, so I think we're going to see Yanni Bernsen into the lead here. He's going to jibe in front of Emil once Emil decides to go. 1:10 to go, so not a lot of time. Both boats approach the boundary there. They can't go in between those boundary marks and the pier. And there we go. You see Yanni Bernsen jibing into the lead and Emil pushing from behind.
The right still looks good up ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking uphill, I definitely agree with that. Liking that right-hand side. 45 seconds to go. Both boats still fishtailing.
Been turning their transoms back and forth, trying to slow down. The trailing boat, Cayer, is trying to get a hook or an overlap on Bernsen, luff him up. Bernsen trying to keep inches away but not have an overlap. There's the ride-along, which is new this year in the Congressional Cup, possibly the best seat in the house, as Cayer's bow was dangerously close to Bernsen. 20 seconds, the countdown, both boats heading for the line.
I think Emil's might have chunked this one up a little bit. He looks late. I'd expect to see him roll into attack and Yanni Bernsen to match it. He's just shy of the pin lay line. 10 seconds to go, and Yanni Bernsen looks like he has absolutely nailed his time on distance.
Well done, Yanni Bernsen. There's the gun. We're off. Race number 3, match number 3 in flight 13. Bernsen to windward and in control of Cayer.
Yeah, that was a great presence of mind by Yanni Bernsen to take the lead early on in that pre-start with only 1:10 to go when he decided to jibe. And that just shows, I think, 13 years of Congressional Cup experience really paying off there.
That means his first Con Cup, you were 7?
Yep.
Doesn't get any easier, does it?
No.
As a friend of mine once said, we're not going to make it out of this one alive.
I did my first Congressional Cup in 1973, just out of high school.
Wow. I was barely a twinkle in my daddy's eye either. He's been stuck with me all week. I can tell you, Dennis, that my jokes only get worse.
And you see Yanni Bernsen just matching Emil tack for tack and slowly just growing that lead out as he decides to carry on a little bit here, maybe extending off into a bit of a right-hand shift.
Yep, Bernsen protecting the right. Meanwhile, on the right of your screen, Dave Hood. He's representing the Long Beach Yacht Club. Entering in the last start here against, oh my gosh, Canfield. Is it? Yes,
Yeah.
he's got Taylor Canfield. It's off to the left of the screen. There we go. And that's that same deep dig we see Hood do as the starboard boat, getting himself behind Taylor Canfield and still, ooh, looks very close there.
Yeah, Dave went for a fake dial there, and Taylor Canfield kind of took the bait, flopping off onto port. We'll see what the umpires have to say about that. Could be a bit of a mistake early on for the reigning Con Cup champ. And it's a green flag, so he got away with it there.
No penalty. No blood, no foul. I think
Dave,
he's a bit nervous racing against the 5-time Con Cup champion.
Dave?
Yeah.
Probably a little bit, but you know, as a competitor, I can speak to our testament, right? You got to treat every race like the opponent, whatever name is on that sail, doesn't matter. Because if you psych yourself out, you got to come in believing you can win every race, or you're not going to win any race.
I like that. Easier said than done with a mastermind like Taylor Canfield, former world champion on the World Match Racing Tour.
Yeah.
No one has more Con Cup wins than he, but right now he's pinned down to the left-hand side and over the start, just waiting things out as Hood is in control at this point.
Yeah, if this start gets any later, maybe we'll see some spinnakers up in this pre-start. Dave Hood starting to get a little bit more advanced, and I think, yeah, Taylor, you see backing his jib. Looks like he's going to be able to swing inside of Dave.
Dave was attacking boat, I believe. Colleen is our rules expert here.
It should be all clean there as long as these two boats don't hit rails.
Oh, my goodness, that looks close. Incredibly close. Look at that. You could put a credit card between the two boats. But all clear. Canfield slips underneath Hood with 2 minutes coming up on the clock.
And you're going to see Taylor roll right into another jibe. So he's called what we call the Spanish meatballs, reverse the dial up on him. So that's when the boat that is in control loses control, and the boat that was getting locked out now is in control of the race. So a little bit of a sticky situation here for Dave Hood and team, as Taylor Canfield doing an excellent job escaping the dial up.
One thing you'll learn, Dennis, is that Jeffrey has got a term for every single thing that can happen on the race course. Spanish meatballs is new. We've been doing this for 2 days straight.
Yeah, I've never heard that before.
Minute 30. Canfield turned the tide, flipped the meatballs, done something anyway. Hood in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, you're going to see both boats tack over here, and Dave's going to try to go over the top, maybe expecting to see spinnakers here as we come down. Dave Hood in a world of hurt with 1:20 to go, and both boats probably 5 lengths over the start line.
That's a great shot if you're into the art and beauty of sailing, but a horrible shot if you're a fan of Dave Hood getting sailed upwind away from the line as the clock continues to tick down. It seems to tick down slower when you're trying to get out of trouble. Dave Hood, what can he do? Can he get over the top of Canfield's bow?
It's going to take him a long time, and you can see both boats just sailing. That's the gate mark there that they just passed there. So I think Dave needs to be doing something a little bit more than just sailing in a straight line here. There's a rule of thumb in match racing where if you're in trouble, stop.
Stop, right? Stop the bleeding at this point. Canfield's sailing him upwind on the track. They've got to come back down and start the race, which is the starting line well below. They're about 10 lengths to the right of the starting line and maybe 5 boat lengths over. We got 30 seconds to go, but as you know, in a match race, it doesn't matter, Dennis, if you were on the line at the gun, does it?
It does not at all. They got 30 seconds to go, and
Just want to beat your opponent across the line.
Canfield will be leading and in control.
So Canfield heads back to the line. There's the delta, length and a half between the two. Dave Hood will get a start out of this, but not a pretty one.
No, yeah, that was just, I think Dave needed to hit the brakes a little bit sooner there, try to cause some chaos and get Taylor Canfield to release from him. That now put himself in what we call a crush start. So Taylor Canfield just absolutely destroying Long Beach hero Dave Hood here. So Dave will be looking to try to reel this one back in as these boats head upwind.
I'm going to get a glossary going, Dennis. We've got Spanish meatballs and a crush start.
I've heard crush start before, but not Spanish meatballs.
I've heard of getting crushed on the start and then having your meatballs. Well, anyway, upwind.
Yeah.
My inner monologue.
Interestingly enough, Dave not electing to tack right away. So kind of interesting here as there he goes. And waited maybe a little bit too long for my liking as both boats now rolling onto port tack here as they'll sail off to the right. Taylor, just stay between Dave and the mark, and you should be able to bring this one home.
In our day, we called that man in the hoop.
There we
All
go.
right.
See, I'm not the only one with terms.
Maybe it's a California thing. I call it keeping ahead of your opponent.
That works too.
Yeah. So we check in with a few matches around the race course here. To the left of these two are red Spinnakers coming down. The F&M Farmers and Merchants Bank is leading the Stella Artois Spinnaker to the far left, other left. Or the right, we can go to the right. Who have we got there? The Grand Spinnaker leading Downwind. Is that Bernsen? Yep.
Grand Spinnaker, Yanni. Now we've got the Farmers and Merchants Bank.
Yeah, that's the finish of our first match. Remember, we had Pearson Potts and Ian Williams. I'll give you a guess as to who's in the lead.
Well, that's that in the F&M
No,
kite.
sorry,
That's
that's
Chris
Poole.
Poole coming in to take a win off of Harry Price, which is good news for him as we look towards the semifinals qualification here in day number 3.
Sorry, just to give you an update, it was Williams who beat Pearson Potts, and now Poole racks up an important point as well. So Williams is on 9. And Poole is on 9 wins right now as well, I think.
Yes, he just took another one there. So those two starting to gap out on the other teams here. And these early wins in the day are going to be really important. Set the tone for these teams later on.
A little bit of a break, but not much for these teams as they prepare for the start of Flight 14. Meanwhile, coming downwind, that is Yanni Bernsen, the Spinnaker, in the middle of your screen to the right of the other Spinnaker there. Great drone shot as we zoom in. Yanni Bernsen Spinnaker just collapsing a little bit there. That's
Emil on his breeze. Yeah, so starting to close up. You see the gauge closing. Emil's bow surging forward as both boats begin to take the poles down and get ready for the leeward mark. Looks like Emil could be in a little bit of downwind jail here. Looks like both boats have one more jibe to go as they come into these gates. Yanni Bernsen with the slow jibe there, slowly with the jib up. Emil electing to hold it a little bit longer. I think Emil is going to go for the left-hand gate mark looking upwind, and Yanni looking to take a left-hand turn around the gate mark just at the bottom of the screen here.
Dennis, new to match racing compared to the races that you sailed in. 2 leeward marks. You like it?
Yes.
Better for the trailing boat.
Better for the whole fleet, I think. You know, you can get some separation.
As we see here.
Right.
Yeah, both boats going to split there, and Emil doing a really nice job keeping that Spinnaker up to the very last second to close in, and I call it even at the gates here.
Is that a term?
Well, even race, yeah.
Even at the gates.
Even at the gates. And looking upwind, though, I do think there's a little bit of lefty here. Emil looks quite headed on starboard, sailing out to that left-hand side, while on the right-hand side, Yanni Bernsen looks lifted, so could be a little bit of bad news for Yanni Bernsen. As Emil sails out, looks like even better pressure on that left-hand side as well. So we'll see as these boats continue to split here. The bigger the split, the bigger the risk.
Dennis, you'll find this kid's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm glad I don't have to sail against him.
No. He knows his stuff. I just sit back and listen most of the time. Look at this. Pretty close action coming downwind. It is Bork leading
Egnot Johnson as these two come into the gate as well for their first downwind run. Not much in it between these two boats.
The old Celebrity Solstice in the background, and the crowd goes wild.
Yeah, both boats looking to win this race as these two are only separated by 1 point as the hunt for the semifinals continues.
Good point.
Yeah, Jeppe Borch looking to kind of seal the win here. And there you can see the gap. It's a little bit bigger than that last shot led to believe. Probably 3 lengths there. So Jeppe doing a good job continuing to extend after that start.
Yippee. You know what's fun? I can use all the same one-liners I've had the past 2 days because we weren't broadcasting.
Yeah.
So you're going to have to hear them all over again.
Oh, lucky me.
My bad jokes and your play-by-play terms, the new ones. Spanish meatballs.
Still one more jibe for these boats as they come into the gates here, although I think they might be actually going to the finish here.
All right. Well, Bork will be happy with that. And Egnot Johnson will not.
Yeah,
that's going to advance Bork up a valuable point. Nick was on 6 wins. Now Bork will have 6 wins.
But importantly, too, the second round robin's not just about the points. It's about the tiebreakers as well. So for those who don't know, match racing, the tie breaks happen based on who won the last race of the second round robin. So, for instance, if Jeppe and Nick were to be tied and the semifinal selection were to happen, Jeppe would advance because he won the last race. So these last few races are super important in determining not only the wins, but the tiebreakers as well.
Jeppe? Yippee? Well done, Jeppe Bork. Meanwhile, Taylor Canfield, perhaps unsurprisingly, is leading yet another match heading downwind. Dave Hood, is he close enough, Dennis, to attack? We've got another lap to go.
No, I think there's quite a bit of separation between the two. No chance there.
That was uplifting.
There's always a chance. You never know what could happen in a match
Well,
race.
unless they
Rigs
drop
can
a
come
spinnaker
down.
in the water and
Hey,
prove that.
We've seen everything, as you know. Anything can happen. Taylor Canfield knows that.
Yeah, Taylor does just such a good job, him and his team, sailing the boat so well. It's really hard. They don't make mistakes at this level, and you know, as you were quoting earlier, it just shouldn't happen at this level, right? So Taylor doing a great job.
The thing about Congressional Cup sailing, also the crews learn so much as they progress through each race, and they just get better and better and better. I mean, at the end, you've really got some fine crewmanship going.
Yes, it is not a surprise that as the latter stages of the Con Cup wind down, you tend to see closer racing, you tend to see more aggressive action, perhaps more penalties statistically, and more on the line too, which increases the nerves.
Absolutely. Yesterday we saw a huge amount of penalties in the later half of the day, and so today starting off relatively calmly. We haven't seen any sparks really go flying yet, but I'm sure as we come to a close in round robin 2, the heat will get turned up and these races will get closer.
Coming into the leeward gate, Canfield is going back upwind. He'll choose the left-hand mark. It does look farther upwind from our vantage point. Beautiful turn, beautiful crew work, beautiful trim. Absolute no mistakes at all.
No, like I said, that team just doesn't make mistakes. We had the pleasure of racing against them last year, and you know, at domestic level events and youth events, you can get away with a few mistakes, but at the Congressional Cup, you have to be perfect.
You'll be punished.
Yeah, you can sail at 99% and still lose a race by 8 boat lengths.
You agree, Dennis?
I agree totally.
And Taylor just doing a really nice job. A good classic staying ahead tactic of rounding the opposite gate and waiting for the other boat to get to the gate and round and tacking right with them to cover off any leverage that the other boat could have.
That's a great shot of our ride-along guest on Dave Hood's boat. Sort of begs the question, how do you get a ticket on the back of a Catalina 37? The best seat in town, for sure.
Yeah, that's the best spot in the house if you're looking to see some match racing, especially if boats get close together in collisions. It gets real sporty being in the back end of the boat.
Okay, we're going to head back upwind with the last team on the course coming downwind.
And it's Emil
Yep.
leading Bernsen, so he found a way on the second upwind to get ahead of the Con Cup champ. So really well done to the Danes there as those boats come into the finish. Looks like he hooked into a nice shift on the upwind and found his way around. Maybe caught the Swedish outfit napping, and the Danes will be very happy to take this wind down. They only sit on 5 wins, so looking to climb up the standings as we continue on in day 3.
Interestingly, also, Bernsen had a half a point docked on his score, and that could come into play later on. You know a thing or two about half points costing you in these regattas?
I do. I lost the semifinals qualification by half a point last year, not because I caused damage, but because Chris Poole had some damage and he was on half a point. But the good news is for Yanni is he won't lose a tiebreaker.
And for those of you that don't know, you get a point for winning, and of course no point for losing, but you can be docked a point for major collision that results in damage or other procedural rules, and the umpires can decide to remove half a point from your score, as Bernsen has here.
Yeah, and that one was tough for Bernsen yesterday because he lost the race and lost half a point, so he actually had negative points on the race, which is a tough one. We don't even want to talk about the damage deposit either. That's no fun. But bravo Zulu to the Danish outfit coming in to take their 6th win of the regatta.
Well done, Emil Caillere. His sailing's improved throughout this regatta. It's his first Congressional Cup, youngest competitor.
Oh, second Congressional Cup. He
Sorry,
sailed last
second.
year.
Jeppe's first. Both the Danish teams are sailing impressively, considering.
Yeah, well, those teams definitely they're coming in hot in this regatta after a good week of sailing at the Ficker Cup, and it definitely showed on the first day. Both teams having a pretty solid day and looking like they've got a bit more grip with the boat handling. But we're gonna join the last match, match number 5 in Flight 13. Taylor Canfield leads Dave Hood.
All the boats that entered from the left-hand side have won their matches in this flight, interestingly.
Taylor Canfield looking to do the same. That's the first time I've ever seen that. See a full sweep from the blue side alone, too, which is supposed to be the disadvantaged side.
You have a term for that?
Not that one.
The win from the pin.
Oh, that's a good one.
Right?
I think we've got it. I think we've got the new term. Win from the pin as Taylor Canfield comes around the top mark. He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to see a slow set there just because Dave Hood's done a nice job placing his boat on the ley line, putting Taylor under a bit of pressure. The boat, Dave Hood in that instance, is not allowed to sail above his proper course, but if Taylor Canfield interferes with Dave Hood, he could get a penalty. So Taylor just doing a nice job recognizing that, sailing away, holding the hoist off for a little bit as he rolls into a jibe, coming around to the finish. See Dave Hood up with the kite. Beautiful tack hoist from Hood and his team. He's got a bunch of great sailors on board this week. Good names like Kinley Flowner. He's the Australian SailGP wing trimmer who just won the grand final out in San Francisco. So not sure the SailGP wing trim applies to Catalina 37 main trim, but I know he's a very experienced sailor, and they'll be looking to put some more wins on the board as Dave Hood continues with a losing streak, unfortunately, from Long Beach Hero.
Well, to your point, it all relates. I mean, these are some of the top sailors on the planet, and the Congressional Cup has always been a feeder into major events, the biggest one, of course, being the America's Cup. Dennis, you know a thing or two about that. And in later years, the America's Cup has taken a shift, shall we say, in a different direction. Do you think that affects the Congressional Cup?
You know, the America's Cup is a changed event from the days that I sailed it in the 12 meters.
The golden era of the America's Cup.
Era,
That was correct.
yeah, right. The lead mines. But, you know, today's sailing, like in the Congressional Cup, you have so many more races. And in the old days, back in the America's Cup, I mean, we used to have selection trials, and we'd sail all summer long. And there was a committee kind of observing everybody to help pick who the defender was going to be for the United States. And nowadays, you know, with these foiling boats, we've had them both in the catamarans and the monohulls. It's a whole different animal. I think one of the other things that I've noticed in match racing now is back in the day, both in the America's Cup and in Congressional Cup, we used to have a 10-minute pre-start, which was incredible because it really showcased your skill at pinning some guy before the start. I mean, you could really crush him.
For a long time.
Yeah, that's a lot more time.
Yeah. And now, you know, these starts go so fast, both in the America's Cup and the Congressional Cup.
It's a generational thing. They can't pay attention that long.
Well, I don't know what it is.
Just kidding.
I kind of liked it the old way, you know, because I remember sailing in the Douglas Cup when we sailed shields, and you had to watch the bow as much as the stern on those boats because they're so pointed on each end, and you could really pin a guy in a shields. So I remember winning the Douglas Cup here in 1973, which was college sailing's match racing championship.
Regardless of the vessel, it is a beautiful sport nonetheless, from the America's Cup right on down to junior sailing. And into the finish line, Taylor Canfield takes yet another point. He is still on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that'll move Taylor to 11 wins, just further extending his lead in this regatta. So after that, Flight 13, we move to Flight 14, and the scores stand now. The race is on for that fourth and final semifinal spot. Looks like second and third doing a nice job hanging on right now with Williams and Poole on 9 wins. Yanni Bernsen still on 7.5, but he's closely, the two Danes and the New Zealander are hot on his heels with 6 wins.
All right, well, we'll see who will make it happen in these final flights here, as all eyes point to the final 4, the semifinalists, and there's more action to come, more breeze to come as well here in Long Beach, California. We're going to take a very short break. Thanks for watching around the world and also here at the Belmont Pier in Long Beach. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day number 3 of the 57th Annual Congressional Cup. Once again, I'm Tucker Thompson, joined with Jeffrey Peterson and our good friend Dennis Durgan, local Congressional Cup sailor from many years ago, if you don't mind my saying, respectfully. He's won the event, and Jeffrey, I know that you have qualified for this event last year through the Ficker Cup. Didn't happen this year, and we're very grateful for that because we got you here and your insights and the commentary, and bring us up to speed on what we've seen so far as we look towards Flight 14.
Yeah, so coming into Flight 14 there, we had a little bit of a long break because the breeze has come up, and now we are in the jib. So as we look at the scores here on the screen, we see Ian Williams and Taylor Canfield both on 4 wins, as well as Chris Poole. So 3 teams so far undefeated in the second round robin as we go for Flight 14. Here, the breeze has come up, it's gone to the right, and we are now in the jibs. We've switched from the Genoas to the jibs, so the race committee making a little bit of a headsail change in anticipation of the breeze that is to come later today.
All right, let's go down into the pre-start. Flight 14 match number 1, Nick Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand against Harry Price. Have I got that right? Yeah, Potts is just in the foreground there, but he'll sail away as we zoom into the pre-start. 3:40 to go, both boats in the dial-up. And we've got Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand to windward, holding things up.
Yeah, so as you can see, both boats looking like they're pointed to the right now. As these gates come into picture here, you see the noses of the boats are pointed slightly further right, indicating that the breeze is going right in typical Long Beach fashion. The breeze is up and it's gone to the right side. Expect to see both boats fighting for that right-hand side after they break out of the dial-up.
Dennis, do you concur?
I concur with that. We've got lots of sheep in the field now, and definitely going to be on the right side as favored.
Okay, the right is right here in Long Beach as the action heats up. Big breeze, small jibs. 3 minutes to go. The dial-up is done. Ignat Johnson will lead Price. This is the trans-Tasman battle here between New Zealand and Australia, which goes back to the time when the Aussies were criminals. Just kidding. Yeah. That's how it first started. Then they won the America's Cup.
These two competitors are no strangers. They've done a ton of racing against each other in all sizes of boats, including these boats alone. So both of these guys, expect them to be pretty aggressive coming into the start. There is a little bit of a rivalry between these two teams, whether it's Aussie pride or Kiwi pride.
Great shot there on board with Nick Ignat Johnson. As he heads towards the Belmont Pier, just looking over his shoulder at both the boundary to the pier and also his opponent, sets up for a jibe.
Yeah, so I think Nick's going to come in here and looking for a circle here. It's 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go on the clock, but no, he holds straight, so indicating he wants to take the lead back, and we'll see if he gets his time on distance right here because he's got a lot of time to kill. They're not very far away from the line. Harry Price, you see, continuing to sail on port very far away, keeping the gauge out clear. And I think this is Harry's indication to us that he's looking for that right-hand side.
Dennis, do you concur?
I concur. He
just having a bit of fun
rather than jibing.
Having a bit of fun there.
So he's going to keep the gauge apart.
And you can see Harry continuing to keep his bow up clear. He doesn't want to get advanced over Nick Ignat Johnson's bow. So Nick, a little bit under pressure here. He's just got to be able to stomp and get clear. It is very nerve-wracking with that windward boat being so far up to windward because when they dive down, they're going to be with a ton of speed coming in for a hook.
Clock ticking down to 1:15. Here comes Harry Price. He's actually looking to go over the top, I think, of Ignat Johnson. Nope. He's going to dig down, go for the hook.
Yeah, so Harry sitting up high there is effectively baiting Nick up off the boundary. And Nick not really being very disciplined, not baiting it off too much. You see both boats now cycling out. You can see Harry Price roll into attack here, and he's going to set up with that wide right start. Now, it's important for Nick here as he sits on the ley line here. Harry's going to probably take another dive at him and push him down the ley line, looking to start to that right-hand side. And you see there he goes.
So Price likes the right. Nick Ignat Johnson just reels him in a little bit, wants to start tight to leeward. One more dig for the Aussies before I think it's time to go to the line.
They can't dig. Harry's gotten hooked up here, so you're going to see Nick come right up, throw a little bit of luff, and Harry under a little bit of pressure. Not a lot of distance to go in between him and the committee boat.
No, Price could get squeezed there, and a luff. If he tacks, he's going to get pinched between his opponent and the race committee boat. As the clock ticks down, it might be a down speed start for the Aussies. Meanwhile, the Kiwis are in control, and just as we say, here comes the down speed tack. There's the gun. Give the start to Nick Ignat Johnson.
Yeah, give the start to Nick Ignat Johnson, but Harry Price, favorable out on that right-hand side. So I'd expect to see Nick coming back pretty quickly here, and there he goes, because he doesn't want to give up too much leverage to that right-hand side.
So we got both boats heading off to the right-hand side. Which would you rather be, the one that started a little bit better to windward or the one that's got their bow forward to the right?
I think the one that's got their bow forward to the right looks better to my eye. I'm just worried about this barge coming through.
There they are.
Up to weather.
Upper left part of your screen. I think they'll hopefully avoid the top mark. If not, it'll be quite entertaining. Anyway, coming up on our next start, we head back down to the line. This will be Jeppe Bork entering from the starboard side, Emile Caillère from the left. This will be a good match because this is the two Danish teams that have made it in through the Ficker Cup. They've sailed against each other so many times. Well, maybe we'll head back into the starting line. Great overhead shot there of the pre-start. Yes. Look for a lot of maneuvering in this start. Both of the Danes know how to throw these boats around.
Yeah, battle for the Danish pride, and both of these teams are tied on points. So very important for these two teams as the tiebreaker goes forward in the second round robin. And like you said, expect the sparks to fly in this one.
Dennis Durgan, I know you haven't joined us the past 2 days, but these young Danes, both new to the Congressional Cup and the Catalina 37s, have been throwing the boats around like toys compared to the other competitors. It's impressive. As I say that, they stand still, as you know. This is the dial-up in the match race.
I agree. Just looking at the maneuvering right now, and it's tough, you know, without any lifelines on these boats. And, helmsmen are just throwing the boats around like crazy.
Yeah, both boats starting to go backwards here now and falling off onto port. Yeppe's got to keep clear here. Emil is the right-of-way boat as leeward boat, so Yeppe, you're going to see him flow the jib so he doesn't swing his bow, and he's just going to roll into a nice slow tack, but he has to be very careful to not cause any contact here. Boats are super close together, but Yeppe able to get over the top, and Emil now in a little bit of trouble because he's pretty slow. You see the bowman pulling the jib to the windward side, trying to get that bow to swing.
There was a flag. It's green. No blood, no foul. Good job for the umpires getting a workout today. Thanks to all the volunteer umpire crew. Russell Green, chief umpire, in charge of all the umpires in this match here. And the Congressional Cup, Dennis, as you know, pioneered on the water umpiring. Live calls in the match.
That's correct. Actually, the first umpiring that we had was in the mini maxis back in Newport, Rhode Island, and then they brought it out here to the Congressional Cup.
First in match racing.
In match racing.
Now it's a staple in the America's Cup as well.
Right. It's really become a nice deal because you don't have to spend hours and hours and hours waiting to get into the room and discuss everything.
Yeah.
Instantaneous calls.
And modern match racing, we'd spend more time in the protest room than out on the water if there weren't any umpiring. So major kudos to the umpires there.
Good for the fans, too, watching live off the Belmont Pier. And once again, thank you guys for joining us live on Facebook or YouTube. Tell your friends, send them the link. Follow the Congressional Cup. The action getting close here off of the pier. Minute 30 coming up.
A minute 30 to go, and Yeppe electing to take the lead here. Emil sailing over the top of him and tacking there, but he is going to be in a very advantageous bow forward position, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see Emil go over the top, but you see him swinging down inside. Yeppe right on that first boundary mark, and you're going to see him come down and just stomp on the brakes here, right on this boundary.
Now, if you want the right-hand side, as you guys have been saying, do you want to lead or push in these pre-starts in this breeze?
In theory, in the breeze with the right-hand favor, you want to push because you have the opportunity to swing up inside the other boat once you get close to the start line. But as a leader, if you do a really good job, you can also still take that right-hand side.
Explain how.
So here, when you see Yeppe Boards doing those big turns, right? But now he's got to be careful not to get overlap. But if he can manage to get Emil locked into windward where Emil's no longer able to swing his bow through, like right now, right, he will be able to take that right-hand side if he can shut him out from the boat.
So Bork looking to shut out Cayer to windward. The clock's ticking down, 30 seconds. Pretty much time on distance. It's ready to get going. I think Cayer, both boats are sliding a little bit. Are we going to see an opening for Cayer, or will Bork luff and close the door?
Now, Bork will luff and close the door. You see Emil already rolling right into attack, and now he's definitely under pressure. 17 seconds to go, and both boats are on port sailing away from the line. Emil can't tack, and he can't jibe. So Yeppe doing a fantastic job boxing him out there. You see 5 seconds to go, and Emil is going to be forced to follow Yeppe in through the stern. So a really, really job well done to Yeppe Bork.
I really like what Cayer did there, because a lesser match racer would probably just sit and get shut out until the leeward boat finally decides to go to the line. But Cayer tacking away early like that begs the question of Bork. Are you going to come with me, or are you going to go for the line? He came with him, but Cayer just waited for Bork to lead back, and he gets a little bit of a start out of that and immediately tacks. He's behind, but he's in the hunt.
Yeah, and he's got his breeze clear here. He's just barely nose ahead there, so it's a really good match racing move, and it's a telltale sign of a good match racer when they know that they've lost
Fake
and they
tack,
consolidate.
yeah.
And there's a fake tack, and Yeppe bought it, so that's a really good play by Emil there. Now I'm going to be able to sail cleanly out to that right-hand side.
Good call, Dennis?
Yeah, definitely gets them off their face. So now they're able to attack.
And now
The
both
other boat
boats,
is way down speed.
yeah, they're going to be out of phase here. Yeppe probably going to be able to get the cross, though, but now out of phase, and Emil's able to sail with his breeze clear for the rest of the race. Interestingly enough, though, and we'll let that match go as we come back to the start.
Likely both of them are going to be fighting for the right-hand side. This match, we'll watch what's going on with the breeze as they enter the pre-start. Match number 2, flight 15. Here is Yanni Bernsen, the orange crew gear in the foreground there. He's on starboard against Pearson Potts, the Swedes against the Americans into the dial-up. You can see the pin in that overhead shot. The whole game is shifted right down to the left side of the line. That makes it harder for the port boat, the left boat, to lure to Bernsen.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bernsen, you're going to see just go right over the top, and you're going to see Dave Hood back his jib and tack out onto port if he can do it, but he's a little slow. Yanni Bernsen with a lot of pace. Well, he's going to look to jibe around the stern of Dave Hood and try to get an overlap and send him head to wind again. But Dave really looking to try to get the boat going here, but he's not going to be able to do so.
Beautiful move. Yanni Bernsen, how impressive is that? Potential flag. What do you make of it?
I think that'll be a green flag. Both boats did exactly what was expected of them. Dave kept clear, but Yanni doing a really nice job of cycling out of that dial-up and putting Dave right back in the hurt locker.
Now, if you're watching us on Facebook, feel free to chime in. We'll be happy to answer any questions you might have, or we will make up the answer convincingly. Just kidding. We got plenty of talent here to answer pretty much any questions. And if you're in Long Beach and you're not at the Belmont Pier, what's wrong with you? Come on down. We're going to be here all weekend as the Congressional Cup continues into the match. 2:25 between Bernsen and Long Beach Yacht Club's representative Dave Hood. Hood jibes around in front. Both teams are still just above the starting line.
And Bernsen, you're going to see him keeping his bow clear, being able to swing up inside, preventing Dave from tacking there. So Yanni doing a very nice job just staying in control. He's not doing anything aggressive. He's just always staying in touch and keeping Dave to the left of the committee boat and above the start line with only 2 minutes to go. Dave's starting to hurt here a little bit.
Time to make something happen, Dave Hood. The Long Beach Yacht Club members are watching you. No pressure. It's only the Congressional Cup.
You see both boats very quickly stopping and starting to go backwards, especially with the jib backing back and forth. You can see the bowman leaning out either side, controlling the bow. The skipper is basically useless at this point until the boats start going backwards.
Well, the rudder is anyway, right?
Yeah.
The bowmen are using the jib, backing the jib to control the direction of the bow.
And Yanni even backing the boom a little bit to try to keep some pace back. And Yanni's looking to shift back on Dave a little bit, right? He doesn't want to be bow to bow. He doesn't want to be overlapped too aggressively with him. So looking to drop back and go backwards a little bit quicker.
Now, for the fans on the Belmont Pier, you can see some carnage going on in the race course with number 5. But we're going to stay with the pre-start here live on our television broadcast between Bernsen and Hood. Somebody's having a bit of trouble on the upwind leg. 45 seconds to go.
Man, and I'm a little surprised Dave's just been sitting here. He's now low of the pin lay line with 35 seconds to go. He's just been sitting there for so long. He should have been trying to go backwards or do something because now he's really on the ropes. Yanni Bernsen doesn't need to do anything special. He just needs to stay to right at Dave, and Dave's going to be in a world of hurt for this start.
Now Bernsen just shifting down to Dave Hood, so Hood cannot get a tack in. He's boxed below lay line for the pin. I don't think he's going to have enough momentum to luff up over that pin in the next 15 seconds, is he?
No, I don't think so, and he's going to try to go for it. He's going to have to be very careful not to hit the pin. Yanni Bernsen's going to be able to come in with a world of speed. 7 seconds to go.
Gosh.
Dave might even be over.
Dave Hood might get a start out of this. There's 2-1. There's the gun.
Yeah,
now Bernsen's up to full speed. He's going to roll over Dave Hood, but if Dave Hood can just luff up, the Bernsen's not going to let him tack.
No, you're not.
Has he hit the pin or has he made it? Is he clear?
Oh, it's close.
Oh.
Very close, but now he's going to have to roll into a downspeed tack. Yanni Bernsen going right on his face, and that's a tough look for the Long Beach hero there.
Well, it is, but I'll tell you what, to be able to creep up above that pin without hitting it so thin on lay line and get off the line is still impressive. Now at least he's tacked into a little bit of, well, that was clear. Another downspeed tack he's trying to get, again, out of phase with Yanni Bernsen so that he can get his air clear.
And you can see Yanni just going a few extra boat lengths, getting up to speed, so he's not doing any downspeed tacks, which is exactly what you want to do right off the line here. If you've got the gap that he does, you don't want to match him tack for tack right away, because if you blow one tack, you lose control. So Yanni just doing a really nice job sailing out, getting the boat fully up to speed before rolling into attack, and you can already see his gauge growing by the second.
All right, well, this is a great segue into our next match. You can see them right there in the foreground entering the pre-start. We're a little out of sync with that. We'll go back. Nice. Thank you. Pearson Potts and Taylor Canfield. That's Canfield on your right. Pearson Potts on port to the left. Canfield, a 5-time winner, the record holder. The most number of Crimson Blazers in the Congressional Cup and the reigning champion. It's just shifted up a little bit. Some windward gauge on Potts. What's the flag for?
Mike Buckley just throwing the flag there, so trying to see maybe a little port starboard, and there it is. Yes, Pearson Potts too slow to react in the dial-up. So when both boats come together, Potts did not avoid soon enough, And Taylor was able to get a nice, quick, easy penalty on him in the pre-start.
And I don't mean to say it like this, Dennis, because we don't want to come down on the young competitor, but that was an amateur mistake. Hold on one second. Let's listen.
So there you have it from the umpires. Boat number 2, Pearson Potts in the blue side, was not able to complete his tack before Taylor Canfield got to him on starboard. So picking up an early penalty and is still on the ropes here. Taylor cycling back, going for another round.
Perhaps a sign of experience?
Well, yes.
Or lack thereof?
You know, it's tough out there maneuvering with this much breeze and whatnot. So, you know, in the umpire's opinion, boat number 2 fouled.
Didn't complete their tack. And on to starboard. And
I'd expect Taylor to just speed build and extend here and do the same thing. Spider on a mirror for those who haven't heard it, but Taylor's going to sail away, wait for Pearson to attack, and he'll just roll into attack as well. And he's able to match him, everything that they do, so that way when they come back together, Taylor's still in control.
They're over the line, 2 minutes coming up. It's a bit like watching a lion play with its prey before it goes in for the kill. It's almost not fair. You see Canfield just having his way with Pearson Potts. I have to apologize. I know his parents are here watching, but you know what? There's a lot more action to come in this race. He's got 2 minutes to get out of this, and then 4 legs to outsail the 5-time Con Cup champion. Go Pearson.
And actually, Pearson's doing a good job right now. I think he's going to be able to escape here. Taylor Canfield getting a little bit too advanced, and if Pearson just waits for the right time and starts backing his jib right as Taylor goes, like he's doing now, he's going to be able to escape here, but he's got to get going quickly because Taylor's off to the races already. And a little bit of a slow acceleration for Potts and team. We'll see. Will Taylor go back for a 4th time?
Why not? He's got him up against the ropes, and he's got him over the line. Now, can he get his jibe in? It's Canfield on the right. Get on to starboard and wind Potts up one more time. The answer, yes.
It's okay. Pearson just needs to maintain his composure here. He's not in a world of hurt yet. Only a minute and 10 seconds ago. They're only 2 boat lengths above the line. He's just got to be a little bit quicker when Taylor Canfield eventually falls off because he is the windward boat. He's got to be able to snap right away, go with him, and be able to accelerate that boat quickly.
Here comes Canfield heading back for the line. 53 seconds to countdown. Come on, Potts, trim the sails in, get back down to the line. Is Canfield going to go back for one more dig as a starboard tacker? I think the answer is definitely.
40 seconds to go here, and I might even think as Pearson, after the second one, to be able to tack and just start sailing dead downwind, you're able to get below the line and you get a start out at the pin out of this one. So if you play your cards right, but Taylor only going in for a quick one this time. Pearson definitely going to be able to get out of this one alive. 23 seconds to go, though. He is going to be late to the start.
Canfield digging deep down towards the line. He's jibed on to starboard. So he's both a starboard tacker and has a leeward boat, and he'll dip below the line before his opponent, who he has given a penalty to.
Both boats are over. That was the gun. Taylor Canfield still not able to clear himself. And there you go. You see him hardening up on the wind. Pearson Potts still sailing downwind. I expect to see him roll into a jibe, clear himself.
And Canfield tacks.
Yeah. So Pearson needs to let out his main, get the boat accelerating. You're going downwind, brother.
Well, you have a penalty, you're over early, and you were going the wrong way with your opponent on the breeze. Other than that, a relatively good start, Dennis.
Yeah.
We're off.
We are off.
All right. Go Pearson.
That's right. We've seen people come back from worse deficits. Pearson will be looking for any shifts, maybe he can use some of the matches out in front of him to get in the way and cause some separation with Taylor, but Taylor just doing a nice job following him along.
So 4 matches in play, a 5th match we are on board with, and that is exciting. You're looking at the Long Beach Sailing Foundation boom of Ian Williams and crew, Gladstones of Long Beach, their sponsor. Thank you, John Sangmeister. On board with the starboard boat into the dial-up, it is Chris Poole to leeward on port to avoid. Now, both Ian Williams and Chris Poole have not started this regatta perfectly. So I think this could go to either one. However, Ian Williams has won the Match Racing Worlds only 6 times. That's a record. And I'm glad we're on board with him. We could learn a thing or two here. Into the dial-up.
Importantly enough, too, both boats are tied for 2nd place with 9 points. And see Ian Williams drilling down. What a great camera angle there.
Tacking now.
And he's going to roll into attack here.
This is awesome. I mean, look, you're getting dizzy being on this boat. The camera work is fantastic. Here comes the jibe. Williams back on starboard again, going for his opponent. Quick update, Harry Price won his match. We'll make a note of that.
Going to be tacking away again, tacking away.
He's crossed the line. Williams is doing the same thing that Canfield was doing. The starboard boat is strong in this breeze.
Yeah, and it's really hard for that blue boat to get up to speed because yellow's able to tack bear away, and just by the time you finish your tack as blue, yellow's already coming back, like you can see Ian Williams doing here. But Chris doing a nice job getting a little bit lower than him there. Right, maybe he might be able to get across the front of Ian Williams' nose, even winging the jib at this point. We'll see. I don't think he's going to be able to get there, though.
He hasn't got this, is he?
A little bit of a port starboard being set up. Dennis, you don't like it if you were Chris.
No.
Chris needs to be careful going out this way. The longer he sails down in this box, the more trouble he's going to be in. He's risking a lot trying to get that cross, and there you go. See him bailing out. And I'd expect to see both boats jive and roll straight into tacks. Or Ian Williams being able to come up inside even. Maybe can he prevent the tack? Yes, he can.
Going from bad to worse.
Probably straight back,
Cool, anyway.
Thin build. Tacking now.
Great shots to be able to go from completely overhead to zoom in on board.
We're going to get a port starboard here. Chris Poole maybe
Chris.
getting in a bit of trouble there.
Umpires might have a say in this one.
We'll see if he's doing everything he can.
I can hear the screaming from here.
Green flag.
No penalty.
Chris doing a good job keeping clear there.
All the way down, okay? On the way down, all the way
There's
down.
a look at the distance between the two boats. Not much in it as Williams tacks onto port again, keeping the starboard advantage to the right-hand side from his opponent. This time, Poole is able to get onto port. Remember, no penalty. There's enough distance there for Williams to go back at him. Do you think he will? Got it coming up on 1 minute.
I don't think he will. With only 1 minute to go, both boats are going to try to sail as fast as they can on port, shift themselves to the right of the line, and give themselves a bit more room to play with. Because I think right now, if Ian were to jibe, he wouldn't have a piece of Chris Poole.
Okay, and real quick, Dennis, upwind, left, right.
Still to the right.
Okay. Still fight for the right. Williams likes to lead in these starts. This one's going to be a little bit unusual. They're both on port rather than starboard. Tack back. Poole's going to tack tight to leeward of him. Into the lead position, going for the hook is Williams. Will he get it?
He might. Chris Poole's going to be slow out of there, but I'd expect to see Ian Williams just pick a time to swing up inside and lock down that right-hand side. And there he goes, right at the inside like I would expect to see. And I would expect probably a split start here because he's so tight on Chris Poole's hip.
20 seconds. Poole's got plenty of room down to leeward. He's going to get a good start out of this, but he will be to the left. When will Williams tack to take the right? Right now, he's just controlling the match.
It looks like he's creeping forward, but there he goes. Yep.
Racing tack, guys. Racing
5 seconds to the start. Williams will split on port. He'll luff just up over the signal boat.
Yeah, we're good.
Be a little bit tight there. There's the gun.
Do you want to go back?
And Gunderson just fine-tuning the jib trim here. Williams is going to roll right into attack and stay with Poole.
Yeah, and Chris Poole is just going to try to motor out on that left-hand side, but I think Ian's in a really nice spot. I don't think Chris Poole will be able to have attack and cross. And Ian Williams, when Chris Poole comes back, will just be able to lee bow and defend that right-hand side.
Awesome footage from on board. There's Ian.
And you can see Chris Poole coming into attack. Both boats bow to bow. Will Chris Poole go for a duck? Ian Williams main easing. Maybe a little bit of a dial down. Yes, it is. He's just going to roll with some speed right up on Chris Poole's hip and roll right into attack.
Yeah, I got it. Sorry, my bad there.
We've actually got audio from the umpire in this match, too. This is great. On-board footage, audio from the umpires.
Your call, Sid.
Breeze is up. Exciting action. Crowd building here on the Belmont Pier. Thanks to all of you for joining us. Live in Long Beach or online. You can message us on Facebook. We're going to be live on Facebook through Saturday and also on YouTube. Invite your friends to join us. We're on board with 6-time match racing world champion Ian Williams. Top of your screen. This is the umpire calling Williams.
Holding.
On starboard.
Holding. Stand by for bow to bow.
Tacking now.
Never got there.
1, tacking now.
So no collision there. Never able to get a piece, and it's a strong lead bow for Poole. Williams going back.
Yeah, Chris Poole looks like he's gaining out of these tacks a little bit, just ever so slightly creeping forward on Ian Williams. He's going to have a ways to go before he can get across his bow, but Ian Williams is trying to protect that right-hand side. He's obviously got the starboard card, so he still is advantaged until Chris Poole can get across his bow.
Let's just jump to the finish line real quick to update you on the scores. That is Jeppe Bork taking a very valuable point in his match over his countryman Emil Kayer.
Yeah, so he'll be stoked with that win, and Emil will be kicking himself over that one. That's an important tiebreaker to win as these two teams fight for the last spot in the semifinals.
Plus, in a tiebreaker, Bork will have the advantage by beating him in the last race.
Back in our feature match, Ian Williams, left of your screen, down low. He's got the starboard advantage when the two teams reconnect. But Poole's looking really good.
Yeah, the fact that Ian Williams hasn't gone back already and Chris Poole was able to sail and tack, maybe Chris Poole's a little worried about that right-hand shift, and Ian, noticing that he's losing a little bit, looking for a bit more righty to go back with him with.
It's interesting, two modes. You've got a higher traveler and tighter sail trim and more heel angle on Poole to the left. You've got a traveler down, bow down mode for Ian Williams, looking to just gain more leverage and separation to the right-hand side, waiting for that shift to come in.
And you can see the front of the jib just bubbling there, and he looks a little bit down, as you can see right on the team there. What a great shot on board. Ian Williams working really hard to drive that boat fast.
And the crew, to be fair.
Yeah, all the boys up on the rail hiking, wait in the back of the bus. They don't look too worried. They look pretty confident. You can see the other matches coming downwind. That could come into play as we join the downwind battle between Taylor Canfield and Dave Hood. Canfield leads.
Bernsen.
Oh, sorry, Bernsen.
In that grand spinnaker.
Yeah, Bernsen leading Dave Hood just by a little bit there.
That's the Williams match. Yeah, let's have a look. Port starboard, close. Poole is going to put another strong lee bow in front of Ian Williams, who still has a little piece of him on starboard. Yeah, but Poole's gaining.
Yeah, Ian Williams definitely losing here. So maybe a little bit, still early afternoon. That left side still has something to give. Ian Williams coming right back, and I like that move.
Well, that tells you that left side is paying off a little bit because he wants to go thin on Chris's hip, not give him any more leverage to the left, I would think. Now, this is going to be an important one.
Want to get a piece from here? Ready to flag him? Hey!
Poole is gaining a couple feet with every transaction. If he keeps this up, eventually do you think he's going to get one across?
It's
I like that.
Interesting Simo there. They must be really close to the ley line at the mark. Chris Poole trying to prevent Ian Williams from tacking now. If Ian Williams were to tack, he'd get a penalty for tacking too close. So Chris Poole with a little bit of an aggressive move here, and Ian Williams going to look to try to saw him off as quickly as possible before they get to that ley line. And you can see him already closing the gauge between the two boats. Chris Poole starting to slip into Ian, but he's going bow forward.
Pretty happy if we can actually hoist.
Williams squeezing up.
You know what I mean?
Trying to close gauge on Poole, trying to force the tack so that he can get to the mark. Now bow forward on his opponent. See the crew getting ready for the spinnaker set a little bit early on board. There's a little bit of an unforced error there. They went to hoist the inboard end.
Yeah, I know he can swing easy.
A little bit of spinnaker higher went with it.
So they're high of the mark, so Chris Poole going right away there because they were on the ley line. So Ian Williams just trying to stay high of this mark and try to gain a little bit of separation on Chris Poole. He's not hoisting yet because he doesn't want Chris right on his stern.
Go hoist!
Which he is. The game is on downwind. Chris Poole's done a nice job to keep it very close to the 6-time world champion. As both kites go up, Poole digs deep.
But Chris has a whiny in his kite.
And it's out, but not before he lost probably 5 or 6 feet, Dennis, with that hourglass.
Probably a quarter of a boat length.
Yep.
Yeah, which is not too costly in this situation. Chris Poole is still going to be able to affect the air of Ian Williams' kite. As you can see it start to flutter there, and he's going to start to surge forward. It'll be interesting to see what Ian Williams decides to do. Goes for the jibe, and I expect Chris Poole to cross over his stern and jibe in the quarter wake, just past the quarter wake of Ian Williams. He's going to try to put him in downwind jail here.
He's got got to gain at least 3/4 of a length in order to do that, to pin Williams from jibing. Williams is pretty clear at this point.
Yeah, and
almost looks like there's a little bit of a lefty up there.
yeah, and that lefty's going to help Ian Williams out there. His only worry is if he jibes before the lay lines to the gates, and then Chris Poole would be able to lock him out if he were to gain. But it looks like both boats coming right into the gate, kicking field goals, as we like to say, as they point both in the middle of the gate. So Ian Williams doing a nice job, and I think the crossover by Chris Poole in this situation is a little bit of a concession. I think he could have gone for the more aggressive play considering where they were on the lay line.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because now he's not on his breeze. He's sitting in the quarter wake of Ian Williams, which is hard to gain an advantage on, and Ian Williams is breathing clear. So he's not going to be able to gain on this run, but he won't lose either.
Remember, only the top 4 move on into the semifinals. The other 6 will be out after the round robin is complete. Williams is looking pretty comfortable. Actually, so is Poole. They're tied right now on points. So this is an important match for both teams.
As you can see, yeah, both boats pointed right in the middle of the gate. So Ian Williams doing a brilliant job jiving right on the lay line. Chris Poole, a little bit of a mistake by there, not realizing that Ian Williams was below the lay line, and so electing to cross over cost him a little bit there. He could have had an opportunity to pass Ian Williams on this run.
So the delta less than 1 boat length. Both teams head for the leeward gate, likely to be rounding the right one, Dennis, to head to protect the right, if you were Ian Williams?
Probably depends on what the crew has set up.
Now, as I say that, you can see in the background there that signal boat is changing the course to the left. So the lefty that you saw is holding on the entire race course, and the race committee's picked up on it. So Williams will go to the left-hand mark, right of your screen, but left on the race course.
Yeah, both boats having a really nice clean rounding. Chris Poole a little bit late on the jib, and so if that lefty is true, I think advantage to Ian Williams here, but not much in this race as both boats begin to split.
Poole's got someone off the rail, just kind of cleaning things up, so not quite settled in the way Williams is. Calm, cool, and collected on board as he tells the crew, we're tacking. Stay with Poole.
And he looks pretty strong up there in that position. We'll see. Now we get the reverse of last upwind. Ian Williams is now on the left. Chris Poole is on the right. Will Ian be able to get across on port?
Well, he's got a solid boat length to do it with. But as you say, port tack, the disadvantage tack under the rules. He'll have to give way if Poole can get any little bit of righty. You know, with a big lefty like this, statistically, Dennis, it's likely to go back to the right, tick back again, right, at some point. Question is when.
Right. It will go back to the right. It's just when. So but the race committee decided to move the mark to the left a little bit.
Matt Cornwall, Andrew Escort, John Gunderson, Steve Mitchell, Richard Sydenham, all on board the Gladstone's Long Beach team with Ian Williams comfortable at the helm. Matt Cornwall on the bow there in blue, farthest right. Nickname is Cat Flap.
And Chris Poole has tacked on to starboard here as the boats come together for the first time on the second upwind.
Holding. Stand by for bow to bow.
That's Ian Williams's
Bow to bow.
umpire.
Now.
Williams across.
And I'd expect to see Ian roll straight into attack as he does, and Chris Poole should do the same. Both boats will split again for a little bit.
So Ian Williams in charge halfway through this match as we head to the top mark for the second time. Poole is close though. But if the breeze stays in this left phase, Poole's going to not have many options. If it goes back to the right, we'll see a little bit more jibing downwind. Two teams converging again. That is Poole on your right on starboard, Williams crossing on port. That Club 100 Spinnaker there, it's got a close match. Maybe we can look at them as they go downwind.
Yeah, those boats are coming to the finish, and one of them has a penalty. It'll be an aggressive thing, but we're going to stay with the Williams-Chris Poole match.
Okay, who have we got coming into the finish? Let's switch real quick. That is boat number 9, Delure, just trying, Taylor Canfield trying to hold off
Pearson Potts, but Pearson Potts
Potts
still has that penalty. So he was able to reel in the 5-time champ, but he's still got a penalty. As these boats come into the finish, I don't think he's going to be able to clear it in time.
That's tough for Pearson Potts, because I think if that penalty wasn't there, that would be an impressive comeback against Taylor Canfield. Just didn't have that penalty. That could have gone the other way. Good job for Canfield. Wins it by inches as we go back upwind between Ian Williams and Chris Poole. Back on board with Williams from the right on starboard.
Yeah. Ian Williams now on the right, looking to try to hook into a bit of a righty here, as he's just shy of ley line. So he's going to be looking to try to beat Chris Poole to the mark here. As Chris Poole, you can't see him, but he's off to the left of the screen here, just flopped over onto port as these boats come bow to bow again. You can see the weather mark upwind of Ian Williams, about 2 lengths shy of the ley line.
On board with Williams. Taking a quick check below his boom.
Really? Copy. We'll go straight then.
So as a rules standpoint here, Ian Williams did not lay the zone, so he's not entitled to mark room.
Quite a good lead
And
here.
will not yet, at least. So the first boat to make the zone, and it looks like Ian Williams has found a nice righty and put some distance on Chris Poole there.
Yeah, probably another length as we roll into the last Spinnaker set.
Stand by.
Williams' crew will be a little bit more under pressure because they're going to have to tack and then immediately roll into prepping for the hoist. Meanwhile, here comes Poole with pace from behind, but that hurt right there.
And
Clear
you're gonna
one
want
length.
to, yeah, you're gonna want to see there's no overlap, and you're gonna see Chris Poole try to not get overlapped. He wants to keep his bow clear so that when Ian Williams sets, he's gonna look to set inside and low of him, prevent Ian Williams from driving as both boats go, turn down. It's a battle of the crews. Who can do a better set?
Why not just roll into an immediate jibe right around that mark there if you're Chris Poole?
See, if you're Chris Poole and you roll into an immediate jibe, you let Ian Williams sail free, and then when you come back together, he'll have a starboard card. So it's not advantageous to jibe early. A little bit of a bad set by Chris Poole, but still very manageable as both boats only separated by half a boat length.
Can we lay
You
down?
also lose
Can
some
we lay
speed
down?
when you do
Can we
a
lay down?
jibe set.
Because if Chris Poole jibes early there, Ian Williams will match it, and he'll be pinned out way above the ley line, and he'll get stuck in downwind jail. As both boats roll into a jibe.
Simul jibes.
And I like it. Chris Poole simoing this time, but he is high of the ley line, so he's going to look to get this roll done soon. But Ian Williams, that's his classic strategy, isn't it?
Yep. Yep.
Like this, okay? Where's he?
He's
What's
not
he
going to play
doing?
that cat and mouse game. If
Okay,
Poole's going to try and jibe on his breeze, he'll simply just jibe away, clear air, keep the pace on, and the starboard card.
Okay, this is gonna.
Yeah, so I like that move. We've seen Ian Williams do this a lot. He will jibe and force the other boat to simo jibe, jibe hot, and then he'll just jibe away. He's like, I don't want to play this game. I'll go fast. I'll try to beat you in a straight line. And I'll see Chris Poole. Chris Poole's going to come back and look to jump right on his breeze again.
There's no bias though, is there? No, yeah.
View from on board Williams' boat. There's
We're gonna
Poole
take this side, I still think. Do you agree?
setting up for a jibe on top of
No
Williams'
pole jibe.
breeze.
You can see Ian Williams
Step
just
right.
roll straight into a jibe right after this.
Yep. There he goes.
Up, press up, big press
I
up.
really-
This to the finish.
I really like this play by
Jibe is-
Ian Williams because not only that, but it also protects him from the starboard card. And he goes back really quick, so not taking a long time there. He doesn't want to separate too much from Poole, as Poole could get an advantageous shift or pressure.
You know what else he's done? We've seen Williams do this before. He's just done a double jibe real quick. So as soon as Poole swings his bow through for that next jibe, Williams goes bow up really hard
Just gonna jibe, no
and
pole
breaks his
jibe.
air
Just
clean
throw
through
the
the other side.
Yeah, he
To
wasn't.
try to reach to the finish.
Yeah, he wasn't able to clear his breeze that time, so driving back onto port, and then you'll see him just kind of, just kite a little unsteady there. The pole didn't get tripped away, so he's just taking a little step down, trying to clear his breeze, but it's making it harder on the trimmer to keep that kite full.
Let that ride off, Andy. I think that's the problem. No, what's the problem?
Like that move. Leaving the pole to leeward, Dennis. So he can flop right back on a hot angle and reach up to get his air clear when he finally chooses to go to the finish. Leave the pole to leeward.
I can't tell if the pole's connected or.
No, it is. It is.
Is it?
Yeah.
We're just gonna jibe and
And you
stay
can
deep,
see the
stand
human
by.
guy there, one of Ian
That
Williams'
is-
crews,
that is
just
a-
keeping a hand on it, keeping
do
it
it.
stable, and Ian Williams now just going to be able to jive. And Chris Poole a little bit further back than I'd like to be here, trying to come into the finish.
We're staying
I
down.
don't think he's going to be able to roll. He's a bit far back for this one.
He's on us.
Poole's
Square
bow
back,
coming
you can.
down to soak on top of Williams, who's going to shoot up aggressively at some point. We're within about 8 lengths to the finish. Here comes Williams. Bow going forward. Poole's going to go up a little bit higher, trying to affect the Seven Angels spinnaker of Ian Williams and roll him to the finish. I'm pretty sure
Oh,
Ian
there's the
Williams
collapse.
Come up.
is not going to let that happen, so here
Hold
comes the
forward,
luff.
dig forward.
Boats are overlap. Chris Poole looking to go over the top. Ian Williams just has to hold on for a little bit longer. Look at him, cool as a cucumber.
Sorry.
But it's going to be close.
Gotta get
Yeah,
close to
really close. Chris Poole coming on from behind. Williams goes inside at the signal boat and just squeaks his
Photo
bow down
finish.
to win it.
Well done. Never in doubt.
Impressive victory for Ian Williams
Good race,
over
guys,
Chris
good
Poole.
race.
Not
There's the
by
win.
Did it,
much.
No, I give Poole a lot of credit there. He boxed Williams into this lower right-hand corner, and Williams really had to fight for it to stay ahead.
That was a
2 or
great-
3 more lengths in that race, it could have been different.
Oh, I think one more length and Chris Poole would have had it. He was surging forward with so much pace, so really good job to him. But Ian Williams takes the win, moves on to 10 wins out of the 2 round robins. Chris Poole still on 9, so Ian Williams has now got that tiebreaker later on.
Sure.
That was awesome.
Yeah,
That was
we can
awesome.
do it whenever
If
like.
you had to pick a feature match to be on board with the umpire audio and with the onboard footage, that was definitely the one. Excitement
Okay,
heating
so
up
no
here in
drama.
Long Beach,
All
California.
good with the
10 of the
boat?
top
No
match
yellow,
racing
no
teams in the
help,
world.
help,
Only
please.
4 will
Help
move
flag,
on
please.
into the semifinals.
Just-
We will determine who they are this afternoon if
Andy,
the
do you
breeze
wanna
stays
be
up,
radio
which I'm
in
sure it
this
will.
time?
We're going to take a 90-second break.
Mini boat, 6. Just cool.
No, actually, we're not. We're going to go down on the water with Ian Williams.
Make sure the L goes out
On
within
board.
2 minutes, so.
Just a moment. This is a good shout out to our production crew. We've got drones in the air. We've got footage coming off the Belmont Pier here, and a camera person live with Ian Williams after that win. Here we go.
What was going on in my head? Well, it was a really nice race for Gladstone's Long Beach. We felt like we controlled it all the way through, but Chris Poole and his team did a great job right at the end there and came on really strong. Got a little tight. I think we only won it by 2 or 3 feet in the end. So a little bit to learn from that and how to defend on the last run. But overall, I thought we sailed pretty smooth and pretty fast. So I was really happy with the way the team sailed.
Very cool. All right, Ian Williams looking pretty relaxed after that win of what, 2 feet, maybe 3 at most. It was a lot closer and more nerve-wracking than I think he let on.
Oh, even in the race, you could see the camera panned back to his head, and he was just straight-faced. No worries at all. The 6-time world champ showing his poise in a tight race. He's been there before. It's just another day in the office for Ian Williams.
Well done, Ian Williams. We've only got a couple minutes to go before we jump back into the next flight. We're going to take a very short break. Stay with us. Don't go anywhere. Okay, welcome back, folks around the world watching on Facebook and YouTube and live here at the Belmont Pier. Once again, I'm Tucker Thompson with Jeffrey Peterson and Dennis Durgan. We are 2 minutes, 22 seconds to go into the first match, the pre-start rather, the first match of Flight 15. Only 4 more flights left in the qualifying round to determine who are the top 4 moving into the semifinals. You are looking at Dave Hood and Jeppe Bork. Bork is in boat number 1. He's in the right-hand side and holding Dave Hood up above the line.
Yeah, both boats falling off onto port. And this is a very important match for Jeppe Bork here. He sits on 7 wins right now. Only a win and a half back on Yanni Bernsen as we come 4 more races to go to determine who will be in the semifinals.
And thank you, Dennis. You just mentioned that someone.
Yeah, Hood has a penalty.
So Hood got a penalty with 1:30 to go. Both boats sailing on port here. So Dave Hood, a little bit of a mistake in the early on in the dial up there. I think it was a windward leeward, and we're getting a nod from umpire. So it was a windward leeward. Dave failing to keep clear. So a bit of a mistake from the Long Beach hero.
Thank you, Colleen Cook, our resident umpire here in the booth. She drew the short straw. You know, she wants to be out there amongst it all with the sailors, instead stuck up here with the commentators.
1:10 to go. So Dave Hood, if he goes into the push here, he could be running it a little bit late. Jeppe Bork just sitting right on the boundary, doing a nice job.
Hood hooks up to windward of his opponent. There's enough room to swing. We're less than a minute to go. Jeppe Bork keeping in front of his opponent.
I think Dave Hood's in a little bit of trouble here. 40 seconds to go.
Hood's got to start digging Boris down towards this line. Go for the hook.
Yeah, but he doesn't have too many more digs left before he just ends up being straight up late. He needs to be pushing much more aggressively here.
Right? I mean, it's time to go for the line.
Yeah, he needs to get going. Jeppe Bork just doing a really nice job sitting right on the ley line, throwing his dirty air onto Dave Hood. 18 seconds to go, and Dave Hood has chunked this one up a little bit, unfortunately.
Bork right on his bow. Time on distance is perfect. He's just going to shave to lure to the signal boat. Maybe a second or two early. That might open the door a tiny bit for Hood, but not enough. He'll be tight behind.
There's the gun, and it is a crush start for Jeppe Bork. You'll look to see Dave Hood go roll right into attack and Jeppe to match almost immediately.
Looks like the wind is a little bit right up the course.
So that was time on distance there, right? Dave electing to tack into the push early on in the pre-start at about 1:10 seconds. He should have been jibing, going straight for the line because these boats are able to kill so much time as the lead boat. I mean, we've seen 2 minutes be scrubbed before in these pre-starts. So a really nice job to the Danes, and Dave's looking to catch back up as they ensue in an intense tacking duel.
That's Hood to your left of screen. Jeppe Bork letting him go a little bit now, shifting over to the right-hand side, which, as Dennis says, is not only favored, but it gives him starboard tack advantage, and he's taking a gain of about 2 boat lengths as he settles in to windward of Dave Hood. And there's Yanni Bernsen in the foreground heading into his pre-start. He's entering on starboard. Bernsen is facing Pearson Potts, Sweden against USA. That was the 4-minute mark into the entry.
Yeah, Bernsen just looking to put another win on the board here. Pearson could have a little bit of an upset. You know, maybe he takes a win off him, could put Yanni in a bit of jeopardy in terms of the overall points. So Pearson looking to continue to put wins on the board. Yanni Bernsen looking to seal this one in.
Meanwhile, that's our upwind match that we just saw starting. And now back into the pre-start. The dial up, Bernsen to windward. Potts as a leeward boat. He's got rights under the rules, but he can't do anything. Bernsen pinning him to windward there. Effectively, the game is even as the clock ticks down.
And you see Bernsen just backing his boom a little bit. He got a little bit too advanced, carried a bit too much speed into that dial-up, so looking to try to drop back and maintain a bit of a stronger control over Pearson Potts. And Pearson had a bit of a tough one against Taylor Canfield in the last flight, but is looking to try to be a bit more aggressive there as he falls over onto port early. But will there be contact? Yanni Bernsen not pulling it in, yet leeward boat. And there's definite contact there.
Let's bring Colleen in on this one. She's got a radio direct to the umpires.
White flag's flying. I'd expect that to be a penalty on Pearson Potts, and it is a blue flag penalty. Yeah, so that's windward leeward there. So Pearson Potts getting a little overzealous, backing the jib early onto port and just sliding in. Yanni Bernsen doing a really nice job. not sheeting in his sails and just letting Pearson drift into him.
Well, it's happening a little bit here. Here's the deal. You've got someone who sailed this boat, this Con Cup event 13 times versus
gonna happen
Potts,
again?
who has only sailed once. So
It's
here
gonna
comes
happen
another
again.
collision. In fact, the crew are fending off to prevent damage, but not prevent another flag. A second blue is going to go up from the umpires for Potts. He'll have to spin immediately after the start.
So Potts
blue
there, the
flags.
bowman was looking for the swing, but he should have been backing the jib out to the starboard side to get the boat to turn away from him there. So a bit of a mistake from Pearson and team, but it's not over yet.
Welcome to the Congressional Cup, says Yanni Bernsen as he accelerates away after slapping not one but two blue flag penalties on his opponent, Pearson Potts. Now they'll head over to the Belmont Pier. Enough time for one maneuver maybe, and then a final approach to the line. And we've seen most of these boats, Dennis, fighting for the right-hand side.
So we'll see if Pearson decides to be a bit more aggressive or not in this start. He does have a penalty that he has to take right away out of the start, and I'd expect him to lead the jibe here the way he's looking to set up. 1:25 to go. Both boats still on port, heading to the boundary as Yanni Bernsen rolls into a jibe, and Pearson Potts getting across his nose. Yes, he is. Okay, so I like that move from Pearson. Let's see what he can do.
Really nice camera work there, too, as well. This is getting exciting. The best seat in the house, the Belmont Pier, as these two teams fishtail just to lure to the signal boat with 1 minute to go. They're early. Time to kill, Dennis. At least 20 seconds.
Doing the crazy Ivans here.
I'd expect to see Yanni Bernsen just try to stay clear, right? He doesn't need to do anything aggressive. Pearson's going to have to take a penalty right after this start, so he's looking to just lock in, get a good start here, time on distance, and that he has done. 40 seconds to go. Both boats still early. Yanni Bernsen is locked up to windward, but I don't think Pearson can get there.
Nope. Pearson's got the pedal down. He's going to go for a little luff just to close gauge, but as you say, he's not going to get up to Bernsen to affect him in any way. Bernsen's also going to luff up and keep as much room between he and his opponent to leeward as he can. 20 seconds to count down. A relatively even start for both boats, except for the fact that Potts has not one but two penalties.
And that's just a great drone shot there. You can draw the line from the black and yellow flag on the committee boat to that ball in the water. As you can see the time clicking down. Both boats just piercing the line, doing a nice job. Yanni Bernsen coming in with a lot of speed. And Pearson having to take that penalty right away. And you'll see Yanni Bernsen tack just to make it even hurt a little bit more for Pearson Potts.
On top of his breeze, on port. Potts will come into the frame to the left-hand side, well behind.
But Pearson, last time against Taylor Canfield, managed to run the five-time champ down. Can he do it again? We shall see.
Fails to keep clear. Penalty blue. And in a repeat of the same, Pearson Potts for the second failed to keep clear and received a second penalty. He's now taken one penalty and has one remaining.
All right, thank you, umpires. Failing to keep clear as a windward boat twice.
Yeah, just losing his bow through the wind. It's really hard once the bow kind of drifts past head to wind. It gets blown from one side to the other. So Pearson just getting caught out with that as we join the next pre-start.
Taylor Canfield from the right, Chris Poole from the left. Both U.S. teams, both seasoned match racers. Only one has won the Crimson Blazer 5 times. That's Taylor Canfield in the foreground here. Chris Poole looking to best his last score of a 4th place in the Congressional Cup. As we roll into the dial-up, Poole avoiding. Taylor going for that big swing down low behind, and now he'll luff up to the right of Poole.
And this is an important race. Taylor Canfield sits on 12 wins, Chris Poole on 9, but notably enough, Chris Poole was the only person to beat Taylor Canfield on day 1 of the Congressional Cup. So looking to see if he can lock down 2 wins and maybe cause a bit of a tie-breaking situation later on.
I'm going to go with Poole in this one. I don't know why. I just have a feeling.
You got a feeling? Well, in that case, I'll go with the 5-time champ.
Easy choice. You can be the tiebreaker, Dennis.
The race committee just announced that this race is going to go to the green weather mark.
Thank you.
There's a little bit of a change of course on the signal boat.
That
Right-hand
green
shift.
mark is very far to the right compared to where the previous marks are. So race committee acknowledging quite a big right-hander as this start comes together. 2:45 to go, and Chris Poole still in the dial-up.
He's starting to sheet things in a little bit, or he was.
Well, he's got to be careful. There's the pin right behind him. He doesn't want to hit it. You can't see it, but it's about a foot off of his stern right now.
Look to the left, just behind Poole's transom. You'll see the pin. There it is. He doesn't want to run into that.
Doesn't want to hit it, so he's going to shoot on and sail a little bit. Taylor just doing a nice job, but I think he might have opened up a little too much gauge.
Well, he can always just swing in, build pace, tack away, and go back at him. That's exactly what I think he's doing here. Poole has enough flow over his rudder to tack immediately. Nice move.
Yeah, now Chris Poole is looking at, I see him shifting down, aiming low of Taylor Canfield's line there to try to prevent the jibe. So Taylor Canfield might not be able to get a jibe off, a little bit under pressure as we got 2 minutes to go, both boats sailing on port into the playground.
Chris Poole trailing, chasing Canfield. Minute 50 to go. Belmont Pier in front of them. Both boats approaching the starting line from above. Now, if we know that there's a solid right-hand shift, the boats will be favoring the right. The breeze this afternoon. When it's up like this, we've seen, as you mentioned, given the choice, you'd want to trail, push into the line, right? And so Poole shifts over. Nope. Fishtailing here. Canfield still leading, and Poole electing to stay behind and push him towards the pier.
That little move by Taylor Canfield was just to see if Chris Poole was going to take the bait and get him locked up to windward, but it also kills a lot of time now. But Chris Poole, interestingly enough, set into leeward, but decides not to take the lead. So Taylor Canfield jives with 1:05 to go.
Canfield wants to lead. Poole will shift up to the right.
And I like this move, except for the fact that Taylor Canfield's going to sit right on this ley line. So Chris Poole's got a bid on to push Taylor down the line and get a right-hand start out of this.
55 seconds, Canfield looking strong. Poole looking to close gauge, get a hook, push the 5-time Crimson Blazer winner down the line to get a start out of this to the right of his opponent. 44 seconds and counting. Poole's got about 8 feet between the two teams.
Yeah, it's too early for Chris to get locked up to windward yet, so you see him just continuing to sail. He's going to go for one more dive, and as soon as Taylor turned down, Chris Poole's going to turn up. But Taylor not taking the bait, so Chris continuing to push down. But that gives Taylor being very disciplined there, getting a nice tight to leeward, and I expect to see Chris roll into attack.
Chris tried to push Taylor down as far as he could so that when he tacks onto port, he'll have enough room to get up over the signal boat. 10 seconds to go. Canfield going for the line. Very tight to leeward. Poole has to tack. Here it comes. Canfield goes with him. Directly to windward. Here's the gun.
Now the interesting thing will be, can Chris Poole get over the committee boat? If he has to luff up any bit, Taylor Canfield's going to be able to power down over his nose.
Got it. I think Chris Poole's got a start out of this. Getting over the top of the signal boat, just squeezing up there. Does he have to slow down? No, and he's bow forward to the right of his opponent. Canfield is a little bit farther to windward, but we've got a match on our hands here, folks.
Yeah, that was.
Canfield's got the pedal down.
Yeah,
he's trying to get over his bow.
Yeah, you can see just ever so slightly Taylor Canfield is creeping forward, but he's got to be careful not to close too much gauge as the wind of Chris Poole's sail will start to affect him.
Crews hiking as hard as they can to flatten these boats out. The leeward boat, Chris Poole trying, as you say, to affect the boat to windward. That's going to be the match to watch as they head upwind.
Taylor, he's got 7 people on board compared to Chris Poole's 6, and he just looks a little bit flatter upwind. Chris Poole a little bit more heeled over, maybe losing a bit of gauges, but these boats slip sideways.
Yep. Should point out that the weight is the same on all the crews, but you can sail with 6 or 7. Panning to the left and back to the start, Ian Williams again. He'll enter from the starboard side. Boat number 6 against Harry Price from Australia. Number 7, Price, to be fair, has not won his share of these starts, and now he's got the best 6-time match racing world champion and 4-time Con Cup winner.
So Ian Williams there electing to do a fake dial-up, just letting Harry Price sail over the top, and you may think, oh, that's really good for Price, but now he is under pressure. So a little bit of a very good move here for Ian Williams as long as he can stay in to leeward of Harry Price. But Ian Williams electing to split the committee boat. And will Harry Price try to jibe at him?
Dennis, I'm going to ask you to just keep an eye on that far left match while we stay here in the pre-start and tell us how Poole does out to that right-hand side in Canfield. Meanwhile, 3 minutes coming up in our feature match here.
And so a lot of time to kill for these two teams. Ian Williams going for the fake dial there gives a lot of time for both teams to play in the playground. You see boats getting in the way. There's the breakdown boat there in the middle. The teams can use these boats as picks or ways to scrub off their competitors, and you'll see Harry Price doing that right now as he uses that rib, the Gladstone's Long Beach rib, to scrape off Ian Williams.
Williams had dinner with John Sengmeister of Gladstone's last night at his house.
It was a good dinner. I was there too.
There you go.
2:30 to go. Harry Price tacking around, and Ian Williams just going to roll into a casual jibe. And I'd expect to see, and you can see the match in the background, still going out to that right-hand side. So Taylor just pushing Poole all the way out there.
Poole's doing a good job.
He's doing a good job, but I think Taylor is very advantaged in this position as both boats get another header, and they're definitely past the lay line now. So,
well, once they tack, that's when it's going to hurt Poole.
Yep.
Back in our match here, you're looking at Price. Jiving to the right of his opponent, just off to the side of the Belmont Pier, and there is Williams. Williams doing what he always likes to do, lead back to the start. That is his go-to move.
And remember, these two teams are going to the green mark, which is the farthest right mark on the course. So you'd best believe both of them are fighting hard for that right side. And we'll see if Taylor or Harry has fixed his time on distance problem. He's had a bit of issues recently in a couple races here, so we'll see if he's done a better job this time.
Here's my advice. If Williams is heading for the start, Harry, you better do the same.
There you go, Harry getting in a little piece of leeward here. Maybe a bit of overlap.
1:20 to go. Williams exactly where he likes to be, just below the signal boat. He needs to slow down a little bit. He's got his eyes on Price's bow. Doesn't want the hook. Look for him to swing up right about now, I would say. Time to go up for the line. Whoa, close right there. Williams could have put himself in a windward position there. We might have a penalty on the world champion. I'm guessing. Nope, green flag. Williams gets away with it.
See, but that last dig by
that.
Harry could put him in a bit of trouble there. Instead of going for the position, he went for the penalty, and he's going to have to tack to get back up to this line. And if Ian Williams does a good job, he can prevent Harry from starting.
Which is a scene we've seen before. Come on, Harry, get out of phase with Williams and get up to the line. Well, you've only got 35 seconds.
Oh.
Another luff. He's being very aggressive.
Well, he's hurting there. Big luff.
I wonder how close the gauge is between the two boats because Price has the rights under the rules, and it's going to be a yellow flag against Ian Williams. Nice job, Harry Price. So another flag there, another luff, another question of the umpires, and the answer, folks, that one's a green.
Yeah, but still, Harry Price is still not going to have a very good start of this one. Ian Williams just going to be able to sit there. Harry trying to do everything he can to get Ian to let go as both boats luff on port, not making the line.
There goes Williams finally tacking. Once Price's bow is committed to the right, Williams tacks, turns to the left, heads for the line. Another green flag. That was the gun. Williams heads upwind. Price finally tacks around and trails, but Williams has a penalty to shake. So let's make a note of that. We're going to come back to that match and see if Williams can do it.
Windward boat given a penalty, rule 11, not responding to Blue's luff. Blue gave him room. Yellow didn't take it. Penalty yellow. Multiple greens with the windward boat doing what they need to do to keep clear.
All right, thank you to the umpires yet again. Yellow is Ian Williams. He has a penalty. The yellow flag flying in that match. You can see the umpire motorboat there, left of your screen.
Yeah, Ian Williams just did not respond soon enough there. Harry threw a luff very early on, and Ian was trying to build some speed and just didn't respond soon enough. And Harry actually getting a very good start out of this. Ian Williams was so slow out of all those luffs that Harry was able to tack, accelerate, tack back, and gain.
Dennis, quick update. The Canfield match.
Canfield looked like he sailed very well on that upwind.
So he rounded ahead of Poole then.
Right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Back into the pre-start. This time, Emile Caillere on the right-hand side, lower part of your screen, against Nick Egnott Johnson. Here we go in the dial-up. 3:40 to go.
A little bit of a Y flag there. Maybe could be Nick Egnott Johnson responding a little late. We'll see what the umpires have to say about that. And it is blue flag penalty. Nick Egnott Johnson just not tacking soon enough there. Emile came in with a ton of speed, and that's a bit of a mistake from the Kiwis.
Yep, unforced error. That one's pretty basic. And now you've got not even a minute into this pre-start, you've already got a penalty. That definitely upsets your psyche, I'm sure.
And interesting here, Emile decided to jibe and not tack, so he's going to be on a ladder rung lower. He's going to have a bit less windward gauge, so Nick Egnott-Johnson's still going to have to avoid. So Emil doing a nice job recovering from that, but could have cost him the control.
And real quick, a photo finish behind them. Jeppe Bork just taking his match
Over Dave Hood. So that's a good one for Jeppe. He's now only half a point behind half a point behind Yanni Bernsen, who currently sits in 4th place. So Jeppe really making a run at that 4th place spot for the semifinals.
All right. Now back in the pre-start, 2 minutes, 25 seconds to go. Windward leeward there, or port starboard rather, turning into a windward leeward. And trouble for the leeward boat.
Yeah, I think Nick's going to be able to get away here. Emil might try to throw another tack in, but Nick's going to have a lot of speed. Will he get across? No, he won't. So Emil's still doing a good job. You can see Nick surging forward, keeping clear, and I think he'll go right back over the top.
That was close. That tack there. No flag?
No flag.
Why not just flag every one of them if you're the boat that has rights? You're likely to get.
You don't want to be that guy.
No, just leave it. I'd leave it up. I'd just leave the white flag up.
Oh, then the umpires they just won't respond to you anymore.
Where's the fun in that?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them. But interestingly enough, Emil able to hang on. Nick not able to get over the top of the bow. So Nick under a bit of pressure with only 1:30 to go. These boats are 2 boat lengths to windward of the start line, sailing on port quite quickly. And Emil doing a very nice job hanging on to the Kiwis here.
1 minute, 12 seconds to go.
Nick rolling into attack, and I'd expect, Emil to go right inside to leeward, but I think Nick might have a better chance. No, he goes back, and Emil will match again.
Time's running out. Nick, got to make something happen here.
Nick's just going to keep going, trying to see. There you go, yeah.
That's going to work.
Yeah, but he's 50 seconds to go, and he's high of the line, so he's going to be looking real hard to get back down to this line. And if he doesn't, at this point, he's not going to be able to choose what side he wants to start on. He's late, and there is a bit of a mistake.
Oh, he just put himself in a position to get pinned again. This time, Kier's going to say, you know what, I'm just getting sick of this movie. I've seen it so many times, I'm going to head down for the start.
Yeah, now Nick's going to have to follow him in. 22 seconds to go in this start. Actually, a little bit less than that, 13, 12, 11, 10 seconds to go. So the clock on the screen's a little off here. As both boats sail, Emil might be able to prevent Nick from starting at all.
Sorry to laugh. It's just going from bad to worse there. He is going to get a start out of this, but not before having a penalty and crossing the line behind his opponent. Well done, Emil Kjaer from Denmark. I tell you, the Danes know how to start these boats. There's no question about it. Egnott-Johnsson winding up a little slow on the sail trim as well. It's gone from bad to worse.
Yeah, and this is a good one for Emil to win here. He slipped back in the points compared to his countrymen.
Now, if we can pan to the right, and that was a question for our production team, because I don't know if it's the answer, but there is an exciting match between Yanni Bernsen coming downwind, just holding off number 2 to windward of him. Pearson Potts, the spinnaker collapsing from the leeward boat. That's Bernsen. Pearson Potts accelerating forward. I believe this is into the to the finish of the leeward mark.
Yeah, this is to the finish.
To the finish.
But Pearson's still carrying a penalty, so he's looking to maybe see if he can get into the zone and get some room on him. But Yanni Bernsen just has to hang on here.
Bernsen on 8.5 points. Going for the line now. Potts, who needed every single point. He's not going to get one this time. Well done, Yanni Bernsen.
But you still have to give credit to the Americans there. That's twice in a row against 2 very strong competitors that they've run down a pretty atrocious start. They've run down to finishing only a boat length, not even a boat length, 2 feet behind Yanni Bernsen.
So that tells you that Potts obviously has, this young sailor has speed. If he can just translate some of the match racing tactics, or effectively figure out how not to get those penalties, he's sticking it to some of the best in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. So really a job well done to Pearson Potts. They just need to clean up a few things in the pre-start, but they are sailing well.
Now, who is this next match under spinnaker coming downwind? The Stella Artois spinnaker, number 7. Thank you, Price and Williams. Williams ahead.
But here we're just joined back with match 5 between the Danes and Nick Egnott-Johnsson heading upwind. But we join the match coming downwind. The Stella
Williams
Artois
is trailing. I was wrong. I kind of guessed there, rolled the dice, and I rolled incorrectly. Ian Williams trailing behind Price. What happened there?
With a penalty.
But
Ian Williams with a penalty still, so Price doing an
How did that
excellent
happen?
job. It was off the start line. Harry Price was leading.
was he?
Because Ian Williams had a bit of a trouble there. Price got a nice start up to windward of him as Ian slipped sideways to accelerate. So Harry doing a nice job recovering after those pre-start shenanigans and looking to kind of defend against a 6 world champion.
Yep. And that yellow flag penalty still looming in the background. Williams just, I'd love to hear the audio on board. This one is being a slightly different Ian Williams mood than we saw in that interview after he won the last match.
Yeah, he's definitely got to be feeling the pressure a little bit. Harry Price is a fierce competitor, and he's not one I like to enjoy. I don't enjoy being behind him.
I don't think you enjoy being behind anybody, right?
No.
To be fair.
But Harry's incredibly difficult to get around once he's ahead.
Well, we'll see if you're right.
And you see, you can't quite see it in the screen. You'll see it come into play in the bottom left corner, but you see, a bit of a luff
I like
there.
that. Price trying to catch Williams off guard as a
And he
lured boat. The
did.
spinnaker flying in the rigging. Ian Williams in even more trouble as Harry Price has his way with him.
Yeah, Harry doing a really nice job taking his kite down before catching Ian Williams napping. He
You don't
didn't
do that
expect
very often.
In these boats, there's a change mark. They're changing back to the original mark, the yellow mark, which is the leftmost mark on the race course right now. So race committee indicating a bit of a left-hand shift, which could advantage Ian Williams as he goes out to the left side.
He's going to need it, and that's something I don't normally say about his matches. As he goes around with the main luffing,
Kite
the
in the
spinnaker,
water.
and coming out of the water there. It's a crew off the rail.
Yeah, and Harry doing the right thing here, tacking over and getting control over Ian Williams while he's hurting. He's slow and can't tack yet.
Love to be a fly on the wall on the British boat.
Race committee.
So Harry looking to prevent. I don't think Ian Williams, if he were to tack right now, would probably cross behind Harry Price's stern. So he's looking for a little bit of a lefty to go back with. And I'd expect to see Harry Price defending that right-hand side, but not letting Ian Williams go.
Dennis, what do you see breeze-wise?
Hey, the wind is definitely in the left right now.
And here comes Williams capitalizing, or not Williams, sorry, Price capitalizing on it. Yes, Williams, sorry. Get myself upside down twice there. Has he made a gain? Not much of one. As Price tacks right on top of him and will send him back for more to the left.
And I would expect Price to have a very short stint here on the port tack. I'd expect him to just get right up to speed and roll right into another one, forcing Ian Williams out to that left-hand ley line.
And here it comes. Almost like you know what you're talking about, Jeffrey. It's impressive.
Well, this is a very good strategy for Harry Price. So the goal for the boat ahead here is trying to push him out to ley line so that when they get to ley line, he puts his dirty air on him the rest of the time.
Now into the finish. Another point for Taylor Canfield, looking for another Crimson Blazer. Can he do it? If he keeps this up, it's very possible.
So that is a really good win for Taylor Canfield and a bit of a tough loss for Chris Poole as he's starting to slip back in the points. Yanni Bernsen is now overtaking him in the points.
Okay. So Poole's going to have to turn it up a notch or two. Canfield, I think, is he mathematically through into the...
He is now,
our
yes.
First team into the semifinals, the top four. Meanwhile, we're back upwind with Harry Price, who's just tacking on top of Ian Williams again. Williams sitting in second overall for the regatta, and Price relatively far back, but this could be a spoiler for Williams. He'll if things stay the same, plus he has that penalty to undertake. That'll open the door a little bit for Bernsen.
Yeah, Bernsen sitting on 9.5 now. So he's doing a really nice job staying in this one. Ian Williams will be looking to lock this one up, but Harry doing everything he can to make sure he doesn't do that. And that'll be tough for Ian Williams as Yanni Bernsen and Jeppe Bork are starting to close in.
And just real quick, Emile Caillere is leading in his match over Nick Egnott-Johnson. They're heading downwind. We're staying with this match. Ian Williams looks for something from the left, which when the right is favored is not where you want to be, is it, Dennis?
Well, I think we're still in the left-hand phase right now, so.
And you'll see Harry just go, he tacks over on the starboard. He's just going to plant one right on Ian Williams there. As Ian Williams slowly dropping back. Harry doing a beautiful job just playing the shift perfectly and defending that right-hand side as these boats are pretty much on ley line at this point. So You see Harry Price roll into a nice tack right on Ian Williams here, and Ian Williams will either have to decide to sit through his bad air or do 2 more tacks, neither of which is a favorable option.
I got 2 compliments that have come through. One is Scott Dixon, who is up in New Zealand. Everybody knows him. He's such a hero here at Long Beach Yacht Club. We miss you, Scotty. It's it's a compliment for you, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, ease the main. You're going downwind, brother. Goal. That's from Scotty. And then we heard from the president of North Sales, Ken Reed. He said, you guys are doing a great job. I think he was referring to watching the Congressional Cup. Thanks, Kenny. And we've invited him to join us tomorrow, so hopefully he will.
Oh, that'd be great.
Back into the leeward mark. What have we got here? Rounding, that's Ignat Johnson trailing
Emile
Cayer.
Cayer? Kiar?
Cayer.
Cayer.
Okay. Yeah, you know what? You can just pick whatever you want to call him.
Well, on these boats, you can see Nick Ignat Johnson still with the penalty going out to the left-hand side. And just in the bottom left of your screen, a change mark again for this match as well. So they will be going to the left-hand mark. So a little bit of lefties on the course. Can Nick Ignat Johnson reel him in?
Yeah, just go to Catalina at this point. One tack it, roll the dice, see what happens. Back in our match, Williams still trailing Harry Price, who's protecting the right of his opponent, and Williams still has that penalty to undertake. We're at the top of the track, setting up for the hoist for the last time.
Yeah, so this is what Harry was looking for the whole time. Once they get to the ley line, you see Ian Williams directly astern of Harry Price, and all that time he's going to be dropping back, sailing in disturbed air from Harry Price's sail. So this is the goal with the boat ahead here. You want to push the other boat out to a ley line so that once you get there, they sail in your bad air and you're just able to gap away.
Dennis, I learn from this kid every time he opens his mouth. He's impressive. I love it. Good stuff. Seriously, that was a compliment.
Oh, thank you.
He's a great sailor.
Not sure if I'm serious or not. Harry Price looking great. You want to be ahead of the world champion? You want to have, well, not an hourglass in your spinnaker. I just cursed him.
Too.
Oh, they've got to drop the halyard to get it out. Ian Williams might see an opening, but he's got to luff up to get around the mark. That'll cost Williams a little bit. What's the delta there? 6 lengths. Let's see how Williams does on the hoist.
Harry Price and the boys making quick work of that hourglass. Well done to the boys.
Better set for the British team. They still have to catch up and offset their penalty, and it's the final run. 6 lengths is a big delta.
I think Williams still has a penalty turn.
Yeah. Williams has a much higher angle.
Yeah, from being that far back, it's really hard in Ian Williams' position to catch up to Harry Price there. You got to really hope for a bit of a miracle at this point.
Seemed like when they were coming downwind, before they rounded the mark, when Williams was left up, the crew work was a little bit taken. Yep. From that point on, I mean, they rounded the mark kind of in poor position and didn't get the boat going. They lost a little bit on the upwind leg.
I do like what Williams is doing here, though. He went aggressively high at the set and got up on top of Price's breeze. And Price is having to sail all this extra distance just to get up on Williams's line and clear his air. So that's a little bit of a gain to Williams.
Yeah, a little bit of a gain there, but it's going to be too little too late for Ian Williams unless.
Short-term gain, long-term pain.
Yes. Yes, that is a tough one as both boats go for a jibe here as they come into the finish. Ian Williams driving hot, maybe trying to get a hold of that breeze from Harry Price. But like I said, he's a bit far back, and in this much breeze, with that big of a delta between the two boats, it's very hard to throw enough disturbed air to reel him in.
You're just so negative, Jeffrey.
Oh, I don't mean to be. I think Harry Price has done a fantastic job sailing this race.
I met his parents this morning. They're right here on the pier, and I think we're going to hear them all the way down in Sydney when their son Harry crosses the line. They are great.
That's a big race for Harry there to put some more points on the board to take him to 6 wins. Still with an outside chance to make the semifinals if he has a win out rest of the day. Ian Williams going to be hurting on that loss, bringing the next 2 people behind him closer in points.
And Canfield continues to move forward on the rest of the fleet.
Yeah, he's sailing in absolute dominant fashion.
Now, and we talked about this yesterday. I know we weren't online live, but still, nonetheless, for the local fans watching, you know, we've seen so many times in the Congressional Cup, Dennis, you can speak to this too, where a team is dominant early on, and then the rest of the team slowly figure it out. As you know, the scores reset when we get into the semifinals and the finals, and then we've seen upsets.
Yeah, and
So Canfield, looking strong now, but there's a lot more sailing to go.
And a little bit of an insight in the competitor's perspective, it's actually kind of nice to have a runaway team out in first. Obviously, everyone wants to be that team, but what it does is if that team is sailing really hot, you can count on other people to lose to them. So in the points-wise, it's nice to have a runaway team because the next people that have to race, in the points, Williams still has to race Canfield again. Egnott, Johnson, and Price all still have to race Canfield again. So that's always nice as another competitor knowing they've got to go race the big dogs.
Good point, Dennis.
Yeah.
I like about his brain is always turning. You can hear the gears.
Yep, and it's just like you said, as the regatta progresses, the teams get better and better. So the crew work is really what wins this regatta.
I'm glad you gave a shout out to the crews, Dennis. Here's to all the crews in the Congressional Cup. 57 years running, including yourself. Both of you guys have sailed in this event before. Well, that was. Do we still have one more match? No, we don't.
No, we do. Emil.
I was getting ahead of myself there.
Are absolutely serving up some gapple sauce to Nick Egnott Johnson in the Kiwis.
Did you just say gapple sauce?
Yes, gapple sauce.
Now, for those of you watching, gapple sauce basically means the lead is so darn big that I didn't even know those two were racing against each other. That's how far ahead. And there isn't even a spinnaker set on the lead boat. Why would you need to?
You don't.
How do you get a lead that big in this breeze with boats that are pretty well even in? Look at that, even in speed. Gapple sauce. Write it down, Dennis. I've got a whole glossary going.
Yeah, we got gapple sauce. It's not a fun snack to eat, or you can say, "Welcome to Gapplebee's." Table for one.
I can't write fast enough to keep up with this kid. It's good.
Not.
It's good. It's really good. Gapple sauce.
Yeah, Emil's not going to toss the kite up there. He's going to give the boys a little bit of a breather on this one, which is good. They got a lot more races to go. Breeze is up. And so well done to the Danish team for putting that much of a hurt on Nick Egnott Johnson and team. They'll be looking to recover from this one as we still have 3 races to go in the second round robin. All to play for here.
Applebee's on a date night.
And with 3 races to go, all to play for, Taylor Canfield is mathematically in as the first semifinal.
Yeah, let's give him credit. Well done, Taylor Canfield, looking for his 6th Crimson Blazer if he keeps this up. Meanwhile, look at that. Look at that delta. That's got to be one of the biggest deltas in the modern Congressional Cup. This would be a good time to thank everybody at the Long Beach Yacht Club. Over 300 volunteers make this regatta possible, 57 years running. And, of course, it wouldn't be possible without the support of the generous sponsors. Let's thank them while these guys head downwind. The World Match Racing Tour is here. Thank you, James Pleasance. Catalina Yachts, F&M Bank, Morgan Stanley, Cabrillo Boat Shop, Food for Kids, Junior Sailing, Keck Medical of USC, Long Beach Sailing Foundation, Seven Angels Cellars, Stella Artois, and the Belmont. Finally, Blackmore Consulting, Block Wellness, Bellini Logistics, Long Beach Convention Entertainment Center, Port of Long Beach, ProCare Tree Service, and ProScape Landscaping. Speaking of Long Beach, they are the host right here at the Belmont Pier of the 2028 Olympic Games, sailing to take place right in front of us on the Congressional Cup Stadium.
And what better place to do it than to host the Olympic Games here in Long Beach? If the conditions are as good as they have been this week for the Olympics, I'm sure all of those athletes will be stoked for a great week of sailing.
Gapple sauce. Right?
Yeah, if any of the boys on my team are listening, they'll be super happy with that one. We like to use that term on the board.
If you are watching, we want to hear from you on Facebook. Bring up the comments throughout the day. And if you have any questions for Jeffrey Peterson or Dennis Durgan or myself, these two experts will answer them. I'll just make it up convincingly if I don't know the answer. I'm just kidding. We've got enough knowledge here to answer most questions if you have them. We want to hear from you on Facebook and fans all around the world on YouTube as well. Thanks to everybody here at the Belmont Pier in Long Beach, California. And the spectator fleet is out. Commodore, I'm told, Turgliato is out there somewhere on a very fine yacht sipping champagne and eating caviar.
He's got the right idea.
And there we wrap up a giant gap. And I think that's the first time we've seen a lead boat, Cayer, not have to set a spinnaker in order to win the race. And the trailing boat there, Nick Egnott-Johnson's got his kite up, but it's over. So that is the end of Flight 15. 3 more flights to go here in Long Beach, California. For Jeffrey Peterson and Dennis Durgan, I'm Tucker Thompson. Don't go anywhere. The action continues here in Long Beach.
But there is
Feel left. 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 feel left, 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 feel left. Feel left, 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 feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left.
Back, folks. Thank you for joining us live on the Belmont Pier here in Long Beach, California, and around the world on Facebook and YouTube. We are into Flight 16 of 18 in the 57th Congressional Cup round robin qualifiers, and this one is going to be a doozy. We have got former Congressional Cup winners, former world champions. These two are possibly the biggest rivalry in the World Match Racing Tour has ever seen in its history. It is Ian Williams against Taylor Canfield. This should be a match.
And there is already a blue flag penalty, boat number 5. Looks like they've actually shifted the matches.
I can't believe they fooled us on that one. That's the one I've been looking forward to all day, and we're actually, I don't know why we skipped that one. Well, maybe we can get that information.
I think there was a breakdown. So this is actually Dave Hood
and Nick Egnott Johnson, equally as exciting.
Indeed.
Just different names. Same action.
And Nick, unfortunately, again, getting another pre-start penalty. He did this in the last flight, and again is starting with the penalty in this race. Let's see what he can do to get rid of it. I expect maybe to see a bit more aggression out of him, maybe a little bit of frustration as the day sets on. Nick Egnott Johnson sitting on 6 wins. He has an outside chance to make these semifinals, but he's got to put some wins on the board. Both boats now sailing on port off into the playground. Dave Hood with the nice gap. I don't think he's got enough room to jive and have a piece of Nick here. So you're going to see both boats sail on down the line. 2 minutes and 5 seconds to go in this pre-start.
All right. Like I said, Flight 16 of 18. As these qualifying flights wind down, every point counts. Only the top 4 will move on into the semifinals. We are early in the schedule in this Congressional Cup because of the anticipated strong breeze tomorrow might shorten the day. We're going to go all the way through the second round robin qualifier. Currently, Canfield, Williams, Bernsen, and Poole are your top 4 as things stand right now. Does Ignat Johnson have a
outside chance, right? He has an outside chance. He has to win out, and he's got to see some people in front of him lose here. Same with Emil, Bork, Harry. All those teams, they're still at 8 through 1, still have a chance to make the semifinals, but some things have to happen.
High percentage there. Anyway, Ignat Johnson wants this win. That's the bottom line. And Dave Hood already has given him a penalty. Hood behind to windward, approaching ley line for the signal boat. Less than a minute to go to the start off the Belmont Pier. Here comes Hood looking for a dig. Both teams are a little bit early. Right, Dennis?
Both teams are early, doing their crazy Ivans.
Yeah, 45 seconds to go. Harry wants to be careful not to get locked up here, though, because although I don't think Nick will be able to lock him out completely, but he could put him under pressure in this start.
So that's Nick Ignat Johnson to leeward, the Kiwi. Dave Hood representing the hometown team here in Long Beach to windward. Clock ticking down, about 25 seconds. Here comes the squeeze from the leeward boat.
Yeah, like I said, he's not going to be able to get there, so Dave just doing a nice job killing time. 19 seconds to go. He's not going to be able to tack and start on port, so he's going to have to put the bow down and start on Nick's hip, and I expect him to roll into attack pretty quick off this gun.
Okay, so here we go. Half a length from the line. Both bows going down. Jibs coming in. Crew hitting the rail. 3, 2, 1. There's the gun. We're off Dave Hood to windward of Nick Ignat Johnson, and he's given him a penalty. Interesting fact. Dave Hood joined the Long Beach Yacht Club to learn how to sail. He was not a sailor. And look at him now, 8-time club champion, former club sailor of the year, and now representing the Long Beach Yacht Club here in the Congressional Cup. It does not get any better than that. And he's ahead of Nick Ignat Johnson. Both teams leg it out to the left-hand side. It'll be the first tack to Hood on to port.
And interesting, we've got a couple questions here online on the live stream. We've got some people asking what the upper wind limit is for these boats and these breeze. And so we're seeing about 18 knots wind right now, so they've switched to the jibs. We believe the upwind limit of these boats to be around 25 knots of breeze, so more than, or
20.
It's 20. So the top end is 20. So we're pretty close to the top end, but we're not there yet. Long Beach Race Committee working really hard to get these races off because tomorrow we're likely to see more than 20.
Thanks to John Bush and his volunteer race committee crew. You guys do a great job. So does everyone here at the Long Beach Yacht Club.
Actually looks like the wind is backed off a little bit right now.
Good point. Okay, into match 3 in the flight, match 2 as we watch it. Pearson Potts to the right on starboard. Emile Caillere luffing up on port into the dial-up.
Emile
Caillere could be fouling here. What do you think?
I think he got his tack done. He just drifted a little bit back onto port there. Pearson's going to throw the flag. Ask the question. We'll see.
Close but clear. The umpire's green flag.
Yep, I'd have to agree with that
No
one.
penalty.
So Emile flirting with it, but he's pushing the boundaries, still keeping it within play.
Potts will roll on to port, protecting the right-hand side. Caillere still in reverse, putting his bow down, backing the jib, looking to accelerate. Crew pumping their weight to windward in unison. There it goes. And accelerating, but not before the delta's just over 2 boat lengths. That's enough for a jibe onto starboard for Potts. Will he get across, Caillere? Yes.
Yeah, so Pearson has to let him go there. If he spins up and causes a collision with Emile, it'll actually be a penalty on Pearson. But Emile now.
Could be a mistake.
Yep, could have been a little bit of an unforced error there.
Now he's got to avoid port starboard. The tables have turned. You called that Spanish meatballs. You don't want Spanish meatballs if you are Pearson Potts. He was a strong windward boat. Now he's pinned to leeward. The opposite of what we just saw in a mere few seconds. We're back into a dial-up. This time, Caillere is in charge.
Yeah, so that was a bit of an unforced error there by Pearson Potts. He didn't need a jibe. He didn't have a piece of him. He had no business jibing there. Should have just sailed out into the playground and done it back there. Maybe done just a circle, but instead went for the aggressive play, and he's paying the price for it now.
Live by the sword, die by it, right?
Correct.
Now the breeze looks like it's back up, Dennis. A little bit, anyway.
Just kind of streaky.
And you see Emile now sheeting on, trying to go over the top. Pearson going backwards pretty quickly now. And I think I'd see Emile just roll into a nice tack here. Yeah, I've got to be careful not to hit him with the stern, but he's going to roll into attack and accelerate. Pearson, see if he can get the boat going here.
Another green flag.
So I think he is going to be able to go. Emil does have a piece, not a very big one if he wants to go back, but I think it's too aggressive. 1:20 to go. I'd expect to see them both just sail off on port into the playground. Pearson has the opportunity to take the lead back to the line if he wants to.
A little bit of pressure out to the left. I don't know that it has much angle in it, but there's some velocity out there, more whitecaps. Here comes the 1 minute mark. Both teams simultaneous jives. Potts leading back to the line. Slowing down, drawing Cayer in. Looking to just lock him to windward. Some fishtails going on there. Has he done it? Yeah, nice job.
Yeah.
Cayer's locked.
Yeah,
and it's a luff from Potts.
Bit of a mistake there by the Danes. If he's under pressure, he'll want to roll into attack pretty quickly. And I think that's what we'll see. Yep. And Pearson.
Another flag.
Yeah, Pearson playing it safe and not going with him. So Emil's going to be able to just sail off on port, pick a nice place to tack over, and get a nice wide right start here.
There he goes. 25 seconds, the countdown. Both teams head for the line. Potts is not going to be able to close him out.
Now, so
Cayer will get a start out of this.
I think Potts, if he wanted to be aggressive, could have followed Emil with that tack and maybe prevented it from starting. But in not doing so, he did a conservative move, but it gave Emil a very, very strong position on him, wide right, and I'd expect to see these boats just send it all the way out to that ley line.
Yep, he could have gone with him, and then maybe Lee Bowd at least got a tight to leeward start, forced the issue for Cayer. Cayer looking strong in a windward position. We're heading off to the left-hand side, both teams on starboard. Cayer hanging in there, no tack yet.
It's going to be a drag race between those two boats where the crew is working it off, the main trimmers and the drivers trying to squeeze every ounce of speed out of those two boats.
You can see the boats just slowly drifting sideways right to left in the puffs.
And you can see Pearson carrying a bit more heel than Emil. So I think Emil's doing a really nice job with his team. They're in like a little bit of a trav down mode compared to Pearson. His leech just looks a bit more open, and that might be paying him some dividends here as he looks like he's climbing off of Pearson's hip.
Figured he'd have some kind of funny term for that. It's a bit of a trav down mode. We just call that trav down. Back into the pre-start. Here we go. Chris Poole and Jeppe Bork. Poole is number 4 on starboard, bottom of your screen.
And this is a very important match in the scores here as round robin 2 comes to a close. Bork sits on 8 wins, Poole on 9. If Bork is able to lock this one down, he will go to 9, winning the tiebreaker. So you'll be sure both of these teams are going to be fighting very hard in this race.
Yep, and I think this is an effectively very even match for both teams.
And
good one to watch.
You can see in the dial-up, these bows are pointed a little bit further right, and the race committee is sending them to the red mark, which is not the rightmost mark, but it is further right than the standard mark. So race committee acknowledging a bit of a right-hand shift on the course.
3:15 in the dial-up. Poole to windward. He tacks off first. Look for...
And there's a blue flag penalty.
Really?
On Jeppe Bork and team.
What happened there? Did he not complete all the way onto starboard?
So that is 2 starts almost in a row that we've seen the blue boat just not complete the tack. These teams are being a little bit too aggressive, and I think, honestly, a bit of a silly mistake here. That's something that is pretty easily avoidable, but these teams are pushing it really hard, and they're pushing the boundaries and paying the price for it.
He's tacked now. Lured boat. Poole sliding into him a little bit, getting close. Poole's putting his bow to the right, just going to accelerate away on port.
We'll see.
225.
Jeppe still going backwards here. I think Chris Poole is going to be able to just put his bow down and accelerate and be able to come back at him again. And I expect to see Chris Poole roll straight into a jibe. Yes, he will.
Immediately.
Now, he's got to be careful here. He is the right-of-way boat, but he has to give Jeppe room to keep clear under Rule 16, and he's doing so, right? So Chris is going to aim at him. He'll throw the Y flag, and as long as Jeppe is doing everything he can, he won't get another penalty for there because Chris Poole still has to give him room. So he asks the question, Jeppe able to sheet in and probably tack here.
Green flag, no penalty.
Yeah, so.
Chris Poole accelerating away now. Minute 45 to go. Will he go back for one more while Jeppe is down speed? Yes. Here comes port starboard again. Will Poole force him to tack a 4th time onto starboard, or at least complete onto starboard that time. That's a thin one.
Yeah, it's
Has he completed?
It's a bit thinner there, so now Chris Poole in a little bit of jeopardy. He's going to probably fall out pretty soon, as he's not going to be able to hang on to that for very long. But he only has to hang on to it for a bit more to put Bork in a bit of trouble with only a minute and 15 to go in this start.
Both boats over the line, coming up on the 1-minute mark. Belmont Pier is not going to come into play at all in this one. And Bork in a bit of trouble as Chris Poole takes him to school. Now in reverse, Bork was the leeward boat. Both boats are falling off onto port, so now Bork will become windward boat. Poole will have rights under the rules. As he backs into his opponent, 45 seconds to go, still over the line. Bork swinging down, trying to get behind Poole below the line.
That was actually really well done there by Bork and team. Just excellent boat handling, bit of overlap. Chris Poole's not going to be able to jive. He'll be able to get his bow down across. Ooh, maybe a little bit of a mistake.
Penalty.
We'll see.
Chris Poole, the windward boat, put himself in that position. The umpires putting themselves between the two teams, trying to get out of there. And Bork protesting the umpire. You can't do that.
No, you can't, but 13 seconds go, and Chris Poole is going to be late to this start. Yeppe with just a much better start, able to sheet on and get a nice wide right start at the committee boat. So a little bit of an unforced error there.
The umpire again,
Yeah,
getting out of the way. Here's
like
the gun.
landmines.
Oh, that was an offsetting penalty. Let's bring the umpires in on that. That got very entertaining. Poole into an immediate tack. The tables have turned. Bork waited 4 minutes for his moment and finally got a good start out of that and shed the penalty, all in the last maneuver.
Yeah, showing a bit of poise there against Chris Poole. And Chris, just the wheels came off on the last bit of that pre-start. He had such a good position, and he forced it too aggressively.
Right into it, right off the start, attacking duel. Poole behind after doing such a good job.
Oh, and Yeppe bought the dummy tack again. Chris Poole throwing him a dummy. That's a good one.
It just occurred to me, I'm waiting for the umpire call. They're too busy. Here they come, finally.
First penalty was dial up, Rule 13, blue did not complete.
Okay. And the second penalty?
Second penalty was yellow, lured, offset. Gotta go.
There you go.
More to come. They're busy.
Umpire Randy
Thanks,
Smith
Randy,
there giving us the call as Yeppe crosses just barely. Chris Poole maybe throwing it in, saying Yeppe forced him to tack. Will that be another penalty?
And he tacks just underneath his opponent. The umpires are making the call now. Is it green flag? No penalty. Oh, Chris Poole won't be happy with that.
Yeah, that one hurts by Chris. You see him yelling back to the umpires. Chris, you got to put your head down and keep sailing there, bud. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with that one there. Chris, again, going a bit aggressive, going for the penalty instead of position.
You don't want to put your fate in the hands of the umpire. It's 50-50 no matter how right you think you are. We're going to leave that match battling it upwind. We'll go down to Price and Bernsen in the pre-start. Australia's Harry Price to windward. Sweden's Yanni Bernsen to leeward. Coming up on 3 minutes.
Yeah, mathematically here, Harry Price can make the semifinals if he wins out. But he has to have some people lose. So Harry and Yanni both looking for wins here. Harry maybe a little bit more so than Yanni Bernsen here. So we'll see what these two teams have to offer as they both fall out onto port with only, it looks like 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go in this pre-start. So lots of time. Let's see how they play out.
Price leading. Back towards the corner of the Belmont Pier. Affectionately known now forever as Price Point, because he slammed into it and took a light post home as a souvenir from Long Beach, California. Now we have an exclusion zone, so we can't have that much fun anymore off the corner of the pier, but it's better for the damage deposits, I suppose.
It is. As a skipper, I'm very grateful for the zone that they put there, and I'm sure Harry is as well.
It's the first time a damage deposit didn't go towards repairing a boat, but repairing a pier. Both boats reaching off of Price Point. Meanwhile, here at the leeward mark, very close action. Number 10 just rounding just ahead. Emile Caillere leading his match.
And Emile doing a really nice job there, leading out to the right-hand side. Pearson Potts doing a nice job kind of running him down there. After
that's what he's done. I mean, he's had wheels. Let's give Pearson Potts credit.
Got wheels,
He's
that's
got
for
serious
sure.
wheels.
They are him and the team Guardians of the Monohull sailing really well, getting to grips with these boats in the breeze, but just not having the job done on the start line. So we'll see as both boats continue to split here out to the right-hand side.
His team, did you say Guardians of the
Monohull.
Monohull?
Yeah. Yeah, their team quote is one hole, one dream, and I'll let you think about that what you will. But either way, they do a really great job and clearly got the pace on right now.
I love it.
Looks like we've got a change of course
To the left?
to the left. They're
Shifty
going to the
breeze.
red mark.
Now, almost forgot we had a pre-start going on. Harry Price pushing Bernsen, coming up on 1 minute, just off the Belmont Pier.
And you can see there Yanni Bernsen going ham on the wheel there. You know, for all those who think the skippers just sit back there and look pretty, it's hard for them too.
Well, you think about it. Sometimes it gets tiring going left and right, maybe a little more left, a little more
I mean,
right.
look at the power stance he's got going on.
Following
He's
your
in
crew
full
orders.
tripod mode.
There's a famous saying, Chris Dixon from New Zealand once said, "We're going to tack until my hands get tired."
And so 40 seconds to go here. Harry Price now not in threat of getting shut out, so he can swing up when he wants, but he's got to be close here.
30
seconds to go. He's going to be pushing it a little bit late. He's going to go for another dip. Yanni Bernsen inviting him to come into leeward there.
Well, but this is Price. Price has been doing this move all week. We're into 3 days of the Con Cup. He gets behind his opponent, clock ticks down, and then he can't. He ends up starting behind. And this is going to be pretty much the textbook start that we've seen.
Yeah, I think
for Harry Price.
he's just going for the penalty too aggressively and giving up position in
5
doing
seconds.
so. And Yanni Bernsen just going to be able to power down, put him on the start. Harry throwing a little last-ditch effort. That's not going to work.
Nope. Good job, Yanni Bernsen, sitting in third right now with 9.5 points, looking to advance into the semis with Ian Williams. Chris Poole is close. That's currently the top 4 as Bernsen plants one again on top of the Aussie team. Our first start rather, is heading to the finish, and that's boat number 3, Dave Hood. Do I have that right?
Yeah. Dave Hood leading Nick Egdon Johnson into the finish. There's a good win for Dave Hood and team.
Well done, Dave Hood. If you're a fan of Dave Hood, if you're a Long Beach Yacht Club member, let him hear you out there, folks. Hood takes the race. Close, too. Well done. There we go. You can hear the horns going off all over
Nice.
here in Long Beach.
And we've had an AP for the 5th match between Ian Williams and Taylor Canfield. So that race will be on postponement while the rest of the matches continue sailing.
All right. Who shall we follow? Bernsen's close, leading his match upwind. 2 Spinnakers coming downwind on the far right of the course. That is a close match. We got the Long Beach Yacht Club Spinnaker ahead of Farmers and Merchants Bank. 1 leading 4. So that's Jeppe Bork. It's very close. And Chris Poole. These guys, okay, there we are. Just shifting over here. So number 1 is Bork on the right-hand side of the screen. Chris Poole to leeward. Very even. This is going to be a good one. We called that before the start. These two stuck together like glue as they reach off on port underneath the oil island. Poole set up to leeward of his opponent. Here comes the jibe, simultaneous jibes. Poole's going to try and get up on top of his breeze.
That's a risky move in this much breeze. Chris Poole's got to be very careful not to broach the boat out. As you can see, the kite collapsing.
On Jeppe Bork.
Jeppe just trying to do his best to hang on. Now, it is interesting, in this much breeze, it is really hard to get the roll off as both boats. Jeppe had a big one yesterday where he wiped out, so he'll be looking to not do the same. He's got to be very careful. He doesn't want to give it up.
Oh, come on, hold on there, Jeppe.
Yeah. Keep the nose down. You don't need to fight that hard. They're both going to be above the ley line.
He could wipe out if he keeps this up. That's exactly what happened yesterday when the kite finally filled. He just wound up.
Well, and interesting to note, Jeppe's pole is still off to leeward. Chris Poole's team doing a much better job getting the pole up and made. Now Jeppe's struggling to get the pole on as Chris Poole completes a very nice overtake on the Danish team.
Dennis, upwind, you've been watching the phase of the breeze.
Yeah, it's actually just shifting back and forth a little bit.
Pressure left right now, maybe?
Pressure is down a little bit right now.
Just wondering which side these teams are going to go at the bottom of the track as we approach the gates. Pool just barely ahead. Do we have another jibe in it or not?
I know. I think these guys are going straight into the gate unless Yeppe can get a little bit of an overlap, but I don't think he's going to be able to. Him putting the jib up early.
But is Pool going to be in downwind jail, or is he going to be able to get down to the zone here?
We'll
at the,
see.
Oh, there
goes
goes. Oh,
down the
you don't
kite.
want to have that happen.
That's going to be a costly mistake. Chris Pool, you see stepping into the back of the boat. No
There's the
overlap,
overlap.
but there's definite overlap there.
This is big for Bork. Oh, that could have been an unforced error as Poole aggressively tries to keep clear as a windward boat. He was ahead, now into the zone. Does he have rights to go around?
He does,
yes.
yeah. They're definitely in the zone,
Yeah,
so I
they're
think
going opposite,
Yeppe
right?
might, if there was contact, yes.
Yellow flag.
Chris Poole gets
Oh.
the penalty.
My goodness.
And had a shocker of a rounding. Both teams a little bit under pressure as they come into that rounding, but a major mistake for Chris Poole. You can see on Yeppe's team, the bowman struggling to get the kite in the water, but Chris Poole is yet
You mean
to
out
have
of the
a
water?
jib.
Look at it's actually going out of the hatch and getting
Yeah.
sucked underwater. Two people were pulling it out.
Yeah, and Chris Poole doesn't have a jib sheet, and he's just going
I
slow
love it.
upwind. So both teams with
He
the
doesn't have
bit
a
on.
jib sheet on.
Yeah, struggling. What's bad for the sailors is great for television. We're enjoying this. What happened? Oh, that was the umpire. And look, that's a very close match to windward, too.
Spinnaker overlap to the left-hand gate, and yellow did not give Mark room, penalty yellow.
Mark room.
So for those who are wondering, you actually can get overlap of the boats with the spinnaker, not just the holes of the boat. So for a long time, a tricky thing for the sailors out here is your spinnaker protrudes a couple feet out in front of the boat, and that can actually cause an overlap and can be responsible for giving people penalties. So as we come here into the finish,
Javier and Potts, and it's close.
yeah, it looks like Emil is just going to sail straight and take the win here. He's got one more jibe into the finish, although Pearson maybe coming back for more.
I don't know. This is going to be a photo finish. Get your cameras out, folks. Emil Cayer in the background there.
It's a race to the zone. Will they get to the zone? Emil's trying to soak down, get
One
into
more
it.
jibe.
Pearson's got one more here, and yeah, Emil's going to have the zone. He's entitled to mark room.
Incredibly close there. Yet another match with Pearson Potts reeling in his competitor downwind, but just not sealing the deal on the finish line.
There's absolutely no denying his team's speed right
Yeah.
now. They are, I think, one of the faster boats on the course today, just not able to get it done tactically.
Well, they can take that away as a positive from this Congressional Cup. I'm sure they will be back. Meanwhile, upwind. We've got one match splitting upwind halfway up the track, and then at the very top of the track, Dennis, two spinnakers coming downwind. Boat number 8 is in the lead over boat number 7.
Yeah, that's Yanni Bernsen
Bernsen.
leading Harry Price.
Okay, now we're going to go back into the pre-start. This is the Grudge match of the day. The longest standing rivalry on the World Match Racing Tour. Taylor Canfield to the left of your screen, Ian Williams to the right. Both world champions, both Congressional Cup champions, both want to win. Here is the dial-up.
Yeah, and this is an important one for Williams to win if he wants to take a second-place seat in the semifinals. So Taylor Canfield already in.
It would also be a psychological win for Williams because Canfield has sailed demonstrably better than Williams so far. 3-point advantage. If Williams can beat him in this, it won't mean a lot. They'll both go to the semifinals, but psychologically, Williams is going to want this win because it'll force Canfield to think about it the next time they meet each other in the semis.
Especially
bow to bow.
Ian Williams has really been turning it on in this later half part of this regatta, and as they come, getting another piece of Taylor Canfield, and Taylor's going to have to jibe out of the way.
Press conference last night, Taylor Canfield was behind. He passed Williams and got rid of a penalty. He won the match, and he reminded everybody he didn't just win, he beat Williams by 10 boat lengths. He didn't have to say that. That was a little jab to his old buddy. These two probably sailed against each other more than any other on the circuit. Close.
Yeah, Ian Williams just putting his bow down there, getting Taylor to try to tack over soon, but I think both boats going to come right back at each other. Maybe, no. Taylor's going to be able to tack in, get behind.
That was, I thought that hesitation there by Williams, the lead boat, was interesting because Taylor's now right on his hip, basically. If Williams had just sheeted in, he hesitated enough to let Taylor get his bow close enough to try and block the jibe as they get over towards the Belmont Pier here.
Yeah,
I think that might have been an error.
I don't think he'll be able to block the jibe. Williams is able to just kind of sheet in, get some gap going. It'll be close, but I think he'll have the jibe unless Taylor's able to surf in down to leeward of him as both boats sail off towards the line around 2 minutes ago in this start.
Well, I might be reading too much into it, but Williams was watching Canfield and reacting. Rather than bringing the game to him, he was watching what his opponent was doing. That tells me that Canfield might be in his head a little bit.
And now Taylor is starting to sail really quick down to the inside. Looks like he's going to go for that lead if he wants to.
Roughly under 2 minutes to go. As Williams jibes, as he often does at this point in the pre-start. Canfield knows that he's seen every move that the Brits have. Green flag, right? No penalty there. Williams heads for the line.
I think Ian's early here with about a minute and 30 to go in this pre-start. Ian Williams very early, close to the boat lay line already. So Taylor Canfield probably pretty happy in this situation.
1 minute mark coming up from the signal boat. Bottom of your screen, Belmont Pier, top of the screen. Canfield comfortable to hang far to windward. Williams heading towards the line. There's the 1 minute mark. Williams is on lay line for the signal boat, just low of it. He's waiting for Canfield. He's goading him in, saying, come on, I'll make it look like you've got a little bit of room. Why don't you come in here and take some? Play with me here in the pre-start. Here comes Canfield. Going for a hook. No, it's going to be a few fishtails. Canfield's going to stay behind with gap, maybe have one more dig, and then try to luff up and take the right-hand side of Williams. That's what he wants coming into this start. 35 seconds. It's Williams to leeward. Canfield to windward. Length and a half between them. Williams wants to luff Canfield. Canfield knows it, so he's just going to gap off and let the clock tick down. Not much in it. 25 seconds, 10 seconds to kill as both teams slow down. The tension mounts between Ian Williams to leeward. Taylor Canfield to windward. Williams a 6-time world champion and Canfield a 5-time Congressional Cup champion. They hate each other. Here comes the gun. 5 seconds. Williams got the bow down. He'll be to leeward tight. Canfield puts the bow up first. He's probably going to roll into attack. There's the gun. Tight to windward is Canfield, and we're off.
Yeah, that was a really good start by Taylor Canfield there, just knowing that he was below the ley line, able to step up to the right-hand side. Now the question is, can he live here? And it looks like he's already starting to drop back a little bit. Ian Williams in that lee bow position, so I'd expect to see Taylor go here pretty soon.
There is no bigger rivalry, as I mentioned, on the World Tour than these two. There are probably two competitors that want to beat each other more than any other on the circuit.
There's a luff. I expect, Taylor just to roll right into attack there. That was a smart play.
It's going to be a grudge match.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's going to be nothing in it, you can tell. Now, Dennis, let's bring you into that. Canfield shifts to the right. Is that the right call? Do you want to be to the right of Ian Williams going upwind, or do you want to be legging it out to the left where Williams is heading?
Well, right now, being to the right, he's got the starboard advantage if they stay even going up the course.
Okay, so we're tacking back towards each other. Williams is on port. He ducks. He'll have to avoid. Dial down or not? No, Canfield's continuing straight, shifting. No, he's going to lee bow his opponent, right?
I think so. He had a bit of a questionable tack there. Thought about the duck. Will he go for the slam punt?
Oh!
Taylor Canfield's got to be very careful here. Windward leeward. Got to keep clear.
Close to a penalty there. Williams goes for the dig as a leeward boat. Look how close they are. Canfield struggling to keep clear.
I don't know. Taylor was really pushing the
that?
boundary on keeping clear there, but umpires say green flag.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that's going to help Canfield.
Yeah, that was a bit of a costly move there for Ian Williams. You really have to get the penalty if you're going to go for that. Otherwise, you just give up a boat length.
A boat length, and your opponent's now going to the right-hand side, so Canfield has starboard tack advantage. Williams will not be happy with either of those things as they split again. Here comes Williams squeezing up into attack to stay with Canfield, and Canfield's going to do the same.
And I expect Taylor to come back with about a boat length advantage here. That was a bit of a costly maneuver for Williams. But the question is,
Williams has done an extra tack.
Yeah, the question is, how close will these boats be together?
A length, a little over a length would be my guess. Canfield will be across and has starboard. He's not going to make the same mistake with Williams, though. If he's going to tack, it'll be straight in front of him, not to windward of him. He doesn't want to open up that transom again. Here comes the tack. Williams does exactly what he's supposed to.
Yeah, half a boat length between these two teams. So really good job by Taylor Canfield to kind of recognize that, keep clear, not get a penalty in that situation, and defend the right side.
You're not going to see a big split here either. Williams is the most positional sailor on the World Tour. He is so comfortable to stay in a position that is very marginal and just hold it as long as possible. He always brings the game back to his opponent.
Well, and Ian Williams here tacking first, recognizing that right-hand side. So Ian Williams just trying to keep the race close. If he can keep it within one boat length, he can make his move on the downwind where his wind shadow has an effect on Taylor. The rolls get reversed. So Ian Williams is just trying to play it safe, play it conservative, and stay within touch. He's not looking to overtake on this upwind.
True, but the problem is with every tack, Williams is getting closer to the port tack ley line, and when he gets there, that's where Canfield is really going to make it hurt.
And that's why Ian Williams is going so short. He's trying to sail on port and clean air as much as he can, trying to get to that weather mark without getting to the ley line too early. The longer he sits on the ley line, the more he's going to lose.
So he should tack soon.
Yeah, exactly, and you can see him going right back.
Almost like you've done this once or twice before. Here comes Williams again on port. Disadvantage, and I think Canfield is just gaining ever so slightly every time they come together from the right-hand side.
Yeah, one, Ian Williams having to sail a little bit in his bad air, and two, Taylor Canfield's always getting the advantage of the righty before Ian Williams is. So both boats still not on ley line yet as Ian Williams goes for another tack, but he's running out of distance. You can see the mark there just to the right of Taylor Canfield's bow. No longer in shot there. I'd say both boats have about another minute of upwind sailing before we get to the downwind.
These two, first and second overall in the regatta so far. They have traded wins on just about every single World Tour event in the globe, including this one. The last win, as all of you know, went to Canfield. He is the reigning champion. That gave him a 5th record Crimson Blazer to Williams's 4.
And Taylor Canfield tacking early there.
Did he?
I think either or he just got a massive righty and put the hurt on Ian Williams as these boats now on ley line, it looks like, going to the red mark. So both boats on ley line.
Yep, Canfield just a little bit to leeward. I think Williams is overstood.
Yeah, and that's going to hurt. You don't want to overstand when you're the boat behind because Taylor Canfield able to tack well before Ian Williams there is able to put an extra 2 boat lengths on him.
Williams has got some pace, though. He sailed extra distance, but unless I'm seeing something funny, he looks like he's just reeling Canfield in a little bit in this overhead shot. Could be the perspective. Here comes Canfield at the set. It's got to be perfect. 6-time world champion right on his transom. The delta about 4 boat lengths. Beautiful. Spinnaker set.
Oh, my gosh. That was textbook.
Now it's Williams' turn. Can they reply and bring do the same thing? A little bit slower for Williams on the set.
And Taylor, interestingly, going right into a jibe. It's a very smart move. When the other boat doesn't have a spinnaker yet, they can't match, effectively letting Taylor escape for free, although Ian and his team making quick work of it.
Good recovery.
Yeah.
They're going to come out hot, even though they don't have a spinnaker pole, trying to get up on Canfield's breeze. Canfield's seen this movie before. He knows how it ends. And he's just going to jibe away the same move we've seen Williams do downwind.
Yeah, he's pulling an Ian there. It's a really good move. Jibe early, put Ian in a bit of pressure, force him to make a bad maneuver, setting and rolling straight into a jibe. So I really like what Taylor's doing here.
Yep, thank you. Give us an update on who just won that match, Dennis.
So Bernsen just won this match.
Bernstein. I love Americans say Bernstein, like Bernstein Bears. It's in our head. Bernsen. The Bernstein Bears have won that one.
So that'll be a really good win for the Swedes
It's
there.
like
Now,
just natural. Comes off the tongue.
Bernsen slipping into second place in the points overall with 10.5, so getting an edge over Williams there. Williams really looking to try to win this one.
Not at this point.
He's trying to, but
What will he do here? Canfield is jibed onto starboard, converging underneath Williams's breeze, halfway down the run, and it looks like it's long starboard, so a little bit of a left-hand angle, or at least the course is skewed that way.
Yep.
As they head for the leeward marks. A little bit of a wobble there. Here comes Williams' jibe perfectly on top of Canfield. Now Canfield's got a decision to make. He can reach up and sail extra distance to get through Williams' wind shadow or keep his air low and clear behind, but at some point he's going to have to luff up to get to the
Williams
what is
looking
going
a little
on with
unstable.
Williams?
I think he was a bit by the lead there and got a bit of pressure. Now you can see Taylor Canfield sailing higher, trying to clear his breeze out in front of Ian Williams' kite.
I like what he did there. As soon as Williams lost his kite, Canfield went bow up and said, now's the time we'll get through the least amount of wind shadow. And Williams can't respond. He's got to keep his bow down to get his spinnaker filled.
Yep.
Advantage Canfield.
But I do think Ian Williams is closed up here a little bit. I think he's got about a boat length back on this one, and both teams struggling a little bit to keep the kites full. It is pretty breezy, and these boats are sailing really downwind. And Ian Williams, again, having a kite problem. I think he's just sailing 2 by the lee right now.
Yep. What did they take the pole down to? They're anticipating the leeward mark rounding. It's going to be Canfield will get there first. His jib is up. The kite still up as well. Now it's coming down. He has the choice to go left or right. Dennis, which way would you go? No pressure. Make the call.
He's going to go to Right-hand mark facing downwind.
Yeah, left-hand mark looking upwind. Now that's going to leave Williams most likely to jibe and split and go to the opposite gate. Here it comes.
Oh, Ian Williams,
he's
kite
jumping
in the
his
water.
Oh, come on, get that out of the
He's
water,
going,
guys.
gone fishing.
Hey, if you're going to lose this match, it's not going to be that way, Ian. Come on. Everybody, every eyeball in Long Beach is watching you. I'd love to hear what he's saying right about now.
Oh, he's got it out of the water, and he's got his nose clear to the right, so, and he's going to roll straight into attack. So
He's such a proper gentleman, Dennis. Do you think he's saying, could you guys please just get the kite out of the water? Thank you.
No, I do not think
Port
that.
starboard. Williams
close.
Williams has gained a little bit.
yeah, but Taylor's going to do the right thing, and I think he's going to cross over and take the right-hand side there.
But
So
Williams is right in this. Would you tack thin on Canfield's hip?
I would go a little bit and tack. The righty is definitely coming back here, so I don't think if I were Williams, I wouldn't have tacked right around that mark. I think you had the bow out advantage. You should have dug into the right a little bit more. He only missed him by about half a boat length, but now he's given up that right-hand side. Taylor Canfield sailing out to that right-hand side, clearly believing in that righty.
Well, and it's still in a left-hand phase right now, so every boat length that Williams sails this way, he's not utilizing that lefty. Meanwhile, Canfield is just chomping up the race course in a left-hand lift.
And he's going to hope for a righty.
Now, you can't hope at this. Well, he is, yes, but I'm just wondering why Williams is going so far out to the left-hand side. Now he tacks. Canfield tacks again. This will be big.
I think Canfield's going to be ahead by a bit more than we saw the last time around. I think now he stepped into a nice right-hand pressure, and I think that was a bit of a mistake by Ian Williams. Yeah, you can see Taylor's winding up in the righty, continuing to put his bow higher and higher in the breeze. And he's going to be ahead by about 2 boat lengths here.
Big puff coming through right now.
What a match. Williams is always close enough. Even when he gets the wrong side of a shift, you blink and he's right there.
Yeah.
It was half a length the last time these two teams. Canfield only gained a quarter of a length, I would say, overall.
Yeah,
even though it was right hand.
But we're going to see the same
advantage.
picture that we saw last upwind. Taylor's going to continue bouncing him to the unfavored side, and that gap's going to continue to grow until they get out to the lay line.
Why not go thin? You're off to the left. You're Williams. Go now.
I think Ian Williams here may be feeling a bit of pressure, and he's trying to roll the dice a little bit, see if there is a little bit of left still in this breeze.
Well, this time Canfield goes thin, and now Williams responds. Williams looked like he might be in a little bit of pressure.
I think there is a little bit of left still in
Is
this
it a
breeze.
gain? Can we get a race out of this for Ian Williams if you're a British fan or a Del Stotler, one or the other? Canfield tacks. Williams responds, and like you said, Jeffrey, Williams might be doing well to hang in there with Canfield from the right, but he's getting closer and closer to that port tack lay line, and that's where he's going to make it hurt.
He needs only about a 1 boat length gap to attack Taylor Canfield on the downwind. Any bit more than that, and he's going to be hard-pressed to get around Taylor there. So I think Taylor's doing a really good job, but I think this started up at the gate. I don't think Ian Williams should have given up the right-hand side.
All right, but here's where we are. Coming into the top of the track, Canfield to the right. Williams is tacked. Is he on lay line? No. What are your options on this next situation for both boats? What would you do if you're Canfield?
So at Canfield, I think he did the right thing. He goes all the way out to lay line and tack. So it forces Ian Williams to either cross behind him and tack on his hip, which is an unfavorable position, or tack into leeward early of the lay line, also unfavorable. So Taylor Canfield kind of taking away all of Ian Williams' options here.
Okay, and what are Ian? What would you do if you're Ian? Oh, that's interesting.
It looks like he's closer there, putting the bow
Yeah.
down, both boats together. I kind of forgot they were going to the right mark, so a little bit of a mistake on my part.
Or Canfield's. Look at that. Very close. Williams is right back in this. A big duck there, a little bit of a dial down for Canfield. He'll shift over to the left. Williams a little bit slow after that, but he has caught back up. He's got a tack. Come on in. Which mark
These
are we going
teams
to?
are going to the red mark. So Ian Williams doing a really great job. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Ian Williams is going to tack onto starboard, and if he can get into the zone first, he'll be entitled to mark room. So Taylor Canfield is going to be putting his bow down, really trying to rip, but this is going to be really close. It all depends on who gets to the zone first.
It was. Think of how close it was the last time. These just a minute ago. Right now, we've got Williams on starboard, looking for rights in the zone at the top mark. Canfield just getting across. He's into the set. Williams half a length behind. He'll tack.
It's a little bit
of a wrap.
Yeah, a little bit of a wrap for Taylor
This
Canfield
could open the
team.
door for the British team. Now, how will Williams respond into the set? I mean, this is where crew work has got to make or break this race. Canfield finally got the kite sorted out. Beautiful set for Williams, giving chase to the finish. Canfield a length and a half in it, barely. And Williams setting up low for the next maneuver, the next jibe.
Yeah, I'd expect to see Williams go for a Simo jibe here. He's a little bit, he's closer than he was on the last downwind. I'd expect him to go for the Simo jibe, and I'd expect to see Taylor do the Ian Williams strategy. Jibe back, and continue to defend against the roll until they get downwind. But interestingly enough, Ian Williams going for the jibe early.
With a wet spinnaker.
Yeah, and he's got a little bit of a wet spinnaker there as from a little bit of a shady drop last time around. So coming back, now rolling into another jibe. So
that was
all
interesting
to play
for.
for.
Yep, there's the double jibe for Canfield. Wow, look at Williams just throwing jibe after jibe up to windward there. Is the breeze a little bit in the left? Is that why Williams has just shifted himself that way?
Yeah, the breeze is phasing left right now.
Well, this next jibe will be crucial.
And where they are on the race course, both boats getting really deep into that right-hand side. So Ian Williams wants to set up to the right looking downwind or to the left looking upwind of Taylor Canfield because that's more race course.
This could be the race right here for Ian Williams. Meanwhile, Canfield's got to sail a lot of distance to keep his air clear. It's clear behind right now, but at some point he's going to have to luff up. And that's where Ian Williams is going to pounce, draw him in. It's probably going to be a photo finish at this rate. Yeah. We're halfway down the run. Williams to the left, Canfield to leeward to the right. Here comes Canfield luffing up, making his move. He's going to converge with Williams' wind shadow. Not yet, but it's coming.
Taylor's just trying to delay the inevitable right now, trying to get downhill. He's going to have to turn up at some point and get through Ian Williams' bad breeze. Ian just trying to close the gap. You see him rocking the boat to windward, doing everything he can to toss as much dirty air towards Taylor Canfield's way.
Here comes Canfield, a big aggressive luff. Huge, sharp one. Williams responded just a second late, so Canfield did a good job there now. Bow-to-bow race. Canfield looking not to get his spinnaker rolled. Oh, no, there goes Canfield's spinnaker. Williams is coming on strong. Are we going to see a luff? Again, Canfield's spinnaker's collapsing, the speed dropping, the British team pulling forward now. Is Canfield going to wipe out? Hang in there, Taylor. Oh, no. The spinnaker's gone. The boat almost broached there. They lost the kite. They've recovered. But I think Ian Williams might have pulled forward into the lead as both teams now put the bows down to the finish. The crowd is on their feet. If you're not on your feet, stand up. This is going to be a good one. Williams to the left. He's rolled Canfield, but he's going to the unfavored side of the finish. Canfield's got his spinnaker back under control. He's going to put the bow down towards the committee boat. Cameras are up. Tension is high. Williams looking to take this race. It'll be a huge psychological win if he can do it. Canfield wants it. He's hungry. He can't stand Williams, but he's not going to do it. Williams has done it. What a race.
Wow, what a race. Kudos to Ian Williams and team. The trimmers doing a fantastic job, doing God's work there, keeping the kite full, and well done to take one off of Taylor Canfield.
Didn't see that one coming at all. Wow.
Ian Williams, you don't want him behind you within 2 lengths kind of downwind, don't you?
Now, you know what? This is fun now because Canfield had a really strong advantage, but that win didn't mean much for the overall standings. What it meant psychologically to when these teams face each other again in the semifinals, that's where this race is going to come into play. That was awesome. I can't wait for the press conference. Best race of the day by far.
That was a nail-biter. What a race.
Williams had it the whole time.
Oh, did he?
I honestly wouldn't have put money on that. That was impressive.
No, but I tell you this, neither one of those teams would I want them behind me within 2 lengths on a final downwind leg. That's for sure.
Yeah, that was cool. All right. Not sure how much long of a break we've got. Are we already into the next one or no? Okay. We're going to catch our breath, folks, and you guys on the pier. I think the party, the bar is definitely open, so grab one because we've got more sailing to go. 2 more flights to finish here. Day number 3, round robin number 2, the 57th Congressional Cup. That last one was a doozy. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Feel love. Feel love. Feel love. Feel love.
Ladies and gentlemen, no rest for the weary. We just finished one of the most exciting matches in the Congressional Cup, and we are right back in it. 2 flights left to close out the second round robin. Into the pre-start with number 2 on starboard, Pearson Potts. He's facing Dave Hood, also representing USA. From the left on port. Once again, I'm Tucker Thompson, joined by Jeffrey Peterson and Dennis Durgan. And here we go, guys, as the action winds down here. Day number 3, the Congressional Cup in Long Beach, California.
Well, I would say Tucker just said action's winding down, but on the contrary, it is just ramping
time's
up.
Clock's winding down. That's
the
what
clock's winding down, but the action is ramping up as the fight for the semifinals is in full swing. Unfortunately, Pearson Potts, Dave Hood, Harry Price, and Nick Eggnott Johnson mathematically can no longer make the semifinals. But interestingly enough, we have 2 of the semifinalists technically set. Taylor Canfield and Ian Williams mathematically are through to the semifinals. However, Yanni Bernsen, Jeppe Bork, Chris Poole, and Emil Kerr, the fight is on for the third and fourth spots of the semifinals, all to play for here in the final 2 flights.
Well summarized. Thank you. And what's exciting is after this start between Potts and Hood, we have 2 of them, Poole facing Kerr in match number 2. That's going to be one to watch. Meanwhile, back in this match, 2 minutes, 45 seconds. The dial-up is done. 2 leading off to the right-hand side, Potts over Hood. Into the pier.
2:35 to go here. Both boats sailing on port. And interestingly, I think Pearson Potts has a jibe if he wants it. Both boats probably don't have enough time to do any circling, so we're going to see them sail down, pick their time to come back to the line. Dave Hood setting up down inside the leeward, kind of showing his hand he wants the lead.
You know, to me, it's confusing if you want to, if you really want to write. Leading in seems to me to be a bit more high risk and harder to pull off. But that looks like what Potts is setting up for now. Leading back, Hood's going to shift up to the right. Effectively, the strategy if you want to push from behind and get a better shot at taking the right. No, is Hood going to try to go over the top of Potts? Potts is going to close the door and say no to that. Now Hood goes down deep. I don't know what he's doing, quite honestly.
Yeah, 1:30 to go, and Dave Hood, he's just trying to
staying back, isn't he?
he's just trying to stay back and let Pearson sail himself down the line. It's usually a pretty good tactic because you can't stop these boats completely. If Pearson gets stopped up, he'll be able to come in for a hook. So Dave just kind of doing a little bit of a standoffish approach to this pre-start as both boats kind of bearing away now, coming down towards the boundary.
Coming up.
1:15 to go.
Yep. Hood swings up aggressively. Potts
He's
goes
gonna
in for
get
the hook.
hooked. That's going to be bad news for Dave Hood and team. I'd expect to see him do attack pretty early. He's
Roll right
too
into
early
it.
to be hooked.
Got a minute to go. Roll right into one.
Yeah,
And he
roll
does.
right into one. Pearson's going to try to tack him back, maybe prevent the jibe. Slow tack. Dave Hood not really going for the jibe yet, so maybe a little bit of a consolidation there. But I think Dave needs to be doing a little bit more now. 40 seconds to go in this pre-start.
Dave hits the brakes here. If Pearson Potts slides up like he is, Dave's going to try and put the bow down aggressively.
Pearson's just going to roll into attack.
Yep.
Dave, though, doing a little, not very much here. Pearson just going to set up well, and Dave's now got to push Pearson down the line enough with 30 seconds to go. Both boats still to the right of the committee boat, and I think Pearson Potts has done a very good job in this start.
Looking really good. 20 seconds to go. Pearson Potts in control of this start. As he heads for the line. Dave Hood's going to get a start out of this, but he's going to be very tight to windward of his opponent as they head for the start. Less than 10 seconds to go. Actually, there's the gun. A luff from Potts. Hood goes down and concedes. Nice move.
Oh, that was a brilliant move by Pearson Potts, just putting the nail in the coffin for Dave Hood and team there. Dave now maybe not even being able to tack with his bow, but he's reeling in with speed to leeward.
Ooh,
That
that's
was close.
perfect for Potts. It's just making it hurt. Now, if you want to get invited back to the Congressional Cup, don't do this to the Long Beach Yacht Club team.
Well, right now these two teams are not so worried about that. They're
Yeah.
fighting for the battle of the basement. Whoever wins this race, puts a point on. Pearson Potts is a point back in 10th place, trying to not get the book.
Yes, the book. Tell us about the book. Do you know about the book?
I have
Arthur Knapp.
I haven't won the book.
That's good.
Well, that's a good start.
You-
I've come close.
What is the book? Tell us real quick what is the
That's
book.
Arthur Knapp's Race Your Boat Right,
And it's given to
the last place finisher.
the last place. You know who's won the book?
I know several people have won the book.
But in this regatta, 5-time Con Cup winner Taylor Canfield has won the book. That should say something.
Ted Turner's won the book.
A lot of very famous sailors have won the book.
I'll tell you what, I've never won the book or the Con Cup.
Oh.
Right in the middle. I like to stay right in the middle.
That's not a bad way to do it.
No. Here we go. Back in match number 2 here, flight 17. This is the big one. Poole and Cayer.
Yeah, this is the
Each
fight.
of them needs this point, needs this win.
Yeah, this is the fight. Cayer sitting on 8 wins right now. Chris Poole on 9, so he's looking to jump Chris Poole to a tie, and he will actually effectively be in a 3-way tie with Bork, Poole, and himself, and Emil will be winning the tiebreaker there. So, interestingly enough, though, it's never over. You could get damage points, and that does affect standing. So both teams need to be careful not to cause any damage when winning these races.
You know what I like about you? You think about 2 levels deeper than most. Like there's also this, but look at this and that. A lot of it in it. Poole in control of the match so far. Early days, 3 minutes to go to the start. Another port starboard, another dial up. Here comes Emil Cayer, one of the most aggressive pre-starters and the youngest helmsman in the regatta at only 20 years old. Chris Poole in his 7th Congressional Cup. I remember when he was the youngster. .245 windward boat getting a little bit close. Poole's going to have to just accelerate away there. Oh, look at that. Cayer does a nice job. Backs the jib.
Yeah, and
slides his bow right down under Poole.
It's a race to get the boats up to speed. Chris Poole still turning, but Emil in a very nice position. Chris Poole not going to be able to get a jibe off there, and he's going to be a bit under pressure as both boats sail off on port into the playground.
Accelerating away now, Chris Poole. 2:15. Poole just digs down there. Taylor Canfield had that same move over the top of the signal boat.
Yeah, it's a good move. What they're trying to do there is they're trying to get down and see if the trailing boat keeps their bow high, and effectively then they'd force an overlap situation and put the boat trailing under pressure. So a lot of teams will do that as they come over the committee boat, just as a little, try and see. Most of these teams aren't going to fall for it, but it is a good try.
Cayer didn't fall for it. Minute 45 to go. Poole jives a little bit early. What will Cayer do?
Yeah, if Cayer's just going to go up over the stern, he'll cross over and tack. With 140 to go, Chris Poole's got a bit on to kill time here, and Emil's going to be pushing very aggressively.
While we kill time, Dennis Durgan, upwind. You still like the right. You see velocity to the left. Where do you want to be relative to your opponent on this start?
Right now, the boats on the course are down on port tack, so that's a right shift up there.
All right. Maybe these guys heard us. The PA system down on the water. Dennis likes the right. Poole set up to the left of Caillere. Coming up to the 1 minute mark. Poole just a little bit above lay line, and he's waiting to reel Caillere in. Here comes Caillere. Bow down. Chris Poole's going to fishtail, throwing his transom at him, a little bit of dirty air, slowing Caillere down, trying to keep from getting an overlap, keep from getting a hook. We're below lay line now, so Poole's going to look to close the door.
Yeah, if Emil wants, he can come up and start to the right of him. Chris Poole will not be able to shut him out at the committee boat, but Emil just kind of hanging behind. He's pushing Chris Poole down the line. 30 seconds to go.
Big right-hand shift.
Yeah, did Chris Poole get his timing right, or did Emil get it wrong?
I like Poole right here. Poole's got to kill about 8 or 9 seconds, but he's on top of Emil Caillere's breeze, just slowing him down the whole time. He's got enough room to do a little wiggle, and Emil knows it. So Emil was going to tack. That fakes Chris. I did the right thing there, though. I like what Chris has done because he's going to be on the line at the gun ahead of Emil, and he's going to have the right-hand side. 12 seconds, though. You need some time to get that final tack in. Here it comes, winding up to the line. There's the gun. And Poole rolls into attack right at the signal boat. Someone hit that boat yesterday in that move right there.
Long Beach hero Dave Hood hit the committee boat, and Emil rolling right into attack to respond. We'll see if Chris Poole elects to do a dial down here, as Emil is a bit bow forward, maybe even getting across.
Yeah, I don't know if that dial down was going to be worth it at all. Now he puts the bow back up. It is port starboard. Chris Poole just gave a little bit to Emil, but he's still got starboard advantage, and Emil Caillere tacks to leeward. Poole maintains.
Yeah, Emil there. I think Chris Poole was a little bit overzealous there, going for the dial down early, and effectively just gave up a boat length to Emil for free. He's like, here's a free boat length for you, buddy. And now both boats sailing on starboard. Chris Poole trying to live up on his hip. We'll see if he's able to do so. He's got a pretty good amount of gauge there, so looking pretty good as the Danes work to try to close the gauge up to Chris Poole. And it is pretty puffy conditions out there, so really hard for these skippers to keep the boats going upright and quickly.
Back into the pre-start, match number 3. Harry Price to the right, Jeppe Bork to the left, into the dial-up. Aussie versus the Danes.
Yeah, this is an important race for Bork here, is if he's not able to win this one, that's going to drop him out of the tie right now. So he's really
unusual
looking to
move.
put points on. Harry Price with the fake dial there.
It wasn't fake. It didn't happen.
Well, that's the idea behind the move, is you actually sail past the other boat and tack, and it lets them get over the top. But if Harry had done a little bit of a better job, you're right under pressure, putting the other boat right on their leeward quarter. So a little bit of a mistake by Harry Price, but I like the idea.
A for effort.
And will Harry attempt a jibe at him here? He could throw in a very aggressive one. We'll see. And yes, he's going to. So Jeppe going to have to be very – or no, sorry. Jeppe throwing the jibe at Harry Price. As he crosses over, I'd expect him to turn back, and I expect Price to bear away and try the same.
2 minutes 45 the countdown. Bork leading. Both teams fishtailing a little bit there. Price pushing about a length between the two. Bork can do whatever he wants when he gets over to the pier here. Plenty of gauge, 2:30 to go.
Plenty of time here. I'd expect both boats to go pretty far and deep into the playground, trying to kill as much time. We're not seeing a lot of circling in these pre-starts. I think it's just a bit windy. These teams are trying to stay a little bit more conservative in the pre-start. If you have a bad circle, you could really throw your pre-start in the bin, as both boats even going past the end of the pier there.
Oh, what a cool shot. And the crowd goes wild. Coming up on 2 minutes.
Yeah, Harry Price up to windward. Jeppe Bork right on the boundaries. Harry goes down for a dive. Will he get inside?
Early. Pretty early right now. Still 2 minutes.
Yeah, very, very early. So I think you're going to want to see Harry keep his bow clear, even Jeppe going for a jibe out. So I'd expect to see Jeppe maybe come up off the boundary a little bit, roll maybe into a tack even.
Yep.
Oh, not quite. He's just going to
waiting?
sit and wait. So Harry Price going out, killing some more time. Jeppe just kind of hanging, waiting for Harry to come to him.
Quick update, Pearson Potts is in the lead. You can see him in the background there heading upwind in his match.
Against Dave Hood.
Yep.
Now you got to be careful here.
Harry Price. Oh, that was a big hit from behind.
That was clear ahead, clear stern.
I can feel it up
been
here.
A mistake there by Harry Price. We'll see.
Well, Price has already hit the pier. Now he's hit Bork as well.
Blue flag penalty. Okay, so.
Oh, blue flag penalty.
Yeah, so it wasn't clear head, clear stern.
Oh,
so interestingly enough, these sterns have a bit of a ducktail, and they stick out. So you can actually be on the leeward side of the stern even though you're clear head. So Harry Price, very, very marginal call, but getting away with it there. So Jeppe under pressure.
You can hear his mom and dad on the pier. They'll be happy with that.
I'm sure everyone took a deep breath in after that one, though. That was a big collision. So
good thing there's a damage deposit. 35 seconds. Bork leading, but he's got a penalty coming into the line. And I think Price will just get a start out of this to lure. No, he's going to tack. This is the move Price has been doing in every single start, and it usually has him starting behind.
Yeah, but he's going to throw a luff here. Will Jeppe get caught napping here? Puts the bow down, but Harry now, we'll see if he's able to lay. Jeppe having to tack, so that's going to work for Harry Price. Green flag.
But still, sheet in, get up to speed, get to the line. He's going to be to the right of his opponent. That will be strong.
And he'll have to tack for the committee bout here unless he's able to get up over it.
No, I think it'll be a tack, but that's okay. He's at full pace right now, so at least it'll be a full speed tack.
Yeah, no, that's a great start for Harry Price.
Oh, here we go. Port starboard again. Meanwhile, here we are into the top mark. Who have we got? Check in with us in a second. That's number 4 in the lead.
Boat 4, that is Chris Poole leading. Very important race against Emil.
Emil Cayer. Both of them need this win. Right now, Poole's a point ahead of Cayer, so that'll be a strong win if he can stay ahead. Poole into the set, the delta, 2.5 lengths. Here comes Cayer.
Chris with a little bit of a slow set there, so we'll see if the Danes can put up a little bit of a better spinnaker. We'll see. And no, he's got a whiny, so that's a bit of an unforced error there by the Danes as Chris Poole is able to jive and clear his breeze ahead. So a very good move by Chris Poole.
Yeah.
Emil, interestingly enough, continuing to sail out on that right-hand side, now jiving over. So just trying to set up to the right, maybe seeing if Chris Poole has to do another jive and come back into the gates. He looks like he's having to sail pretty low to make the gates here. So maybe Chris Poole jived a little early, and Emil might be able to gain a little bit out of that.
I don't know. What I don't like about what Emil did is it's now all up to Chris as to whether he's going to jive or not. He's put it in the hands of his opponent.
Yeah, well, Chris did a really nice job kind of forcing Emil's hand by rolling into a jive before Emil even had his spinnaker up, and Emil is never going to be able to match that and get on his breeze. So Emil doing what he can there, but Chris Poole, it pays to be ahead, that's for sure.
Yeah, but look, this was the same distance that Taylor Canfield had over Ian Williams, and Williams reeled him in. So anything is possible in this match, and this is an important one.
Absolutely.
All right, let's shift our eyes back down to the line. Just under the 3-minute mark for the next start. And this is Nick Egnott Johnson. Right there they are. They've just, both of them on port. Nick Egnott Johnson and Taylor Canfield trailing him. The Kiwis versus the Americans. And we're 2:40 to that start as they reach over the top of the signal boat. I didn't know you had so many cruise ships here in Long Beach. Where do they go? Alaska and Mexico. Okay. Thank you, Dennis. By local knowledge, we meant everything, you know, the whole spectrum here in Long Beach, home of the 28 Olympic Games.
2:15 to go in this pre-start. Both boats continuing to sail out on port into the playground. We're seeing a lot of very similar pre-start strategies. One boat kind of keeping clear off on the right-hand side, and then the boat leading. We're not seeing too many people really get into too much action until the final approach.
You know you're close to the action when you are on a pier and you're looking halfway up the rig of the boats. That's pretty cool.
Through the
A lesser
umbrellas.
cameraman might not have held that shot, but that's a beautiful one. That's pretty cool. As Egnott Johnson No, it's really cool. Ignat Johnson there. Leading in. And the time, minute and a half.
And so Nick really trying to stomp on the brakes here, kill some time. Yanni Bernsen's going to be looking to push pretty aggressively here, but he's keeping Canfield. Canfield just kind of keeping his distance here, letting Nick kill time without really putting him under pressure. So looks to me like Taylor Canfield's trying to set up for a wide right start. He wants that right-hand side, and in the later part of this day with the breeze up, I would tend to agree.
About a minute coming up. There it is.
And Nick's done an incredible job just absolutely stomping on the brakes, killing time. Taylor Canfield closing the distance here. Will he get overlap to windward? Taylor's going to go for the roll.
Sheeted on, full pace.
He's going to be hard-pressed to get over the top here. It's pretty windy, so he's going to eat up a lot of time and distance on the start line trying to get over top of Nick, and this could put Taylor in a bit of pressure.
35 seconds to go. Both boats heading back down. Is there an overlap? No. Canfield really close. Puts the bow up. Ignat Johnson does as well. No flags. 22 seconds. Canfield's perfect. Perfect time on distance there. He's got 2 seconds to kill to get to the pin. He can do whatever he wants.
Yeah, Nick's probably going to want to roll into attack here pretty quick, and Taylor will match it.
Taylor actually putting the bow down. For pace, I guess.
And he'll roll into attack to match it. I think he had to put the bow down there because Nick almost had a piece of him to lure.
There's the gun.
Off they go. Nick throwing the Y flag, asking the question.
Where'd who go? Nice job, Canfield. Now let's bring Dennis back into the mix. Canfield is really rolling the dice in that left-hand side. First time we've seen a boat do that today with that much leverage right off the start.
Yeah, we haven't seen a split start like that.
What do you make of it? You like it?
Boy,
Here
he's coming into attack now.
It's interesting. Every now and then we get those velocity puffs coming off the lower left part of the racetrack. Maybe Canfield gets his bow into that and just rides it across. Now coming into the finish, this one's close. Who have we got in the Proscape Landscape Spinnaker?
That's Dave Hood.
Dave Hood. Hood has passed.
Pearson Potts.
Look at that, folks. Okay, if you're a Long Beach Yacht Club member, you know what to do at this finish. Dave Hood crosses the line and takes the race. Just in time because the next start is entering. That was the 4-minute gun just as those two teams crossed. Good job, Dave Hood over Pearson Potts. It was close. Finally, Ian Williams and Yanni Bernsen. This will be a heavyweight match. Williams fresh off an exciting win over Taylor Canfield. Bernsen sitting in third, Williams sitting in second, according to the points right now.
Ian Williams, Yanni Bernsen, no strangers here as these two come together for, I don't even know how many times. Does anyone have a tally on how many times these two have raced each other? I'm sure it is quite a lot. You can see Yanni Bernsen stomping on the brakes, backwinding his main there. Ian Williams poised, calm, collected. As he falls off onto port, Yanni Bernsen is going to try to match, but he's a little bit more down speed. Ian Williams maybe thinking about going back, getting a piece after him. Yanni Bernsen still going backwards here as both boats now on port, off into the playground. The gap is about 2 lengths between the boats.
Two minutes 45, the countdown.
Yeah, 2:35 to go in this pre-start. Ian Williams just sailing off into the distance. Yanni Bernsen not really having a look to the inside here, so maybe just kind of acknowledging he wants to push in this pre-start. He does have the option, being so far back, to take whatever side he wants once they decide to jibe.
Williams using he usually does a double jibe here to get down to his opponent's line, and then he can do whatever he wants. But now when the pier comes into play.
There you go, just a casual jibe. He's going to flick it on to starboard. Yanni Bernsen forced to avoid, and there's the double.
And now at some point in the next 20 seconds, he'll start leading on starboard back towards the line, asking the question of Bernsen, what do you want to do? Hip up with gauge to windward, roll over the top, or try to go in for the hook? Williams will match if Bernsen puts his bow down
Yeah,
and look to lead.
Bernsen's got to be very careful though with going in between Ian Williams and the zone here. He doesn't have any room, so he's gonna have to sit big down there. Ian Williams should hug this boundary.
Minute 30 to go, and that's where Williams likes to be, leading his opponent. A couple fishtails here as he slows down, drawing Bernsen in. He's going to go down below ley line to the signal boat and try to hook Bernsen and then slow down. Minute 20. Ian's a little bit earlier than he normally is at this point in a pre-start.
And it's close. Yanni Bernsen almost has an overlap to leeward. I'd expect Yanni to turn up inside Ian Williams once he decides to go up to the line. You see Yanni wants to try to lead this turn up.
Yeah, but Yanni doesn't want to get a hook.
He's
and
okay getting
happen.
hooked here. I don't think Ian Williams can prevent Yanni Bernsen from starting here.
He's going to try. 45 seconds. Williams pretty close down to the pin there. A little more down than he likes to be, but remember we saw Canfield fight for the pin and win it, so there could be something happening in the lower left of the track. I would expect Williams to luff a little bit here, close the gauge on Bernsen.
Yeah, and Bernsen's going to attack. He's still got 30 seconds to go. He's way too early on the line, and hopefully he doesn't go too early, though. If he attacks too early, Ian Williams will be able to follow him and prevent him from starting at the boat. So both boats just luffing, keeping it pretty cool here, and I'd expect to see Ian Williams start on starboard, Yanni Bernsen start on port.
And we have it, split tack start. Williams wanted the left, so did Canfield in his match. So two of the top teams in this regatta fought for the left and got it. Here comes the gun. Williams puts the bow down towards the pins. Got to kill about a second. Bernsen is going to tack at the signal boat. Meanwhile, as they start.
Ian's going to be really tight on the pin there, slipping sideways a little bit and having to tack there.
Yep, top mark has got some excitement going on, folks. Who have we got? Stopped dead in the water, 9 and 5. That's
Taylor Canfield stopping up Nick Egnott Johnson at the top mark. So him stopping the race there means he doesn't want Nick to round right behind him. But Nick has to be careful, though. Going inside, he's not entitled to mark room. Taylor Canfield owns that mark, so he's going to have to put the bow up and stop. But a nice move by Nick to force Taylor to round the mark as both boats go up with the spinnakers. Great set by Canfield and team. Nick going to follow.
Nick right on his heels. A good set for Egnott Johnson as well.
Set.
And
Great
he's already
work
got
by
his bow
both
down a
teams.
little bit. As you'd expect, crew work getting really tight. Okay, yeah, thanks, Beck. Just a quick update on the finish line. It was Chris Poole. Remember that match that was incredibly important between Kayer, who's not even finishing, by the way. He's just sailing off the race course, and Chris Poole. Poole gets it.
Yeah, that's a really big one for Poole to secure, move him up the standings into 4th place. So right now, Chris Poole is hanging on to that last semifinal spot. Emil Chiara with some races to go still has a chance, but it's going to be close as we join Yanni Bernsen's race. Yanni Bernsen on starboard coming after him here. We'll see, and a big dial down. Yanni Bernsen not really avoiding too much, just going to give him a little bit force.
Rolling right into attack. Simultaneous tack. The boat on the right is in the right, but Bernsen gets across.
Yeah, and Elliot Williams having a bit of a shocker of attack there. So it was a good move by Yanni Bernsen. He didn't force a major dial down, but forced Ian Williams to have a really big duck. As we come back to the top mark between Taylor Canfield and Nick Egnott Johnson, as these final round robin and flights come to a close, the action is ramping up as everyone's fighting for those top spots.
Now, does Egnott Johnson have a shot?
No, Egnott Johnson mathematically cannot make it.
And Canfield is in no matter what. So this is for bragging rights.
Yeah, but you best believe both of these teams are really going to be wanting this.
Here comes the luff. His breeze getting affected by Egnott Johnson.
And Nick electing to go down to leeward here, but he's losing his kite a little bit. Both teams losing their kite, but now the question is, can Nick gain enough boat length back in that maneuver to force Taylor Canfield out past the finish? And right now, I don't think he's going to get there, but Taylor Canfield's going to have to be soaking down, and you see Nick coming in with a lot of pace.
Yeah, almost an overlap there. Canfield to windward. That was a good move that Egnott Johnson did. Is there going to be another jibe in it, and are we going back upwind? That's the next question.
It looks like they are going back upwind. Both boats going down with the spinnaker poles and up with the jib. So
you can almost feel Egnott Johnson is like, I got nothing to lose here, man.
No.
We're going to throw everything at Canfield.
And Canfield up with the jib early. The question is, can he make it into the zone? I think he can. Not much in it between these two boats. Nick's going to be able to get the left-hand turn if he wants it. Taylor's going to be forced to go around the right-hand turn.
Right hand looking downwind, you mean?
Yes,
so the left, heading left upwind.
Taylor's trying to close the door on him, saying maybe no room.
Man.
Taylor's kite's in the water.
Oh.
It looks like he's going to follow the outside, so that was an interesting move by Taylor Canfield there, and now he's going to be able to throw him off. If there's contact, Nick Egner Johnson's going to have to tag.
There's definitely contact now. Did Canfield give him room to keep clear? If so, it's going to be, who got it? Yellow.
Taylor Canfield. No, that's Nick Egner Johnson.
Yes.
Yeah, so just a bit of an unforced error there by Nick. He just wasn't avoiding enough, so great presence of mind by Taylor to round to the outside of him there, knowing he was going to throw that luff in.
So two things. Egner Johnson does a really good job reeling Taylor, getting to the inside, but then Taylor finds just the smallest moment to catch him off guard, gives him a penalty. So even if Egner Johnson's ahead, he's now effectively behind.
Yeah, it's a tough look trying to round there.
After they had rounded the block, penalty to yellow.
There we go.
Nick's going to have to be very careful here at the port starboard. He just did one tack, and he's going to have to tank right back. Taylor Canfield's going to put the bow down.
He's going to foul him again. That was too close.
I don't know if that was kosher, ladies and gentlemen. That was pretty close.
I would agree with you there. And he didn't need to be that close. He's already got one penalty. Second penalty. Game over.
Wheels have come off for Nick. Just trying to be too aggressive late in the day. You just can't push it that close.
Okay, well, that's not going to get you in the highlight reel. The drone can probably leave that match because Egner Johnson spins one of two penalty turns, and Canfield sails off in the lead. Background there is the red spinnaker up. Well, they're all red. The Stella spinnaker is Price.
But I think
now at the top mark, Yanni Bernsen is ahead over Williams. That's big.
That's a big one. Yanni Bernsen with a bit of a slow set there. Ian Williams close to follow.
Now this is where Williams was against Canfield. Next question is Williams mathematically into the?
Not quite, but Ian Williams with a really slow set over Yanni Bernsen.
Where are they? There they are. Left hand. No, you had it right. Okay, well, who's this? We can tell you who that is going
that's
up
the
with.
Williams-Canfield match still. Or, sorry,
Canfield
Egner Johnson.
Even we're getting confused here. I hope you're not. First of all, thanks for watching yet again. Our producer said he is. Where'd who go? I don't know. It's getting late in the day.
It is,
I'll give these sailors credit because they're having to pay attention like we are, except be athletic at the same time. What's that? Bork got another penalty, and Price wins that match. Meanwhile, they are heading downwind. That's the trailing boat.
Yeah, we're gonna go back to the Williams-Bernsen match here as Ian Williams trails by about 2 lengths as these boats come into the gates.
Bernsen to the right, Williams behind to the left in the Seven Angels. Spinnaker getting on top of Bernsen's breeze, asking the question. Bernsen either sails lower and slower, keeps his air clear behind, or sails a lot of extra distance to get through Williams' wind shadow, which he's trying to do here, and get his air clear ahead, keep his bow forward, a tall order.
Yeah, Williams just need to be careful not getting locked to windward here, though. He may be able to roll Yanni Bernsen, but Yanni Bernsen at some point is going to put the bow up and force Ian Williams over the top, and we'll see if he's able to get it done. Remember, we've seen a lot of people broach in tight luffs, and Ian Williams begins to close in the distance.
Just like he did with Canfield. I don't know why Bernsen was luffing up into Canfield's wind shadow and then decided to give that game up. He just basically sailed too much distance and slowed himself down. Why not do that double jive that we see Ian Williams do and just get it clear? Yeah,
well, I don't think he can do the double jive anymore as these guys are kind of in the right corner of the race course here. And he doesn't have a lot of room as Yanni Bernsen goes up with the jib. He's very early with this, very far away from the line as both boats start to heat it up now. Yanni Bernsen maybe looking for a luff. I don't think Ian Williams is going to fall for it, though. He's going to go down to the inside. That's a really good idea there.
Will he get it, though?
Yes, he will. Both boats are now overlapped.
Whoa,
double jive with
Williams.
the kites, but that's a big one.
Too much, was it?
You can see a lot of white water there, kite ragging, so a bit too much there.
Bernsen will be happy with that. If Williams had completed that jibe appropriately, we'd be looking at almost an overlap at the mark. Instead, Bernsen takes a length and a half advantage into the leeward gates as we head back upwind. He will jibe and take the right.
And I think Ian Williams will just elect to take the other gate, come around this right-hand turn, and head upwind. But a little bit of a slow set there. He's got a bit on.
Crew is a little bit off. Come on, guys. That main's not going to come in quick enough. There they go. Finally getting things sorted out as Bernsen's just on his way upwind to the right side. He's got starboard advantage. Williams still looking to get settled here. Here's Bernsen down on the water. Great shot.
Yeah, and it's hard to see from the drone footage, but it is still very breezy in the afternoon here late in Long Beach. I'd say anywhere from 16 to 18 knots of wind speed. Pretty strong and steady here. So these sailors are having to work really hard upwind and downwind, and these race committees are ripping races off. I'm sure these guys are tired.
Who said sailing's not an athletic endeavor? What's that?
Yeah, these crews are getting tired, you know, sailing this kind of breeze, doing all these tacks and jibes and whatnot. So I think the breeze will probably stick in through this evening.
I hope the racing doesn't stick in through this evening.
Yeah, we had a late one yesterday.
My contract stops at sunset.
As we join the matches coming downwind, Taylor Canfield leading Nick Egnott Johnson into the finish.
And remember, it really doesn't mean much for the overall regatta at this point. Canfield's mathematically into the semifinals, and Egnott Johnson is not. But he made him work for it. Meanwhile, Williams and Bernsen are still slugging it out upwind. Bernsen tack for tack staying ahead of his opponent. That match also doesn't count effectively for qualifying, I don't think, into the semifinals. But as far as positioning goes.
Yeah, positioning-wise, if Bernsen's able to take this, he'll jump ahead of Williams by half a point. But it doesn't really matter once you're in the semifinals. The position that matters in the semifinals is the first-place boat because they get to choose who they race in the semifinals. So Taylor Canfield looking right now like he's got a very secured spot as first out of the double round robin, and he will be able to choose between second, third, and fourth.
I'll tell you who he's not going to choose. I'll give you one guess.
Ian Williams.
How did you know? How did you know?
I just had a hunch.
Coming into the finish is Canfield. Yep.
Canfield.
Nothing's changed.
Leading Egnott Johnson after what was almost a very valiant effort at the leeward marks.
Right up until the part where it wasn't.
Yeah, right up until it wasn't.
Now,
I hate it when that happens.
We're going to leave. Good job, Canfield. He crosses the line. We're going to leave that match. One more in play. We have one more flight, too. Long day. Top of the track. That was cool. Bernsen still ahead. Williams looking for an opening. Bernsen has gained on this leg. So this is not going to be a similar looking downwind run like we saw against Canfield unless Williams can close the gap in the next minute or two to within 2 lengths, striking distance.
Yeah, striking distance indeed, and it's still full on. Breezes up.
I'm tired just watching these guys.
I am too. You know, there's some comments here on the live feed saying people who say it's not an athletic sport, clearly those people have never gone sailboat racing.
No, certainly not in Long Beach at the Congressional Cup. These boats are physical.
Yeah.
They will tire you out, and they'll win, by the way. The boats will win.
Oh, yeah. Time. No, these boats always win. If you put people versus Catalina 37s, Catalina 37s win.
Speaking of Catalina 37s, what forethought this club had so many years ago to get this fleet of boats and grow this event into what it is today. 57 years later, you've sailed a few of them, Dennis Durgan.
Yes, and I remember when we won the Congressional Cup in 1980 in the Catalina 38. Right after that, Frank Butler and Jerry Douglas from Catalina Yachts asked me if I would come up to their factory and help design the deck layout on this Catalina 37.
How cool was that?
So I'm thrilled that we're still using the same boats today. I mean, they've really been a great platform.
Yanni Bernsen coming around the top mark for the final run into the finish with quite a healthy delta over Ian Williams.
Healthy enough to have a wrap in the spinnaker and just comfortably take it out for the grand spinnaker downwind. Here comes Williams, the delta 3.5, almost 4 boat lengths, solid. I mean, basically, Bernsen will have to make a mistake.
Yeah, we call this delivery mode as the boat ahead here. As long as you don't make any big mistakes, you can afford to even give up a few boat lengths if you need to, but you're just delivering them to the finish. And Ian Williams, yeah, with a bit of a slow set there.
Six of those Angels were on their way up, but the 7th one had trouble.
Kind of a left-hand shift right now, so it's going to be a long starboard jibe here shortly.
And Ian Williams is set up for it. That's kind of his only hope. Here comes Bernsen into the jibe. Williams was ready. Williams will come out a little bit hotter. And that's his only hope. Reel Bernsen all the way in. He'll probably get a length or so out of him, but we've got
And Williams got a little bit of a rip in his kite. You can see it just fluttering there on the third quarter panel from the right-hand side of the spinnaker. Just, you can see a little bit of sunlight through there, so that's not going to be good. Hopefully the Bosons will be able to take care of that one as these goats come down to the finish. Bernsen hanging on.
Whew, long day.
Back-to-back long days.
Long day. And give the race committee credit. The next flight will be the end of 18 flights of 5 matches each.
A lot of races.
How many is that? 18 times 5. You can do the math. 100? What is it? 18 times 5. A little less than 100.
Almost.
That's a lot of yapping.
That is a lot of yapping. And just taking a look at the scores again, we are coming to the last and final flight of the second round robin, flight 18.
Thank God.
Almost done. But the fight for the semifinals is still on.
We're going to crunch some of the numbers.
Yeah, so we're taking a couple looks here from some of the spotters here in the media booth. We're saying if Chris Poole defeats Yanni Bernsen in the next match, Chris Poole will be able to move on guaranteed.
Okay.
But if he loses, it's game on. Between Jeppe Bork, Emil can't get there anymore. Emil Kajer of Denmark just running out of races to get points on the board. But Jeppe still within reach. Chris Poole has to lose. Jeppe has to win. If they both lose, Poole will still advance. If Poole wins, he will advance. So it is all on between Poole, Bernsen, Pearson Potts, and Jeppe Bork. We'll see how this one turns out, folks.
Yep. Meanwhile, back on the finish line, congratulations to the Swedish team, Yanni Bernsen and crew. Another bullet over Ian Williams. That's a well-earned victory as they go up to 11.5 points over Ian Williams' 11. That puts Bernsen in second place. Yanni, where were you? My goodness.
He's pulling it out.
Good job. He finished second last year, to be fair. He's only won it once. Could he do it again?
Yeah, and if you gotta start thinking about the semifinals here. If you're Taylor Canfield, you don't really want to race either one of those guys, do you?
No, I was just thinking what's impressive about this guy, Yanni Bernsen, other than what a great guy he is and his team, is that he has a full-time job in the medical industry. Ian Williams doesn't. Taylor Canfield doesn't. And here he is into the semifinals with Williams and Canfield.
Yeah, well done to the Swedish outfit.
He's going to wave here. You know, everyone in Long Beach loves Yanni Bernsen. He's going to take a little.
He's going for a classic Con Cup
here.
flyby. If you're on the pier, let him hear your support, folks.
Well done, Yanni. All right, well, we're gonna rest our voices for about 90 seconds here. We're going to take a short break and find out who the top 4 semifinalists will be. The conclusion of round robin number 2 here at the Congressional Cup continues in just a moment.
Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left.
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Day number 3 of the Congressional Cup is about to come to a close. We are going to finish off 18 round robins of 5 matches each right here. And this is where it gets a bit complicated. If you are Poole and Bork and Bernsen, it's all going to come down to this final flight to see who makes it into the top 4 to join Williams and Canfield. What are we looking at?
Yeah, so the stage is set for an epic battle for the last place of the semifinal spots. Taylor Canfield, Ian Williams, and Yanni Bernsen are collectively safe going into the semifinals. But Chris Poole and Jeppe Bork, the battle is on. Jeppe Bork needs to win his race over Pearson Potts in the final round, or the final flight of the second round robin. Chris Poole also needing to win his race against Yanni Bernsen, because if Jeppe wins and Chris doesn't, Jeppe will win the tiebreaker, because Jeppe won the race between the two of them in the second round robin. So all to play for here in the final flight of round robin 2.
And we will watch that and stay with us, because that will be decided in the final race of this flight. Here we go into the first race of this flight against Dave Hood, against Emile Carrière. America against Denmark. This will be the last race of the quarterfinal, of the round robins for these two. 3 minutes, 25 seconds to go into the dial-up. Carrière to windward, Hood to leeward.
Yeah, so we're just looking both boats.
Oh,
man,
that's
Emile
unusual.
swinging the stern in. Got to watch out.
I think he's okay there.
Yeah, he's Emil's waving his finger saying, no, that's not allowed.
Contact. Just in case you're wondering, Mr. Umpire or Mrs. Umpire, I didn't hit him.
Yeah, so Emil going over the top. Nice job of keeping the boat accelerated. Dave Hood and Emil now sailing off on port.
I love the finger. That I've never seen that. Nope.
You know, sometimes you got to explain to the umpires what you want them to see.
Hollywooding.
Absolutely.
I saw nothing.
Whether the umpires buy it or not is a different story.
No,
but
they're good at their poker face.
They are indeed.
They hold pretty firm.
Just looking up on the committee boat here, you can see a Charlie over red. So that means we are going to the red mark, which looking upwind is the rightmost mark. It's also the only mark in the water at the moment. Oh, no, there's a yellow one in there. But red mark to the right of the yellow mark. So race committee acknowledging a bit of a right-hand shift as we come to a close on day number 3. It is late in the day. The breeze is still holding strong.
And the crowd's still with us here on the Belmont Pier. We appreciate all you guys sticking with us, and thanks for joining us online on Facebook or YouTube. Any comments from the viewers, any questions, we'll let you know as these final races tick down. Coming up on 2 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like there's just some questions about the wind range for tomorrow. If they say in the SIs the wind cap is 20 knots, will they get any racing off tomorrow?
In the morning, I think we'll have a shot. We might start earlier.
Yeah, so we're thinking maybe moving the first warning start up earlier to beat the breeze, get a few races of the semifinals in, and come in early. But for now, this pre-start, Emil Kiar, Dave Hood. Dave coming on with a lot of pace. Maybe Emil in a bit of trouble.
Going for the hook. Has he got it? Nope. Big spin there for Emil to windward. We've got plenty of time, minute 30 to go. We're going to see a couple circles here at a minimum. Umpire getting out of the way.
Yeah, Dave just going quick into a circle, acknowledging that he wants to push there. By not extending and taking the lead, he really is acknowledging that he wants that right-hand side. Even coming up and rolling into attack, Emil is just going to kind of luff up and actually Emil's going to attack.
Yeah, Emil's looking to pin him.
Yeah.
Now, if you're Emil, you attack right back here, right?
Yeah, you go up right underneath to leeward, but I think Dave's going to be able to power over the top pretty quickly as Emil is very down speed with a minute to go in this pre-start. Dave Hood's going to take the roll over the top. Can he get his stern over Emil's bow?
Emil keeps putting his bow down. Going for the hook, driving Dave Hood down into the pre-start box. Hood looking for ley line into the signal boat, trying to hook Caillere and then shut him out. Here comes the luff. Caillere going for the roll.
Yeah, so Emil trying to go over the top, 35 seconds. I think he does. He looks pretty good on time and distance into the pin, so Dave may be in a little bit of trouble here.
Hood left it just a little bit late.
There you go, able to swing his bow through. Very close indeed, as you see Emil being very aggressive in this pre-start. I think Emil has done a good job with 20 seconds to go left in this pre-start. Dave in his bad air.
I couldn't drive a boat like that at 20 years old. I'm impressed with the young Danish crew. 10 seconds to go. It's going to be Emil Caillere's start to lose as Dave Hood's got the pedal down, trying to catch up already on the back foot. Here's the gun.
Now they go. So a brilliant start by the Danish outfit. Dave Hood rolling into attack. I'd expect to see Emil sail a couple lengths and roll into a quick one here. Breeze favors the right-hand side. You see the people coming off the rail of Emil's boat as he rolls into attack. So very well done indeed to Emil. He just got to be careful that he doesn't get caught out with those righties. Dave Hood does have his bow clear on the right-hand side as both boats sail on port, but he's going to roll into attack.
There it is.
I think Emil will easy have a cross here, and it'll be interesting to see whether he decides to lee bow or if he'll take the crossover and take the right-hand side. And
Takes the right.
And I agree with that call. I think late in the afternoon, you just have to bias that right-hand side. You don't want to give it up. You're happy to give them leverage a little bit to the left, but you want to really defend that right-hand side.
Is your voice always this raspy, or is it just 3 days of yapping with me?
A little bit of A, a little bit of B.
There you go. Great to have you. Let's go back into the pre-start. Now, this one, as you say, is an important one for this boat here in the foreground. Jeppe Bork against Pearson Potts. Bork needs to win this.
Yeah, Bork has to win this in order to have a shot at the semifinals. Even if he wins this, it's not guaranteed that he makes it through. Chris Poole would have to lose. So Jeppe Bork really trying to work hard to take a win here.
Good news for Bork. He's to windward with starboard advantage. At this point in time, that's helping him. Pearson Potts, new to the Congressional Cup, to leeward as things slow down into the dial-up. Now the bowmen are in charge of moving the bows left or right. See on Bork's boat there.
Yep, he's doing. There's a very classic move here. Once you kind of had enough to just sheet on and sail over the top of the blue boat, because it forces them to put their bow down
That's awesome.
on opposite tack, and then you'll see Yepe roll into attack. So by doing that, it forces Pearson off onto the other board, and now he's going to have a good look at some separation. Yepe might even be able to jibe back and get another piece of him as Pearson going very slowly here in this pre-start.
Also sends a lot of turbulence onto the port boat sails as they're trying to tack and build speed.
Yeah, so that's a really good strategy as the yellow boat to sheet in and sail over the top of the blue boat. It just puts them under a bit more pressure, and it's good protection against them being able to fall off and get tight on your stern.
18 flights completed in 3 days. This is one of the longest amount of races we've seen early on in the Congressional Cup, depending on what the weather does tomorrow. We've got plenty of racing in the bank as the clock ticks down in this final flight. Match 2, Bork to windward. This is just like what we saw 2 minutes ago. Nothing has changed, except there over the line, a little bit more to the right. Bork still in charge. Remember, Bork needs to win this match. Both boats starting to tack.
Yeah, you can see the jibs start to drift off to the starboard side, just kind of acknowledging that both boats are now kind of folded onto port. And Yepe is trying to just kind of go backwards here. He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to hit him with the stern as Pearson's now on starboard, but Pearson's still going to be very slow. It's going to take him a while to get his bow around, and I believe Yepe will go after him again for a third time.
Awesome drone footage.
Yeah, and there you go. You see Yepe whipping it through a jibe. Pearson just got to get it up to speed and start doing everything he can to avoid. Yepe can't hit him here. He's got to give him room to avoid. He's going to throw a Y flag, though, saying Pearson wasn't going to be doing enough. I'd expect that to be a green flag.
Yep.
And
yeah,
it
it's
is.
green, yep. 115. Potts in a bit of trouble. Bork knows his entire future in this Congressional Cup will come down to this flight. These final few races. 1 minute to this start that he wants to win over Pearson Potts. Both boats over the line, both boats still not moving. Everything has been effectively the same as it has in the first dial up 3.5 minutes ago as the clock ticks down. Finally, are we finished with this? Are we going to head back to the line? Not before Potts is still in trouble as a windward boat.
Yeah. Yepe is in a really good spot to prevent Pearson from getting down over the line. So I think Pearson really needs to just sail a little bit here on port, get away, and I'd whip attack like really aggressively and be able to get down towards the line, but he's not going to do so. The more you sail, Pearson, you're in trouble, buddy. You got to get out of there.
There he goes.
There you go. Good. So I'd expect him to attack and do a big bear away. Yepe will roll into a jibe, and I think Yepe a little bit of an advantage. He's just a little bit further downhill. 15 seconds to go. Both boats are going to be over.
Bork will be to the right. Bork will have starboard advantage. Bork will cross below the line first. Here's the gun. One boat over early, of course. Potts, he's cleared. Down to leeward as he sheets on. Bork looking good as the crew hits the rail, heading upwind, in control of the match as he needs to be.
Yeah, he needs to win this one to even have a chance at making the semifinals in that fourth place spot. So now it's a matter of staying ahead of Pearson Potts. We've seen Pearson have wheels all day. Yep. We've seen him run down
downwind.
Even the best of this regatta. So we'll see what Pearson and his team can do as they go upwind.
Harry Price and Taylor Canfield are next in the pre-start box, next to step into the ring. Canfield, as you know, he's through into the semifinals. Not his first rodeo. Price looking for a little redemption. If he can take one off the big guy, we'll see. Bork, meanwhile, holding on to the lead that he needs.
And, you know, another ramification of this regatta is the top 5 finishers of this regatta will receive an automatic invitation into the World Match Racing Tour Finals in Shenzhen, China, at the end of this year. So everyone's still fighting for those points. You want to slip into the top 5. So obviously the 4 semifinalists and whoever falls into that 5th place spot will be looking to head to China in December.
Excellent point. As we roll into the dial-up, match number 2, Canfield to windward in the background there, luffing up with Harry Price in the foreground, number 7. And it's a port tack dial-up. Canfield's been doing this move a lot as the right-hand boat.
Yeah, you know, he flops over onto port just to get a little bit more separation from the right-hand boat. Like I said, it's very windy, And so it's hard as yellow to stay in there for very long as both boats now putting the bows down on port, trying to accelerate.
You know what I like about this port tack dial-up as well? When they eventually do fall off and accelerate, they're not doing it through a tack.
Yeah.
Right? The other boat's still at the mercy of the windward boat, but he's just able to sheet in rather than tack and then sheet in.
Well, and if you think about it, too, as yellow, if they're able to drop back a little bit, when they fall off on the port, it puts the blue boat now in the windward position, and these boats slip sideways very quickly, so it is a really strong idea.
The windward boat has to hesitate before they can finally fall
exactly,
off as well.
And so it takes them longer to get up to speed. So 2:35 to go in this pre-start. Lots of time to kill. Both boats just sailing on port, off into the playground. Coming, I bet you they'll use the corner of the pier as a little pick and maneuvering to see who wants what. I don't know. Looking uphill.
Cool shot.
Yeah, it's still like that right-hand side. You can see Taylor and Mike talking about the tactics, deciding what the game plan's going to be.
Looking pretty relaxed. 2:10. Time to jibe off the pier. Mike Buckley standing on the back of the boat. Interesting, some tacticians stand in the back of the boat, talk to the helmsman. Others help out with the crew work forward.
Yeah,
it works for Canfield's crew.
Yeah, we seem to have a bit of a split. Half the competitors in this team have a tactician standing out the back, and the other half don't. So it's a little bit of preference as Taylor getting a little slow on the boundary. Harry Price looking to maybe go over the top. Minute and 45 to go.
It may have been a slight error by Canfield there. That downspeed tack didn't quite work for him. He was looking to get inside at the pier instead, and probably lead back instead. That's what Price is going to do. Minute 30 to go. Plenty of time. Canfield just sort of comfortable to increase some gauge to the right.
Yeah, I like this move as Taylor here, just getting way up high. It puts the pressure on the boat ahead to make the mistake, and Taylor's just going to be able to swoop down whenever he wants. 1:15 to go, and he's just going to sit back and comfortable out here on the right.
Quick look upwind late in the day. Which side do you like if you're the tactician?
Definitely the right-hand side.
Been the right all day.
Yeah, it's gone further right since the last start.
They can hear us out there, too, with the PA system. Not that they don't already know which side to go to. Less than a minute to go. 53 seconds to count down. Canfield pushing Price. No hook yet. Canfield just winding up a little bit there.
And there's the hook. So Harry Price got a hold of him now. 44 seconds to go. Don't think he's ready to throw a luff yet. He's got to get a little closer to the line. But Taylor could be in a little bit of trouble. 35 seconds to go.
Yeah, Canfield is advanced there. And Price this time has got his timing correct. He's looking very strong. He can start to squeeze up to Canfield and really put Canfield in a world of hurt there. Canfield knows it. He's going to hit the brakes, luff up, try to get some gauge there. Here comes the jib down, luff from Price, being aggressive.
There's a flag, maybe a little bit of contact between the two boats, but Canfield's not going to be able to get a start on port. Harry's going to start above him, but he's got to be careful not to be over here. 8 seconds to go. Taylor's going to get squeezed into the boat, but
Canfield's in big trouble.
Harry's going to be over, though.
Is Harry over?
Both boats are over.
But Canfield's still in trouble. Price,
contact between the two boats.
Price tacks away. I think Canfield was tacking.
Hey, can't bear away. Both boats overlapped, and there's a blue flag penalty on Harry Price.
I can't wait to hear what the umpires have to say about that.
So just being too aggressive. He's throwing another white flag. We'll see if there's another instance there. Both boats still over, so Harry's going to be able to get a better start out of this.
This is wild.
He's going to get the right-hand side, but he has caught the penalty being too aggressive with the luff.
So Price is restarted. Now Canfield has to go bow down and restart. But as you say, Price got the penalty there. We're going to get the umpires to explain what happened.
Yeah, I think what happened there is Harry just came in a little bit too close and didn't give Taylor any room. So we'll hear what the umpires have to say.
Blue received a penalty of the windward boat not keeping clear.
So windward boat. So when Harry had tacked up to windward of Taylor Canfield to box him out at the boat, Taylor Canfield threw a luff and they made contact, slipping sideways with the jib down. So a little bit of an error there for Harry, but I think he's in control of this race. He has the right-hand side.
That was really good patience for Canfield. He may have been grasping at tiny little straws there, but he got just enough of one to get a penalty. He's trailing. We go back into the pre-start. This match is Ian Williams and Nick Egnott-Johnson. You're looking at Nick Egnott-Johnson from New Zealand entering on port. There's Williams, bow to bow, port starboard in the dial-up. Last race of the day for these two.
Yeah, I think it's really gone far to the right side. And interesting, these guys are set up a lot lower in the box than we've seen. So I think Nick was a little late there, so a little disadvantage off the break. as Ian now sheeting on, going over the top, which we said we really like that move as yellow. We're starting to see almost every team do it as yellow, forcing blue to tack over and getting a nice split look like this.
Every year the teams get better and better at sailing these boats. Just get more and more refined. So does the Con Cup, 57 years and counting. Best match race possibly in the world. Certainly in the United States. They're the benchmark.
Yeah, so Ian's just going to roll into a jibe and right into attack. Nick's got to be careful not to get too overzealous with this tack as Ian's going to come back. He's doing a big back. Can Ian get his bow down below?
Close. Port starboard there.
You don't want to hit here. You don't want to hit.
Williams is doing a really good job here.
Yeah, he's being very aggressive, and if he can get his bow up inside Nick and prevent the tack, that was a really good exchange of blows there. Ian Williams staying advantaged. That is not easy to do.
No, impressive. It's what you'd expect. Williams also comfortable, I believe, into the semifinals.
Yep. He's sitting right now in third place at the semifinals. Looking to just put another win on the board, maybe getting ahead of Yanni Bernsen to take back second place.
Great shot there. That cat flap. Up on the bow of Williams' boat. Veteran of many America's Cup campaigns. Most recently with Ben Ainsley. 1 minute, 35 seconds. Look for Williams to lead back in. Close match behind him. You'll see it just in the background of the frame here to the right of your screen.
That's Jeppe Bork leading Pearson Potts, but not by much. We can't quite see it in the screen here yet, but
we'll give you an update on that match as this one winds down. There it is.
Here we go.
Bork.
Yeah, Bork
needs this win.
Needs to win this race. Pearson really showing his wheels again, closing up on him. Both boats coming into the gates here, setting up for the drop.
And we can check back in as soon as this start goes. 1 minute. Ian Williams leading like he always likes to do as he approaches ley line for the committee boat. He's going to pass it. He's going to slow down. Going to draw in Ignat Johnson. 51 seconds to go.
I think Nick could be worried about being a little late here. He's high of the boat ley line and he can't get launched, but he doesn't have a lot of time to go down for another dip. So
he's going to try. 40 seconds to go. This will be the last one for him. Williams is just going to keep an eye. Now, Williams is going to go head to win and slow down.
We're going to join the match
what's
here.
going on
Pearson
here?
Potts had a bit of a cluster of a leeward mark rounding as Jeppe Bork looks to extend his lead. Pearson and team still trying to get that kite under wraps, so that's going to be very good for the Danish outfit. But we come back to the start, 22 seconds. Nick Ignat Johnson is now locked up. Will he get shut out?
Yep, big trouble. Williams is doing a great job. Head to win. Ignat Johnson cannot get between the signal boat. What's this?
Is there swing? But Ian's on port. Ian's on port tack.
So now he's leeward boat. Flag from Nick Ignat Johnson. This is going to decide the start right here.
Ian's going to throw in another luff. Big hit again.
Blue flag. It's Nick Ignat Johnson that gets the penalty, not Williams. There's a great example of when you don't want a flag, you might get the penalty yourself. Another luff from Williams. This time, Ignat Johnson responds. Thin down speed. Got a luff up over the top of the committee boat. And actually, the signal boat is really far to the right there, just the way they've drifted. So that helps Nick, and he's bow forward after that altercation.
Yeah, bow forward, but with the penalty. So just being a little too aggressive there, coming at him on starboard a little too soon, and under 16, not giving him room to keep clear.
Now, let's reshuffle. Let's reset this boat number 8 there in the foreground. That's going to be the big match because you see Jeppe Bork in the lead, right? Yeah. That means that this match comes into play. Explain it.
This is a must-win match for Chris Poole. He holds the future of his regatta and his team in his hands. Chris Poole needs to win this race in order to secure a spot in the semifinals. With Jeppe Bork leading Pearson Potts, that'll put them to a tie. If Chris Poole does not win this race, he will lose the tiebreaker of Jeppe Bork and will lose a spot in the semifinals.
Holy moly, and we are on board as the tension mounts. Entry for Chris Poole on port, facing Yanni Bernsen, former winner of the Congressional Cup. You can hear audio on board. Chris Poole, you can hear the tension in his voice. Poole has tacked. Now he's luffed up. Bernsen responds into the dial up here. Tactician talking to Poole about what they want to, how they want to end up out of this. Coming up on 3 minutes.
Steel balls. Steel balls.
Steel balls. Let's see if it works. We heard it. Bernsen didn't.
See, I'm not the
It's
only
gonna
one
work.
that has crazy names.
Jeffrey's not a crazy name.
2, 1, cut.
Nice job, Poole. He's out of the dial up. He's on port, and he's shaken free of Bernsen, but Bernsen's going to jibe around quickly on his transom.
Yeah, Poole just doing a nice job accelerating away there clean, preventing Yanni Bernsen from being able to hook him for the second time. So really well done to Chris Poole, but he is under pressure. 2:30 to go in this start.
Copy.
1 and in.
Yeah.
2:15. Poole leading. All right.
What am I doing here? Okay.
He's putting himself in a rough position there. Oh.
You weren't overlapped.
All right, that could be green, but I'll tell you what, that was close.
Wasn't overlapped.
Green flag. You can feel how nervous Chris Poole is. What am I doing here? You're asking of the tactician. 1:45 to go, way too early.
Joachim Asherbrenner calling the tactic. You can see him squatting on the rail there, looking to fight. 1:40 to go. Definitely early in this pre-start.
Joachim Asherbrenner, a squatter here in Long Beach too.
And no stranger to the Congressional Cup and no stranger to tight racing.
He's
So
great. I
we'll see
love
what
him.
he can pull out here.
1:25. Poole is way too early. Got to kill time. Bernsen pushing him. Who won that match there? You can hear some cheers going on.
That was Dave Hood.
Dave Hood, all right.
A win off of Emil Long Beach Hero.
Meanwhile, back on board, coming up on the 1 minute mark, down towards the pin lay line. Poole in a little bit of trouble. They've got to kill a lot of time.
Yeah, he's tight on that pin lay line. With Yanni Bernsen's bad air, I don't know if Chris Poole is going to be able to make it. I might expect to see attack out of him.
He's luffing. Sharp response from Bernsen there. Bernsen can kill lots of time to win. Both boats are very early, though. And when you're that early, it's going to give the advantage to the boat that's pushing.
2, 1, tacking.
Here comes Poole trying to shut Bernsen out. What will Bernsen do?
Yeah, Bernsen's just going to try to put the bat on, go over the top, but he's got too much time to go. He's on port with too much time. Chris, Chris is now, he's yelling lured boat, but I'd expect to see Chris go up to the inside here and shut him out.
Not lured boat yet.
Not yet. And
Now
so,
he is.
Interestingly enough,
Lured boat.
Bernsen could be in trouble here. Bernsen put himself in that position to windward.
Come on.
yeah, big collision
And
there.
he's keeping Poole from getting to the
Yeah,
start.
but Chris,
14 seconds.
Chris Poole better hope he got that penalty
Yeah,
because
it
now
could
he's
be a
not
red
going to be
flag penalty.
starting.
It is a penalty on Bernsen. Poole has done it. Now Bernsen crosses the line.
That's a red.
He's
Yeah.
calling for a red flag penalty.
It should
Here's
be
the
a red.
gun.
Gotta be a red, guys. Come on, he's in front. If not a double.
I don't know. You hear Chris asking, definitely not a double in that situation, but a red flag. I don't think Yanni Bernsen's in control of this race, really. Chris Poole is up to the hip on the right. You can see the frustration, but Chris, don't worry.
Chris,
You've got a
don't-
penalty
yeah,
on it.
Yeah, just
go
don't look at
racing.
the umpires.
Go racing.
Don't look at the umpires. It is what it is. Keep going.
He tacked. What do you want to do? You want me to go down with him here? You want me to lock him here?
You can hear Chris Poole asking the question to Joachim Asherbrenner, if he tacks, what do we do? That's something that's a really good strategy for mat tracers here. Always asking, always planning ahead. The game of mat tracing is played 30 seconds in advance, so Chris being ahead of the game, and I think he's just going to want to look to live up on his hip here. Yanni Bernsen can't tack and cross as they sail out to that lay line.
He's done a nice job. He's got a higher angle than Yanni Bernsen. Bernsen bowed down, just trying to get some separation there, anticipating attack at some point. He's also got that penalty to do, and as you say, this is more important for Poole
Yeah,
than it is for Bernsen.
Poole has to win this race. Yanni Bernsen's already through to the semifinals. No worried for him there.
And real quick, let's check in on the Bork match. He is in front. Okay. So that means all the more reason why Chris needs this win.
And you can see
Yep, copy.
great shots from on board there.
I like how Chris is always asking Asherbrenner, the tactician, what's the next move?
Boat feels good. A little pop there.
Things have settled
I'm having
down.
a hard time seeing that telltale, so you just let me know if I'm a little high. The glare's right in my eye. Okay.
And Chris doing a nice job just working up off Yanni Bernsen's hip. You can see
Yeah.
Yanni Bernsen trying to close the gap, but he's starting to go bow back. Chris is really putting the wheels on, trying to go over the top.
Look at that, hiking hard, both boats.
Copy.
Things have settled down. It's very calm now.
Match, right?
Here's the question: if he tacks, we match.
Well, now they're arguably past the ley line here, so Chris doesn't want to go too much past the ley line. He wants to keep Yanni right on his tight hip. They want to be sailing an upwind course. If the further they go, the more off the wind they're going to be coming back to the line, and the less Yanni will lose because he's on a reach. If you're sailing in bad air on a close hauled angle, you lose more than on a beam reach. So Chris will be looking to get out to the ley line, but he's happy to just kind of stay with him. He doesn't want to tack and go early, but he doesn't want to go too far here either.
All right, well, we're going to come back to that real quick. Congratulations, Jeppe Bork. That was the race he needed.
Yeah, but will it be enough? It is up to Chris Poole now. Bork will go to 10 wins, tied with Chris Poole. He'll be winning the tiebreaker, but Chris Poole still racing.
Any bet that Bork will stay out here and watch the rest of this match before he goes in?
Certainly he'll be staying out and watching. Even Emil and his fellow compatriots, all the other competitors who've already finished are staying out to watch because they know how tight of a battle this is.
Well done, Jeppe Bork. Now back in our feature match. Here comes the tack. Simultaneous tacks, both boats. Chris Poole goes first. He's in charge of the race so far, and we are a little bit overstood.
Yeah, and look for Chris to climb into a bit of a high mode here. He wants to close the gauge up to Yanni Bernsen and start throwing his dirty air more here. You'll see the main trimmer pull the Traveler up a little bit, tighten the leech of the main a little, really trying to throw as much distorted air off to Yanni Bernsen's sails to open up the gauge. The more gauge he can get on this ley line, the more comfortable he's going to be. But Yanni, conversely, doing a really nice job living up off the hip. He's not really dropping back yet, and they've got a ways to go to the ley line, so we'll see if Chris is able to climb up. But Yanni doing a really nice job, waiting a little bit longer to tack, and now being able to live and losing less. Although here he goes, starting to drop back just a little bit.
The closest, and you heard Chris Poole say, big righty.
Okay, to the mark.
Okay, so real quick, into the leeward mark.
Ian Williams leads. Nick Egnott Johnson into the leeward marks as both teams get ready to take down the spinnakers, head upwind. Ian Williams leads by about 2 lengths.
Okay, and now back into the all-important match. You're still listening to onboard audio from Chris Poole as they approach the first set.
Yeah. Just drive the boat. Okay.
Just got a really nice compliment from John Sangmeister. Great job today with the announcing and the images. Really top flight. Best in Con Cup history. Congratulations.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you. And now you can start to see the effect Chris Poole's bad air has on Yanni Bernsen. Yanni Bernsen starting to drop back, but he's still within reach. Remember, Yanni Bernsen's still carrying that penalty, though, so Chris is looking to gap out as much as possible here.
So all falling into place, I don't want to say it, for Poole.
Don't give him the commentator's curse.
No, but let's just say Jeppe Bork.
It's light under the island. Just be
He did what he had to.
Did what he had to do, so Poole needs to seal the deal here. Bernsen, meanwhile, he's having a very good regatta. Remember, everything's wiped clean after we get to the top 4. It all starts over again. On board for the set with Chris Poole.
Stay weight up. Going hoist here, boys. In 3, 2, 1. Go hoist.
And Chris Poole with a little bit of a wrap in his spinnaker, a slow set. Will that give Yanni Bernsen a chance to catch up?
That was not what he needed. Bernsen just gained about 3/4 of a length there, and Bernsen has a beautiful set.
Yeah, sorry, you hear the teams calling for out haul off. Main controls are trying to make that mainsail a little bit more efficient for downwind speed.
Okay.
I'd expect to see Yanni Bernsen start to load the gun here.
Coming down.
Next move, if you are Chris Poole's tactician.
If you're Chris Poole's tactician, you go to the ley line and jibe. You go to the ley line into the right-hand turn of the gate and jibe. If Yanni Bernsen matches, you come hot and you push him past.
Tactician Joko Massenbrenner talking to him. Come down a little bit there, right hand puff.
The only thing Chris Poole does not want to do here is go before the lay line. If he goes before the lay line, you'll see Yanni Bernsen cross over his stern, jibe inside, and effectively put Chris Poole in downwind jail. So he's just looking to pick the right time to go.
Bernsen's angle just a little bit lower, as you'd expect.
Yeah, you see him loading the gun. We call that loading the gun. He's sailing lower, getting ready so that when they jibe, he's more bow forward and more on the breeze of Chris Poole.
Someone on Bernsen's boat will be locked Chris Poole's wheel to see when they jibe. Someone on Poole's boat will be locked on Bernsen's wheel.
Well,
this next jibe is crucial for this race for both teams.
Yeah, it seems to be interesting. Both boats are going pretty far here. The farther Chris Poole goes, the easier it will be for Yanni Bernsen to get over the top and get down into the zone. So I'd expect to see them have a little bit more pressure. I'd expect to see a jibe pretty soon here. The farther they go, the more advantage goes to Yanni Bernsen.
Here it comes. Pole was tripped on board. Chris Poole, Bernsen sees it.
Oh.
It's not a fake.
Now, Chris Poole threw him a dummy, so Yanni Bernsen took the bait. He's going to roll right back into one, but I'd expect to see Chris Poole try to get out of sync with him here.
Okay, Yanni's match.
Why not go back right there?
He should have. Look at how much Chris Poole opened up on that. So Yanni Bernsen biting
now he
on
goes
the
high.
bait. Yep. Now he goes high. The Ian Williams move. Get up, clear the breeze. Yanni Bernsen a little bit shaky of a jibe with his spinnaker. So Chris doing a brilliant job defending there, selling him on the dummy.
Much harder to be the lead boat in that position, yet Yanni's jibe was worse. Nice work, Chris Poole.
Yeah, and you can see what that dummy jibe has done. He's just really opened up a nice boat length and a half on Yanni Bernsen there. So really well done to Chris Poole and team. They're fighting hard for that win.
Not over yet. We've got a whole nother lap to go. Chris Poole hanging on, but remember, Bernsen has a yellow flag penalty as well. So we head to the leeward gates. There is a very close finish, just to give you guys an update, coming into the finish there between 9 and 7.
And both 7.
Canfield
Harry
and Price.
And yeah, Harry Price still with an outstanding penalty here. And now he's on port above the committee boat, so that's going to be a tough one to see him win there.
Nice port reach if we can on the jib.
Back on board.
A little wide on the port jib.
Listen in.
Yeah, and that's a very good point to note. The breeze has dropped off substantially here in the last couple minutes, so these teams going to be making the necessary adjustments.
Hold. Hold. 2, 1. Go get it.
Chris Poole leading into the leeward gates. It's going to be a jibe drop. And they'll head upwind on port. Taking the right-hand side over Yanni Bernsen. Bernsen holding his kite up as long as possible. Now rolling into the drop. It's obviously going to be a split. Bernsen will head to the left.
Up a little, copy.
What will Poole do?
Yeah, I think Chris Poole is just going to sail out here, get into a nice riding, and pick a good time to go. And he's going to start tacking now.
Rough drop for Bernsen, which is surprising. Not that rough, to be fair, but
deep here, Mal, a little bit.
Coming out a little deep. Breeze has softened up late in the afternoon here in Long Beach.
Yeah, now these boats are definitely underpowered with the jibs here in the lighter breeze, but Chris Poole doing a really good job just rounding and tacking right when Yanni Bernsen's bow got to the mark. So covering off any leverage Yanni might get out on the left side.
No Charlie, still going red, so no change of course. Bernsen just had a really weird, I don't know if there was an override or something. The jib came way out and back in for a second.
Yeah.
Poole was sailing a better race all the way around the track, no question about it.
He's just sailing much cleaner right now. And
Yeah, definitely more mean. It's a lot softer than it was earlier. He is tacking Yoakum, slamming. Yeah, don't give him the... I don't want to give him the right.
No, and it's a big windup here. Big righty.
yeah, he
big
just
righty.
got a big righty, so Chris Poole is going to be looking to defend that.
Tack.
You hear him asking Yoakum, slam or not.
They're just taking this righty.
2, 1.
Wouldn't want to go any more than that.
No, you don't want to go too much more. You start to give up the leverage there. So Chris Poole just trying to take as much of that righty while he can and then rolling in. I'd expect him to go not too long here and get back into the righty.
Yep. Boat centered up in the middle of the track there. If you're Bernsen, what do you want to do here?
Tacking. 2.
There's not much you can do. You just got to try to stay
Tack-
out of
tack
phase
now.
here.
Get out of phase, yeah. So
and then
Bernsen's
he'll
going to
go.
attack.
Trying to get out of phase.
Slam them up to speed and. I just want to know what we're doing. Tacking in 3. Okay.
Big righty for Poole.
Yeah. 3, 2, 1. Tacking.
But Chris not necessarily going for the slam here. He's kind of going for a bit more of a loose cover.
Well, he's just riding those righty
Yeah.
puffs, isn't he? As you said earlier, taking them as long as he can. All things being equal, you tack more in front of your opponent, but he's just taking it.
But you
taking
want to
bites.
take advantage of the shift while you got it. If Chris is too eager to hop off the shift and slam Yanni, it gives Yanni an advantage where he's riding the favored tack longer. So Chris Poole and Joachim Asherbender are doing a really nice job, just sailing a very clean race right now.
Out of phase tacks again. Bernsen has come back to lure. Chris Poole's going to look below the boom and have a sight at him. There it is.
Joachim, you want to slam him?
About 10 seconds. Quarter length gain to us.
Quarter length gain on board Poole.
Tacking 2.
Now they've let
1.
Bernsen go all the way now. Clear air this time, shifting over to the far left side. They're comfortable with their position.
We have Ian Williams leading Nick Eggnot Johnson into the finish. Boat number 6 leading boat 5.
Let him go to ley line and slam him here, Joachim. Copy.
Great
Williams.
job, Ian Williams.
Williams has turned up the heat. You know, he had a rough first day, and since then he's been getting better and better. With that one match against Canfield was exciting. Now he will end the round robin with a victory and seal his spot in the semifinals. Let him hear you on the pier, folks. Give him a round of applause. Ian Williams. Meanwhile, Jeppe Bork is sitting out here watching this match. All the other teams are heading in. Just one boat, Jeppe Bork, staring at his future, unraveling with Chris Poole's every move.
Little knock there. More pressure, big puff. Easy, easy, easy.
Big righties this afternoon. Sometimes here in Long Beach, you get, as it dies, you get a little bit of a surprise lefty at some point. We haven't seen anything of that.
Yeah, it starts getting funky when it gets late in the afternoon and light here. So Chris Poole just putting a nice tack right on ley line, slamming Yanni Bernsen, extending his lead, just doing a great job, sailing a very, very clean race.
You want the bad news?
What's the bad news?
Bernsen still has a penalty to do as well.
That
Let's
hurts.
shift the focus to Yanni for a minute. You've got to make something happen. And time is running out. Having said that, though, Bernsen will be through to the semifinals. And this is really Poole's fate right here, Poole's destiny in his own hands.
Yeah.
He sailed almost a perfect race.
Indeed he has, yeah. It was a little bit marginal there at the start. Got a little risky, but since then, start ahead, stay ahead, my favorite strategy.
Still a little too much talking for my liking. If he was really calm, it would just be a settled boat. Even though he's sailing perfectly, he's still sailing nervous, in my opinion. It's just lots of tense chatter.
Well, there's a difference between necessary communication and the communication Chris Poole's doing. He's definitely nervous, but yet, it's everyone wants to win. And so he's just making sure that, he's got a bunch of really good crew in front of him, so he's leaning on them for their input.
Well, and to be fair, they haven't sailed together as long as some of these other teams.
Where's next pressure?
So they're figuring out their communication. There goes Bernsen. Still pretty big delta. Good set. All right, now if you're Bernsen, this is it.
Yeah.
You got to make something happen now or never.
Throw everything in the kitchen sink at him, bro.
What do you got in your sink?
Couple dishes, plates, forks.
I mean, do you
some bad wind.
Just wait for your moment to pounce, I guess, right? He's
Yeah.
sailing low.
Is Bernsen here?
he's
Yeah,
jibing.
exactly. I was just going to say, I think
why not?
maybe try it, right? Maybe there's some lefties out there. You catch some pressure and able to eat them up here. Chris Poole shouldn't.
I have seen races late in the Congressional Cup in the finals where a lead like this is unraveled in the final run to the finish with a boat that jibes and gets a late lefty.
Yeah.
Bernsen knows that. He's only done 13 of these, so this is where you're going to put your race in the hands of the wind gods and just hope for that one lefty. Bork is even leaving. Meanwhile, Chris Poole, give him all credit.
And Chris Poole just going a little bit, coming right to the ley line as he should. Proper tactics, just going to jibe and continue to sail take this one home. A little bit of a slow drive there by Chris, but nothing they can't handle.
Yeah, just aiming at the pin now.
Aiming at the pin, so that's it. No more options. Straight in for Chris Poole.
I think so.
If Bernsen was closer, you probably wouldn't want to go all the way to ley line, but Poole's looking cool.
No, we were 1 point ahead going into this last race. We finished 1 point ahead.
See, now here they start to figure the
There
math
he
out
goes, yep.
themselves.
Yeah, he beat Pearson, but we had to win this.
So you can see even the competitors, I can tell you from my perspective, being in this very similar position last year where Jeppe Borg and Chris Poole, actually I was Jeppe in that situation, and we were doing the math, and you know, it is a little bit heartbreaking to know you did everything you could, but Chris is a great sailor, and well done to him to take the 4th spot of the semifinals.
No, really good pre-start with that shift, the hard turn up, and flip around, and then it's interesting to keep that in mind with the boundary as we get. How's this angle, Mel? Am I too low? Okay, coming up just a little. Just a little thin.
Chris Poole summarizing that race for us from the start. Right round to the finish. Now, Yanni Bernsen's going to lose this race, but he's going to go through to the semifinals, joining Ian Williams and Taylor Canfield.
So you want to just carry the kite over, and we'll just.
And we're pretty confident at this point. Chris Poole. He finished 4th in last year's Congressional Cup. He has made the semifinals again. And if you were going to have to put your fate in your own hands, that's the way to do it.
Confirmed by Tucker.
Beautifully sailed race. He can hear us. Chris, great job. Congratulations.
We can hear you too, Chris.
I don't know if he knows we can hear him.
I don't know.
Pull away whenever you're ready, Graham.
But well done to Chris Poole. So our semifinalists are Taylor Canfield winning the double round robin with 15 wins. Excellently sailed by them, only taking 3 losses in the whole regatta.
Yep.
Followed up by Ian Williams in 2nd on 12 wins. Yanni Bernsen takes 3rd on 11.5. And Chris Poole, 4th and final spot in the semifinals on 11.
He did it. Well, what a day. What filled with action and surprises, and the cream rose to the top, and there's more to come here in Long Beach because we've got a press conference with all of these skippers, and we want to hear from the top 4 semifinalists that Canfield gets to pick who he sails when they move into the semifinals, and that'll leave the other 2. So we're going to invite all you guys here in Long Beach and the Belmont Pier to head back to the Yacht Club for the press conference. That wraps up a very exciting day. And as you said, Jeffrey, that also wraps up a double round robin. It's been a fantastic and very long series. We've got an interview on board with Chris Poole. What a effort. There's Yanni Bernsen crossing behind.
It was one we needed to win. We had one race back earlier in the day that didn't go our way with a penalty, unfortunately, but we just had to win that race and did a really good job in the pre-start with the breeze shifting to the right, and now just controlled from there. We had a penalty on Yanni and just kept it simple, and my crew did an awesome job keeping the boat fast.
Awesome. And what were your goals coming in for today?
Just to keep improving every race, work on our pre-starts that we had a little issues with yesterday, and make the semifinals.
And are you pretty excited to be in the semifinals?
Always.
Yeah. Well, good luck tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Well done, Chris Poole. You can see the smile and the sort of exhale in his body language there. A great job by Chris Poole and Yanni Bernsen, Ian Williams, and Taylor Canfield, your top 4 semifinalists here in the 57th Congressional Cup. More action to continue tomorrow and right through to Saturday afternoon. Only one will wear the famed Crimson Blazer and take home their share of a $75,000 cash prize. Who will it be? You're going to have to stay with us to find out. For Jeffrey Peterson, I'm Tucker Thompson. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you right back here in Long Beach, California tomorrow.
Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. Feel left. feel left, 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 feel left. 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 Feel left.